And welcome back, duelists. We're here on the second day of coverage at this European Yu-Gi-Oh! Championship live from Antwerp. We had a very long day, a hard day of dueling yesterday. A lot of our duelists are really feeling the wear and tear, but they're willing to carry on. And we have two more very special duelists here for you guys as we jump straight into round 9. Just a quick heads up of what's going to happen today. We have 3 more rounds of Swiss before we then head into our top 128 cut, which will then be cut in half and half and half and half until we reach the final. It's going to be very exciting. We've got some very good duels coming up for you guys. But without any further ado, let me introduce our 2 duelists. With a top 16 YCS Dusseldorf, we have Schledorn, and also we have quite an accomplished duelist here as well. Top 8 EU remote duel, top 32 in the UK Nats this year, and the winner of the 2019 UK Nationals, Mr. Marcus Patel. Guys, I hope you guys are looking forward to having another good old day of dueling. I'm going to ceremoniously hand you these dice. Which one of you would like to roll first? And we're going to see which one of you guys will be choosing to go first. Okay, who's going to go first? You're going to go first? Okay, Klaus is going to go first, which means I'm going to hand you guys over to Sebastian and Leonard with today's commentary. Guys, take it away.
Thank you very much, Ed. Also a warm welcome from us, Sebastian Lemke and me, Leonard König, to this second day of the European Championships 2022 in Antwerp. Basti, how are you feeling?
I'm feeling absolutely energetic. Day 1 was already a blast. We saw so much good gameplay, and now we're into day 2. Now we are there where it matters. We're going to top cut in 3 rounds only, and we're already down to quite a few players. 256 remain. We made a cut to them, and yeah, the action is just picking up for today.
Yeah, it is really tense. All the players are, of course, exhausted yesterday. The venue closed like really late.
Oh, yeah,
there was lots and lots and lots of dueling.
Absolutely.
But they are hyped. I have already spoken to some of the players, and
for sure,
they are really in for it.
And now we have like a really good featured match as well to start the day off, because Marcus Patel, as you just saw, is one of the 3 players left in the main event that is still undefeated. He won all 8 rounds yesterday, and not with just something
9
regular.
rounds.
9 rounds even. You're right. Not just something regular, but he played a very, very, very unique deck. But I wouldn't take it away already. So I would say let's jump over to the table as the players are ready, and let's see what that first featured match of the day has to offer. Let's go into round number 10 of the main event here on the European Championship 2022 in Antwerp. And we saw Marcus losing the die roll, which could be quite an issue, because as we will see in a second on the screen, he has a very, very going first favorite deck. Not gonna lie, that's what's happening here. As you can see, it is Rika Sun Avalon, a deck we haven't had in the featured match area at all yet.
Indeed, but his deck is also packing Dark Ruler, no more. And oh, his opponent has a very bad start, and he doesn't hit a name with Shale and discarding the DD Crow. This can't feel good for Klaus.
Absolutely
and now Marcus has 2 dead cards, being 2 Dark Ruler no mores, but this hand looks good. He even has the vanilla Loci, and not gonna lie, I was surprised when I heard about the deck at first that this vanilla card is really strong. It's your starter basically.
It's insane. Like, the Loki is just absolutely crazy. It's a 1-card starter whenever you need it, but he's not even starting with it in that case. He goes first for the Rika Princess.
Yeah.
And the Rika theme just got insane support, as so many decks in Power of the Elements. They got the Rika Princess in there, and also they got the field spell, the Rika Con. So those 2 support cards are really strong. And now that the Rika Princess is in the graveyard, it actually provides an interruption. But Klaus immediately on the first thing he sees basically is throwing down his Meta Noise. He's actually trying to book there, but...
No, this is Sully.
Oh, it's Sully actually. He tried to negate, but there, you see it there.
Yeah.
He actually just instantly used the fairy, and now comes normal summon Genius Loci. And as we said, that's a 1-card combo, so he's ready to start here. Marcus Patel, no losses yesterday, and he doesn't look like he wants to stop yet.
Yeah, he's going to search out for the Sunvine Sowing, exactly. This is going to special summon out, I think, Sunsea Twins, and then the combo just gets just starts rolling, getting back the loci.
Oh, and look, Klaus
just packs
knows
up.
about the deck. I want to say that's one of the few players in the venue that actually know how to face Rika Sun Avalon, because if that deck is actually going off, there's a hard time stopping it.
Not gonna lie, I don't think you can say he knows how to face the deck, because as soon as he saw what was happening, he scooped.
Yeah, but I mean, he pretty much saw the writing on the wall, because if this deck is going off, it's just non-stoppable. Like, this deck is absolutely crazy. It's one of the craziest combo decks, I want to say, in the format at the moment, because it creates such a great big combo board with multiple interruptions, and also all of that off of one card. Just the loci, and there you go. Actually, it's kind of funny, because that Sun Avalon deck was combined with other themes in the past. We saw it being combined with Firion, for example. Also, the Adventurer package was thrown into the deck. But now that the Rika cards actually got some insane support from the new set, it's much better of a fit, I would say. And Marcus is just underlining that here with his performance in the tournament so far.
I think you can still fit in, like, if you really want to, you can fit in some Lily Boreas and one Regulus that you can search off of Lily Borea.
You could, but does it really,
But you
is
don't
it
have to.
necessary? No. I think you
don't
just
have
rather want to focus on going second cards, as the good old Marcus Patel did here.
He also has some pretty strong going first cards. If you look closely, you can see Rivalry of the Warlords in the main deck.
But I don't think they are going to stay in here for his main deck, as he's going second now, again, but this game one, it felt like he actually went first, let's be honest, because there was a Chiron that missed and discarded a DD Crow. And
the hand trap could have actually been really useful.
Yes, absolutely. But yeah, the going second cards we need to talk about are Triple Tactics Talons. I feel like this is becoming a staple in every single deck here in
this
the
format, this card is absolutely crazy. All the decks have so many monster interactions on the opponent's turn. I mean, we have seen Telemans player tear apart their opponents in their turns by ending on a bad board, basically, and just fusion summoning 20 minutes in the standby phase.
Yeah, for sure, absolutely. Then, of course, we saw the Dark Ruler Morse he had in the starting hand already. And I mean, his opponent, Klaus, he didn't do a whole lot, but he gave away what he was playing. He had a really, really big brick, but it was still giving away that he's on Telemans. Like, if he would have just set one and then scooped at some point, Marcus would have at least not known what he's on. Yeah, but he does know that he's against Telemans.
It wasn't a brick. You can still hit with a Chiron.
But Leonard, we have to get over to the players again. I see they're starting to play. Klaus is going first, so game number 2, let's go. We will see whether Klaus has a better opening this time.
Yeah, he opens with the Rhino Heart, which is immediately a fusion summon, sending the Rhino Heart again with the Heaviness, I think, to the bottom of the deck, summoning out the Kid Killers. And now we can see if he is searching for the Salik again. Can you look up for me if he's playing Salik and Metanoise, or just Salik to play around Dark Ruler?
I will look at that. He is playing Salik and Metanoise, and he's even siding into another copy of the Metanoise.
Okay, so he is searching this one out. This is, of course, such a great auto loci.
100%. Just setting that Vanilla Monster seems like a pretty good idea. And I think when I had a quick look at Marcus Patel's hand there, it looked like he drew one of his side deck cards, which is another very strong going second card in this format, and it is evenly matched. But let's first see what Klaus is going for.
Evenly is absolutely phenomenal versus the strategy of Telemans, because, of course, this deck puts up gigantic boards, but they don't really play hard negates.
That's absolutely true. So let's see whether he can
he opens
resolve
double
that.
Dragostapelia. This is going to hurt his grind game a lot this evening.
100%. And we have to say Klaus is actually picking a little bit different of an approach we saw yesterday compared to the decks that, for example, Hermann Hansen brought to the featured match area. Because he was actually just, we saw a lot of combo Telemans, but he didn't go with the dangers. He just rather went with the polymerization and King of the Swamp package instead.
And this mill, of course, he hit a name that he hasn't used before, but it didn't really help him. He also milled 4 spells, and that doesn't do anything. So now he has to Foolish Burial, use another card from his hand to send another Merly, and fusion summon with this. So he can now go into a Kid Kalos and, I don't know, maybe set 2 cards. Yeah,
yes,
exactly.
that Kid Kalos cannot even use its effect anymore because it was being used previously that turn.
He has evenly.
Just wanted to have like one Telemans monster on the board.
And he also has Rivalry in hand, so the chances for Klaus to come back to this are pretty small. Not gonna lie.
Marcus actually kept the Rivalry in. That's insane.
It makes so much sense because the board doesn't put up spell trap negates. You can just wait for your opponent's turn again and then flip the Rivalry. What is he gonna do?
Yeah, you're right. So, and now we have to see what he's starting again with, and he has the unexpected die, which is indeed the one-card starter he needs, because it's, in the end, just absolutely that Lokai. He just wants to get to that Lokai so badly, that little vanilla monster, you wouldn't think that it's so crazy, but it just enables everything for this deck. Oh boy, this is tough for Klaus, and there's the Rika Princess again.
Very strong. Rika Princess is again summoning the Rika Fairy from the hand. And now we have a scoop from Klaus. This is already too much for him. This was the quickest featured match we have ever had, I think.
I think in our whole career, Marcus Patel impressively just destroying his opponent there.
This thing. This is such an early break for us, I guess.
Going second twice, losing the die roll, and then also, of course, having to go second in game 2 as well. And I couldn't even make my joke that I intended to do, because it's very obvious.
Busty.
Yes.
Hit me with it.
Yes, I worked on it so hard, because there's also one very, very, very good Rika card, which was around for a while, which is Rika Patell. And I mean, do you get it? Rika Patell,
no,
Marcus Patel.
Now
of
that
course,
you
the
explained it to me, thank you. Now I got it.
He had to play the Rika deck, so that's crazy. We have a winner of the feature match. It is Marcus Patel. People are packing up, so let's get back over to us. That was maybe really the quickest feature match we ever had in our casting career.
So, and this is not exactly how we wanted this to go. I'm not going to lie to you guys. I wanted to show you guys the Rika deck because it deserves attention. We've even featured it in our deck profiles.
Yes.
So why don't we just talk a bit about the Rika deck?
For sure.
So I can tell you something about the cards. I can't show you the cards right now because we have to be in the
Yeah, of course, no problem. But
overlay,
we can talk about the process of getting there. We said that it's a one-card starter combo deck.
Yeah.
We want to have that Lokai, which is not a Rika card.
Yeah.
Rather a Sun Avalon card, and it gives you access to your Sun Avalon Link 1, of course.
Trias.
And that's, Trias, exactly. And that brings you everywhere you need. Where are we going with this? Go ahead, take it away.
Thank you for throwing me under the bus, Bastian. So you're going to search the spell with Trias, and this spell sewing is going to special summon out the Sunsea Twins, and I think Sunsea Twins is going to get you back the Lokai, and from that point on, you can go different routes. I have seen people who are explaining the deck to me saying that this is the point where you decide where you are going.
Absolutely. But always you are going into Jasmine. Jasmine is just so strong of a Link 2. Such a generic plant searcher, just insane. And over Jasmine, you basically get access to the Rika engine then. And we talked about it. It is a combo deck. So let's talk about the output that the deck has. What is the final end board we're aiming for? What kind of interruptions are we providing? What is going to happen on the end board in the end?
I don't know if it's the most important card, but I think it is by far the coolest card. It is the new field spell, Rika Concon. Because this card allows you to, once per turn, in any turn, tribute summon, or not tribute summon, but tribute for cost a monster of your opponent instead of tributing a plant monster. And you're having a nice, tidy little trap card.
Yeah, but hello, Lair of Darkness, my old friend, right? It's pretty similar, actually.
You are on fire today. So you have the Ricochet, which allows you to tribute a plant monster for cost, and then target a monster of your opponent, negate the effect, and then take it to your side of the field.
Yes.
But if you're smart, you're tributing a monster of on your opponent's side and then taking away the other monsters. So you basically tribute a monster and steal a card just from a trap card. That is really strong. And now, why don't we just let Marcus tell you something about the deck himself? So let's go over to Ed for the winner's interview.
Hi guys, so I am here with Marcus Patel, who's just won, I think, the fastest feature match we've definitely seen at the Euros so far. That was an amazing 2-0 match that went incredibly quickly. First off, congratulations. That was an amazing win. I want to ask a little bit about the Euros. How does it feel to be back at tournaments this year? Because obviously you were at the UK Nationals this year. You're obviously here now at the Euros. How does it feel to be back at these?
My favourite events are always the international events. You get to travel with friends, and there's a different competitive atmosphere than you do to really domestic events, and I kind of just love that overall.
So you had an immensely swift game one. Talk to us a little bit about what happened in that first round where you just basically made him scoop straight away.
That was not, I didn't do anything special. He just drew a very bad hand. I'm sure majority of hands would have been able to win that game. It was unfortunate for him to draw like an unplayable hand.
And then what happened in game two?
I drew a very strong card, evenly matched, into his board, and it just kind of traded really well. And then I just won from there.
So you're using a deck that's quite unusual in this current format. We've got a lot of people using Sprites, Telemons, which you're obviously against. So talk to us about your Plant, Rika, Sun Avalon deck. Why are you choosing to use that? What is it that you like about the deck?
I think it countered the meta very, very well when you consider all the non-engine cards that all the other top decks are playing. The end board it makes just kind of can beat the top 2 decks. So yeah, I just think it does really well into the current room.
What are you nervous about going up against in the rest of the tournament?
It depends. Mainly trap decks, like decks I haven't accounted for in my side deck. That's about it. I can always get unlucky. That can happen to anyone. I just got to try my best, pretty much. But I feel all right. I feel good.
So yesterday you were on the no feature list, which is a list we have where people opt out of being part of the feature matches. But today we've had you on in the fastest match ever. Why did you choose today to reveal your secrets to the tournament?
There's a couple of us who are also playing this deck, and we felt like if someone on stream early on in the day, it might give us a disadvantage in day 2, whereas if we went now, I think it's less easy to actually see all the cards of the deck and, prepare for it. Yeah, there's just multiple of us in the tournament, and one person on stream could affect everyone else. So happy to do it today just because it's a lot harder to, investigate the deck.
Fair enough. Well, you now have a clean sheet of wins at the moment, so best of luck for the rest of the tournament. I hope it goes well. Guys, don't go anywhere. We've got a little bit of a break before we come back with our next round. We've only got 2 more rounds of Swiss after this before we get into our top cut. Don't go anywhere. So we're going to do a little bit of a sneak peek behind the scenes here. So for those of you who've never been to an event before, this is how the process works. For some of you who've been to some of our live events, this is going to be a very familiar process. As you can see behind me, we have hundreds upon hundreds of duelists all lining up just to sign up for this, the Yu-Gi-Oh! Trading Card Game European Championships in 2022, live from Antwerp. And so every single one of these participants is going to be earning a very specific present just by signing up. So this here is one of the main participant presents that people are going to be getting. This is an amazing Nibiru playmat. And on top of that as well, people are going to be earning one of these World Championship Qualifier sleeve packs. Very exciting. Everyone taking part is going to be walking home with one of these. And I'm sure everyone's very excited to take these home. We've got lots more prizes to show you and lots more event coverage coming up. So don't go anywhere.
New for Yu-Gi-Oh! Dimension Force! 100 new cards you can add to your deck, plus tie-ins with Tactical Masters. New Predaplant fusions. New Performa Pals. And the first ever Pendulum monster that's also a ritual. Odd Eyes Pendulum Graph Dragon. Yu-Gi-Oh! Dimension Force. Available now. 9 cards per pack. Each pack sold separately.
Welcome back to your coverage here in Antwerp for the Yu-Gi-Oh! Trading Card Game European Championships in 2022. Right now, I'm joined by our Italian duo, Alberto and Marcello, who are going to talk to us a little bit about the metagame at the moment. So guys, obviously we've just had Power of the Elements come out. Talk to us a little bit about how that's changed the landscape of the game.
Absolutely, it has been an incredible set. I think one of the most impactful of the last years. I don't honestly remember something as impactful as it is. It introduced a lot of new decks, and at the same time it gave existing decks a lot of powerful tools to compete in. So we are expecting a very diverse meta this weekend. But of course, on top of them all, I have to bring out and talk about Spright as the first deck. That has been in the mouth of players for months now, because it has been dominating all over Japan. So we always have to look at what's happening over there. And although there are some main differences, one being that Maxi is not legal over here, which is a great tool because the deck is pretty much made of level shoe monsters. You can search them through Spright Gigantic, and Maxi is one of them. So thanks to Swap Frog, which is an all-time favorite, especially for me and Alberto, you can get Maxi back to the end. We could see something similar this weekend happening with Ash Blossom, because all of your tuners are searchable, and you can also bring them back. And we know Totally Awesome is an amazing card, and the deck is just able to consistently bring up a board. Main 12 to 15 hand shops even, and we will actually have the chance to bring you guys the percentages for the most played cards throughout the weekend. But already a sneak peek can be that Dark Lure No More is quite popular, and that is mainly because it beats Spright. So I'm sure we will see a lot of them, and I would be absolutely astonished if none of them top the event. But Alberto, what is the other deck from Power of the Elements you want to talk about?
Yeah, on the other side there's the TR Element deck, which is in my opinion incredibly powerful, and I think we will be seeing very nice matches between Spright and TR Elements. As you said, Spright plays a lot of entraps, and on the other hand with TR Elements, actually with Dark Lure No More, super polymerization, it has a lot of cards, and in my opinion there's the Ophinis, which is kind of an entrap, because it's really powerful. You basically can reveal it during your opponent's turn, and then you can basically mill 3. And then this deck can basically abuse of Shadow Winda. It's incredible powerful card against every single deck of the format, but what I really like about this deck is also their fusion summon monsters. So the Kid Kalos and El Kaledohar, they're very powerful. You search this card and basically you can get rid of your opponent's cards as well. I think about talking the side decks, but we'll be seeing that during the weekend it's not going to be that easy because, like as you said, Spright plays a lot of end traps. So like during the mirror matches, I think it's not going to be super easy for our players. But on the other hand, TR Elements is here. Can't wait to see it in action.
Yeah, and as you mentioned, the key word of the deck is, send cards from the top of your deck to the graveyard. And a similar mechanic is excavating, of course. And one deck that I'm looking forward to seeing in action is once again Punk. We have seen how throughout the last meta games it has been played with a lot of different engines, the Adventurer package, and just having the option to pretty much use any type of monster in the extra deck, so Synchros, XYZs, Link monsters, sometimes even fusions, and I'm looking forward to the new Punk cards released. So the Fuse Spell is incredible. It allows you to draw twice per turn, so you can just with one emergency teleport even combine the engine. So what I'm looking forward is going to be these maybe even 60 cards decks, which I'm a personal fan of, with Punk cards, maybe even TR Elements cards within. Some people I've heard have even mixing up the Spright cards or at least Swap Frog within, so we might see these very powerful high risk, high reward kind of strategies, and I think the Punk engine is amazing. I think I'm a big fan of it, especially in the TR Element deck. I think it has a lot of merits. We might see some old cards like Dangers as well, so there is a lot of interesting engines to see in action, but I think one deck again from Power of the Element, maybe a dark horse of the event. I'm gonna leave Alberto talking about it. What is it?
So I'm super excited to bring you guys a little bit of talk about Mathmech, which is in my opinion an incredible deck, thanks to the newest addition in Power of the Elements of Mathmech Circular, which alone brings you up an incredible board. Basically you can special summon it, sending a card from your deck to the graveyard. We can go on with the combo, but basically you can go into your XYZ monsters very easily with only one card. And then on the other hand, also it super speed things up with the Mathmech diameter, which is basically an omni-negate during the turn you XYZ the monster during the turn it is used. The deck is super powerful because once again it plays around 15 hand traps, and if you basically are prepared to play against Spright decks or tier element, maybe Mathmech could be your choices for this event. Also because I don't think it could be an overestimated deck. In my opinion, people will of course rely on their resources, but Mathmech, it could be really the outsider of this weekend. We will see. I'm very looking forward to seeing this deck in action.
So we've got Punk, Tier Element, Spright, Mathmech. Are there any other meta decks that have been dominating the landscape for a bit that you are also excited to see over the weekend?
Absolutely. So as we have mentioned, Power of the Elements, amazing set. A lot of new, completely new decks, but some of the decks we have seen already at the past events. And of course, an highlight of the weekend will be the National Championship. So we have had an incredible attendance and a lot of different decks winning them. So we'll see, and we'll even get to talk to some of the national champions to see how their decks, which were pretty much almost 2 months ago, 1 month ago, even some of the national championships, if these decks are still valid. I think most of them will be actually interesting. I'm looking forward to seeing some Eldritch in action, actually. It's not the most loved deck, I think, but as Alberto and me were going through, many decks are maining this weekend 12 to even 15 entrops, cards like Dark Lure No More, and all of these cards are not very useful against Eldritch. So I think it is one of those moments in which once again you can choose your favorite trap cards. Depending on the deck, we could see again there can only be one goes and match. All of these cards are still very relevant, but there are also some interesting tech cards I've seen people come up with, like Summon Limit or even End the Band Played On, which is amazing against Spright because they're all level 2s, as I mentioned. So I think Eldritch again will be a nice choice, and alongside it maybe also Flowandries, which is again a rogue deck, but it dominated the Italian National Championship, which we have commentated. So we'll see if again, thanks to a Dimensional Shifter, which is amazing against Tier Elements by itself, will be good. But I don't know if you have any other picks for the weekend from these old decks.
I'm really curious to see if players will rely on Dragon Link, a deck that we have seen over the past few years, still here dominating the scene. I think the deck is super powerful at the moment, especially because like with big bodies on the board, you can really break your opponent's field. I would really like to see some players will play Salamangreat, which at the Italian National Championships we have 1 players in the top 4 actually. And I would really like to see if some players will play it also because like at the moment Nibiru the Primal Being is not played so much, especially because like Spright, as you said, is able to bring up on the field the Spright Red, which basically would prevent your opponent from activating the Nibiru from his hand. I would really like to see if some players will rely on it. We will see. Looking forward to it.
It's going to be very exciting. So we talked a little about the meta. Are there any rogue or off-meta decks that you'd personally quite like to see over this weekend? Because I'm a dinosaur fan, and I know there's at least one person who's running some kind of dinosaur deck, which is exciting for me. But do you guys have any off-meta picks that you'd quite like to see?
Absolutely. It wouldn't be as exciting for me to see Tyranno. I still have some flashbacks in my mind, but yeah, for sure there are a lot of decks, and there are some decks which also aren't considered as, let's say, full potential reached yet. So, for example, one of them, again, from Power of the Elements could be Exosister. So that deck also is an interesting one, which I hope we will see with Marta. Exosister, again, being the key card of the deck. It's a very interesting play style. So I'm sure that with such a huge crowd, we will see some of them maybe sneaking even in the top cut. There is a chance, and we will find out soon, if maybe for the first time in history we will get a top 128. So in that case, there is even a higher chance of one of these decks sneaking in. So I'm definitely looking forward to some of them. So.
About me, I was thinking about Marincess.
Oh yeah, okay.
Because basically at the Italian National Championship we were super impressed by these two players basically breaking the field and crushing it like crazy, especially because like I think that if you know how to play it properly, also your opponent is scared on how to play his end traps correctly. So hopefully we will get to see Marines in action. It was super incredible, nice to see it at the Italian National Championship this year. Again, Shu players, I think they made top 16, both of them. Yeah. It's super fun, incredible to see, like incredible combo on the field. Definitely my pick for your questions.
It's going to be very exciting to see what happens. But before we return back to some of the other coverage, there's one thing I want to bring up with you two. So you two are quite well known for sort of placing a friendly bet on what deck you think is going to possibly win the entire tournament. So this is the Euros, it's a very big championship. What decks do each of you foresee as potentially winning the event?
Yeah, I mean, I'm gonna go first just because of everyone playing, which fears Alberto answers because usually he's always failed with the pick. So if you're playing the deck for Alberto, unfortunately, you're not in time to change your deck anymore, but hopefully it will go as well. So I want to go with some version of tier elements. I think the deck maybe is slightly less consistent than other decks, but I really enjoy watching it. And maybe I'm going to go even with some like 50 card version, so with maybe Dangers, even Punk, why not? I'm really looking forward to some of these combo tier elements deck.
It's probably going to call it, but I am a super fan of Totally Awesome, so I have to say it's Spright. I've been looking forward to this deck, honestly. I have sweet memories about playing Swap Frogs, actually, so I have to say Spright. So hopefully, guys, I will not bore any of you. But yeah, we will see if this one time maybe I will pick the right one.
We certainly will. It's going to be very exciting to see if either of those decks win, because you never know what happens at these events. Anything can happen. But thank you very much, guys, for talking to us a bit about the meta. Don't go anywhere, because we have plenty more coverage of this Yu-Gi-Oh! Trading Card Game European Championship live from Antwerp, and we'll be right back with more.
Hello everybody and welcome back to the coverage of the European Championship Tour 2022. And now we're here with a deck profile. And actually I'm here with Dennis, and Dennis is going to talk a bit about the Rika Sun Avalon deck. So let's get into it. Let's talk about the first card we have here.
Okay, so right here we have Sunseed Genius Loki. That's basically the core center card of the deck. If you have this card, you can pretty much end on like 7 disruptions. Yep. This card starts everything because if you link it off, you search, and then you just continue to search into other cards.
Yeah, and now we get into the Rika part, because the new cards out of Power of the Elements are actually some Rika cards, which made this a lot better now, right?
Yeah, so with the Loki, you search in most of the time into this, and this card is a monster negate in the graveyard and in the hand. And it's basically together, combined with the field spell, you can tribute your opponent's monsters for cost, and which makes the deck really strong.
Yeah, Rika Princess and Rika Kong Kong really push the deck a lot, because it gives a new dimension to the deck basically, because it can also work in the graveyard. And the end goal of the deck pretty much is creating a big combo board, right? With like multiple layers. And we can talk about one combo part, one part of the end board basically. So
basically you have Bang & Answer, the Resurgent. This card is basically just a bounce, but in combination with the other planned cards, It works really great with them because you take damage if you bounce something, and that can trigger your other planned effects. So it's really strong, and also he comes back if he's in the graveyard. You can banish some links, and then he comes back. So
Yeah.
some recursion.
For sure, yeah. The engines just work well together overall, for sure. So what do you think is the biggest strength of the deck going into this tournament?
The biggest strength is definitely going first, because you can pretty much set up the best board in the current format, I would say. There's not really a deck that can play through it if you fully get to combo off. The deck definitely struggles with going second, but with the new Rika cards, it has become much easier because you can just tribute your opponent's monsters for cost, and that makes it much easier.
Yeah, I mean, activate Field Spell, then activate Rika Glamour to actually tribute opponent's negates is kind of nice, right? Yeah. So we talked about the strength. What is like the downside and maybe the side deck cards that you're fearing for this event specifically?
So before, with Justice and Avalon stuff, it was Dark Ruler No More, or Droplet. It was very strong. But now, with the Rika cards, you have multiple layers of this disruption. Not only just monsters, but also traps, the field spell, and also graveyard effects. So it's really hard to actually counter the deck with one side deck card. But I would say the strongest one is definitely evenly matched, because the deck doesn't really have that many Omni Negates. So you just most of the time you have just one with Regulus, or maybe two with Griffin. But it's always...
And yeah, those are not in-engine both, so you have to rely on them drawing them basically, right? Some of the time.
Yeah.
But yeah, definitely a very, very cool deck with lots of layers. But now, the interesting question. What do you think, how will this deck be performing at this weekend? How many people will actually make top cut with a Rika variant?
I would probably guess maybe 1 or 2, if we talk like top 16. Mm-hmm. I doubt 2, but maybe 1.
Let's see. I'm excited to see Rika in action over the weekend. Thank you for the interview. And we go back to the live coverage of the European Championship. See you over there.
New for Yu-Gi-Oh! Dimension Force! 100 new cards you can add to your deck, plus tie-ins with Tactical Masters. New Predaplant fusions. New Performapals. And the first ever Pendulum monster that's also a ritual. Odd Eyes Pendulum Graph Dragon. Yu-Gi-Oh! Dimension Force. Available now.
9 cards per pack. Each pack sold separately.
Also available, Yu-Gi-Oh! Master Duel.
Rated T for teen.
So now we're going to showcase to you some of the amazing prizes that you guys can win by participating in some of the public events here at the Yu-Gi-Oh! European Championships 2022. So the way it works, by taking part in those public events, you can earn yourself tokens. The better you perform, then the more tokens you'll earn. You can then take these tokens to the wonderful prize wall, where you can exchange them for a number of different prizes of varying costs. So for instance, we have these 2-deck boxes, some World Championship qualifier deck boxes. We even have things like Funko Pop Yu-Gi-Oh! Things for you to get. These kind of prizes are something you can get here for those tokens. We also have an amazing range of these wonderful play mats that you guys can exchange those tokens for. On top of the wonderful range of play mats, we also have OTS packs, we have YCS tokens, we have score pads, we have Trials of the Pharaoh packets of Speed Duel cards, and also very excitingly, we have uncut sheets of the Yu-Gi-Oh! Card printings, and that's a very rare prize that you guys can get your hands on by taking part in these events. So to get your hands on these prizes, like I said, you have to come over here with your tokens and speak to the wonderful staff like Michael, who will be awarding you whatever you have won. So Michael, tell us a little bit about the kind of things that people have been asking for today from you.
Well, people have really been interested in the OTS packs. People love to pull those ultimate rares. Other people have been interested in the playmats on across the table, some more than others. We also have deck boxes that people have picked up every now and again.
So tell us what your personal favourite item is that you've got available here.
Well, my personal favourite will have to be one of the pop figurines, in particular this one here.
So you guys can get your hands on these by exchanging those public event tokens for some of these amazing prizes from the wonderful staff like Michael. Don't go anywhere, we've got plenty more of this coverage coming up very soon.
I've been waiting for you, Yugi.
Good, because I have a new strategy for you. It's my turn. I draw. Charge toward victory, Master of Chaos! Believe in the heart of the cards, and you can build your perfect deck. Yu-Gi-Oh! Trading Card Game, Battle of Chaos, now on sale, including a special original Dark Magician. It's time to duel.
Welcome back, guys, to another deck feature. This time we have my favorite Belgian player with my favorite deck. This is Max van Eversale with Mathmech. Max, hi, how are you?
Hi, I'm fine. How are you?
Well, thanks for asking. I'm fine too. So, you're going to tell us something about the Mathmech deck. What are the 4 most important cards of the deck?
Well, the most important new card is actually the Circular. It is basically the glue that binds the deck together. It can specially summon itself freely, and it sends for cost when it does that. Also, when it searches the best card in the deck, the trap card, Superfactorial, which is basically the same thing as Tribegate Revolt, but it summons a better monster than SHUEISHA, because it summons the Laplace. It also just sends a monster, a spell, or trap, and 1 card from the hand to the grave.
Non-targeting.
Yeah, non-targeting. And when it's made with the other best card, the 4th best card, with the Circular, no, this is Diamond, sorry, then it also becomes an Omni-Negate. And the greatest part about all of this is just how easy you have access to these cards.
Yeah, so what do you think is the overall strength of the deck? What makes this deck a top contender?
Well, as I said, like the ease of access. You have Silent Mining, you have Small World, you can use the Link 4 to get your access to the Circular, and him on his own is basically all you need.
Yeah. Circular is a crazy 1-card combo that even gets better with all the extenders that you're playing. So talk about the weaknesses of the deck. What is the side deck card you would be most afraid of?
Well, the side deck card I'm most afraid of is a card that is being main decked right now, and that is DD Crow. So that and Ghost Bell, just anything that can actually stop your best interaction. Because the Superfactorial, if that gets stopped, it is your strongest play.
Yeah, that's indeed true if this card gets stopped. That is really rough, but you have other interactions to kind of prevent it from being stopped. So what do you think? How many players are going to top with this deck, this event?
If I would say on top 64, I would think at best there will be like 5 playing a package like Circular. Because even though it is a good and consistent deck, it will have problems facing the meta right now, and because of DD Crow main deck and all that stuff.
Thank you very much, Max. That was very insightful. And we are going to head back to the coverage.
Ghosts from the Past, The Second Haunting, with dozens of new cards, plus 9 famous Ghost rares from all Yu-Gi-Oh! Eras. Yu-Gi-Oh! Ghosts from the Past, The Second Haunting.
20 cards per box, each box sold separately.
Hello everybody and welcome back to the coverage of the European Championship 2022. And now we're here with a deck
Hello, so before we jump into the next round, we're going to be answering some of the questions from you guys that you've sent in on both Twitter and Instagram. Thank you to everyone who submitted the questions. I'm joined by our wonderful German commentary team, Sebastian and Leonard. Guys, let's kick off with the first question. How are you doing today?
Absolutely great. I mean, we're still very energized because the day just started. Today is the day where the action happens. We're going to see top card, which is the most intense part of the tournament, so I'm looking forward to it.
How about you, Leonard?
Yeah, he just stole my answer. I told him before. No, of course, I'm also absolutely doing great. This is perfect. I've been looking forward to this whole thing, and I can't believe we are finally doing this.
I know, it's so exciting after so long. It's been nice to see all the players as well getting excited to finally be back at these in-person events. So going to rattle through some of these questions, guys. Rack your brains with these. Question 1, favorite archetype in general?
Yes. I will have to go with a fan favorite, and it is Sky Strikers. I love that deck from its release, and I just play it non-stop pretty much since then, and I can't get away from it, have to say.
How about yourself?
It has to be Tricksters. I won Nationals with it, so this has to be my favorite archetype forever.
I'm personally a sucker for dinosaurs, but that's just me. So question 2, how did you get into Yu-Gi-Oh?
Oh, that was a long time ago. I've been playing this game for a while, and it was just for the series. I watched the series, and then I picked up the cards, and from there on, it was only going Yu-Gi-Oh non-stop for me.
How about yourself?
This is actually a funny story. I wasn't allowed to watch TV except for the real kids shows. And one morning when I was 5 or 6, I snuck out of my bed, went to the living room, turned on the TV. First thing I saw was Beaver Warrior, and I was in love. And to answer the question again for the competitive side, I was starting to study, getting my first real deck. And a friend of mine from uni actually was like, do you want to come to Rimini with us and play Yu-Gi-Oh! In Italy? And I was like, okay, let's go. And then I fell in love with the game even more.
It's impossible not to fall in love with a game like this. So we'll go on to our next question. What is your favorite card in the current format?
That's a tough question because there's so many cool cards from the new set Power of the Elements, but I really, really like Ultimate Slayer. That's such a super cool card going second, gives a new aspect to the game, and I really think that's the best card, and I'm looking forward to playing it myself as well.
We've seen a handful of decks playing that this weekend, so a good choice. What about yourself?
It's Ghostbell and Haunted Mansion. I'm a Mathmech player. And this card is defensive and aggressive, so you can actually negate like Telemans effects. You can stop Ronin Totem from summoning itself back, and of course you can protect your Super Factorial from Crow or Called by the Grave. So this is basically my favorite card in this format.
Strong answers all around, so we'll rattle on to our next one. Are there any decks that you're hyped to see this weekend that maybe we haven't seen yet already?
Absolutely. For example, Sky Striker there would be, which we haven't seen yet, which is my favorite deck. And then on the other hand, maybe also, I can give a little spoiler already, maybe to our next featured match. I would love to see Altergeist maybe. That would be a cool thing as well.
Keep an eye out for that, just in case that does happen to feature. What about yourself?
So I want to really have Sun Avalon Rika get another shot. Like, this was a really quick featured match in round 1. I really want to see the deck combo off.
I will be interested to see. I know that there's at least one person playing a dinosaur deck, and I don't know how they're doing, but I hope that they're going to top the event. They won't, but it's nice for me to think about it in some kind of way. So the next question that I have is, what does Pot of Greed do?
Oh, good that you asked me first, because I can say it probably draws 2 cards. That is what I remember.
Maybe. Do you remember?
I think you banish the top 10 cards of your deck face down and then draw 2.
That was it. I can't believe you got that wrong. Gosh. Okay, we move on to the next one. What's the most unique deck that you think you've seen so far in this tournament?
I don't know whether it's unique, but I think the variant that the Teeleman deck took now for this event is really crazy. The approach they took with the Dangerous and all that stuff, it just looks crazy. The output is great. I'm really looking forward to see more of that deck, and I think it's a really, really good candidate to win the tournament.
And Leonard, what about you?
I was actually going to jokingly say Elements, but that was Busty's serious answer, so now I'm kind of baffled. I would say that it is the Sun Avalon Rika variant, because there are few players playing it and they are all doing really well.
I mean, like you said, that last round that we saw, which was a swift 15-minute, 8-minute. God, I didn't even realize it was that quick. It just happened so fast. So I do want to see how that deck performs in the rest of the tournament. Then I have one final question for you guys. What is your favorite deck in the format?
Oh, for me, it's Pure Punks, actually. We haven't seen that a lot lately, but I'm playing the deck for a while. I love that it gives you a lot of options versus the opponent, because you have a lot of points of interaction in the opponent's turn as well. So that's why I prefer this deck at the moment, and I love to pilot it.
And over to you for the final answer of this questionnaire.
It's got to be Mathmech. I mean, in school I was not really the math guy, but right now with Yu-Gi-Oh! I can find my way with Mathmech. So it's perfect. I love the deck so much. It's really cool. You can play it through so many hand traps. It's amazing.
Very good. So I hope you guys have also been answering these questions yourself in the chat. What decks do you guys like? What's been your favorite card of the latest set? These are all questions we want to hear from you guys about. But do not go anywhere, because we've got our next round coming up very shortly, and you're going to be hearing from these two as they commentate their way through round 11.
New for Yu-Gi-Oh! Dimension Force! 100 new cards you can add to your deck, plus tie-ins with Tactical Masters. New Predaplant fusions. New Performapals. And the first ever Pendulum monster that's also a ritual. Odd Eyes Pendulum Graph Dragon. Yu-Gi-Oh! Dimension Force. Available now.
9 cards per pack. Each pack sold separately.
Welcome back to the coverage of the European Championship 2022, and I'm here with Joshua Schmidt.
Hi.
How do you feel today?
I'm feeling good. Arrived yesterday, so I had a good night of sleep, not too tired. Excited for the event.
Great, great. We're all excited. And you're going to showcase us one of the big new decks. You're going to talk about Spright. So let's just start off with the first card.
Okay, so I chose one of the most important main deck monsters as the first one to show off, which is Spright Blue. They have a bunch of different ones, but this one is definitely the best one and the most important card of the deck, because you can special summon it when you have a level or rank 2 monster, and it adds any Spright monster from the deck to your hand. So that's how you get any of your combos going. And just dump the board full of level 2 monsters and go into your powerful extra deck monsters, which the more prevalent one, or the ones you make first most of the time, is Gigantic Spright, a rank 2 XYZ monster with 1600 attack, which can go up to 3200 if you have a Link monster under it, because it has a very unique...
Wait, what is that mechanic all about? Yeah, talk more about that.
It's got the very unique treat that you can use Link monsters as the material and treat them as level 2 monsters when you XYZ summon it. Link 2 monsters to be specific, because the whole archetype just is around everything 2. Level 2, rank 2, Link 2 is what it's all about. So for this one you can even use Link monsters, and it summons any level 2 monster from your deck. And it also restricts you into only summoning level rank Link 2 monsters for the rest of the turn, but it also applies to your opponent, which sometimes helps you to beat cards like Nibiru, which they cannot use after you've used your Gigantic Spright.
Yeah. Just your own engine all of a sudden playing around opponents' interactions. Pretty cool.
Yeah, and it's also worth noting that it is not restricted to the archetype. It can summon any level 2, which we'll get to in a second, what kind of cool things we can do with that.
Yeah.
But before we do that, I want to mention the other Spright extra deck monster, which is Spright Elf, a Link 2 monster this time around. And he's a very powerful effect of you can bring back a level 2 monster from your graveyard, and it's not only on your turn, but it's a quick effect, so you can also do it on the opponent's turn. And as a little bonus, it also prevents the monster it targets to from it points to from being targeted. So that comes in handy a lot of the time. And now, what do we do with all of this? We summon. We summon Totally Awesome, because we summon Swap Frog from the deck with Gigantic Spright.
The two are forever together again.
Yes. I'm very hyped to play this card again this weekend. And what we do is, what we try to end on is the Spright Elf on the field alongside the Totally Awesome that cannot be targeted. And so we have a negate with the Totally Awesome, we take the card away from our opponent, and we can use the Spright Elf to bring the Totally Awesome back, because Spright Elf is allowed to bring back Links and XYZ monsters as long as your opponent has a monster on the board. So we get 2 Toad negates out of 1 card, and that's pretty neat. The deck has more tricks up to its sleeve, but that is the main combo you're trying to achieve on turn 1, is to set up the Elf and the Toad.
That all sounds pretty impressive already. What would you say is like the biggest upside, the biggest strength of the deck?
I think it's very consistent. Like, it does what it wants to do with pretty much every hand, because there's like, you don't have to open the blue. You can also open the Jet, which is the Spright that searches a spell card, and you have spell cards that get you the blue. And so like, it really doesn't matter which card you open with. They all end up giving you the same amount of level 2 bodies onto the field. You also, what's really nice is you don't have to draw the Swap Frog, because Gigantic just summons it from your deck. So the deck pretty much does the same opening every single time. And because there are Spright main deck monsters that negate monster effects and spell and trap cards, you have very good ways to play around any hand trap in the game pretty much. So at going first, the deck is very, very consistent and does what it wants to do pretty much every single time. I think that's the best thing about it.
And speaking about the strength, we of course also have to look into the not so good parts about the deck. What would you say is like the worst about it, and what are you fearing the most this weekend, maybe especially in terms of side deck cards you're about to see?
There is a few things that lock the Spright deck completely out of the game. One thing worth mentioning, I suppose, that a lot of tier element players can do and will probably do this weekend is a card like Deck Devastation Virus, because they all are very small before they turn into the Link and the XYZ monster, so it will usually take away most of your hand if that card is being flipped on you turn 1. So that's something that's very scary when your opponent gets to start. In general, the deck is, because all of them only special summon themselves when you have a monster on the field, the deck can be a little bit vulnerable to removing the first level 2 monster from your board, and if you don't manage to have like cards that special summon more level 2 monsters, that's very bad. Like if they tier limit Meta Noise, which flips your first level 2 monster face down, you might have some trouble getting the Spright cards out of your hand, because they do all require you to have some sort of board presence already.
Sure. So that looks very, very good and promising. What would you say, what kind of percentage of Spright players will be in the top card? Like, how many players will be in the top card playing Spright at this event?
I think it's a very strong deck. I think it's going to be a high percentage. The only thing that prevents me from saying like 50% plus is that I think Tier Element is also a very strong contender. So I'd say if we play like a top 128 cut, I'd expect like around 40 to 45 sprites, so maybe like 33% is what I'd guess. It could even be more, but I do think that Tier Elements is also very strong, and they're both going to share like the top spot in that regard.
So we will see for the rest of the weekend whether that assumption is right or not. Thank you very much for the interview.
No worries.
And we're going back to the live coverage of the event now. See you there. Hello everybody and welcome back to the coverage of the European Championship 2022 here in Antwerp. And we have another national champion here. We have Brian Kaiser. Hi Brian, how are you feeling?
Hi, I'm good.
What national did you win actually?
I won the Dutch nationals.
That was one of the earlier nationals, one of the smaller nationals. How many players did you have?
I think it was 330, I think.
Yeah, around 350 I think so as well. I actually played them as well. You did a little better than me. But yeah, what deck did you play back in the day?
I played Sword Sultani.
And what do you think about the deck now? Is it still a viable choice? Is it not that good anymore in the current format? What's your opinion on it?
I think you can play it, but obviously Tier Element and Sprites around the corner, and I don't think it's a good choice.
Did you consider it at all for this tournament?
No, not at all.
I see. But let's talk about your national win more. So you got a cool prize card, you got a nice looking trophy. Where did you put your trophy, for example?
The trophy is in our local store.
Nice. So everybody can see that you're the national champion. All your local people out there and are rooting, yeah, Brian, our national champion.
Yeah, kind of.
That's very cool. So as a national champion, you actually have the benefit of starting into the tournament with a 2-0 record already. So did that change your deck building in any way?
Yeah, of course, because when you start 2-0, you will most likely face the best decks of the format, like Spright, Tier Element. So you can build your deck a little bit, not against the rogue decks, for example. So I think it has of 100% I changed my deck because of it. So I think you have to.
It's just a different scenario because in round 1 and 2 it's pretty much random who you play, and now you have like better opponents because they're also 2-0 from there on. Would be funny if you just play versus another national champion in round 3 then, because they also all have the bye. That would be pretty iconic. But yeah, thank you so much for the interview. That was pretty much it, and we are going back to the live coverage of the event. So see you at the caster's desk.
And welcome back to the European Yu-Gi-Oh! Championship live from Antwerp. We just had a very exciting round in round 10 where Marcus swept a 2-game victory in under 10 minutes. Will we see the same thing happen here? Who knows? No pressure, guys. So to introduce our duelists for round 11, we have Adam Fleming, and we also have an accomplished duelist topping Remote Duel Invitational and second in the UK Nationals, Mr. Alex Robertson. So we are now going to get straight in to our dice roll so that we can see which one of our 2 duelists is going first. Who would like to roll the dice first? Both 6. Our first double roll of the tournament. You can't make up tension like this. Okay, so you're going to start, Alex? Right, guys, best of luck. So I'm going to hand you guys over to Sebastian and Leonard, our German commentary team. Guys, take it away.
Once again, thank you very much, Ed. We are back for you guys, and we have a very, very cool twist happening now because we just had that sweep from Marcus Patel, and we couldn't really see what the Rika deck is about. We just luckily found ourselves a featured match of one of his good mates, Alex Robertson, the second place finisher of UK Nats, who's also actually on this deck, crazily enough.
Yeah, I think there's one more friend of them, and they are all performing so well. I think it's also the same exact deck list.
Exact same deck list, and it was quite funny because we already wanted to feature them yesterday, but they were like, no, day one, we can't have a featured match. Our deck is so spicy, nobody's allowed to see it. But day 2, they were like, okay, everybody knows by now. They saw us playing at the top tables, so we can be in the featured match as well. So we just used that double chance. Now first Marcus and now Alex. And I would say his opponent is also playing something quite cool.
The best thing about our conversation with Marcus was that he said, yeah, nobody knows how to play this deck, and we don't want people to prepare overnight after watching the featured match. And we were like, yeah, we have a deck feature in the coverage.
Yeah, absolutely, absolutely. But yeah, the players are waiting, and we finally want to see that Rika combo going off. So I would say no more time wasting. Let's get into this round 11 featured match. Let's start it right here. We are hyped for this Rika Sun Avalon deck.
Absolutely. Did we already talk about the deck of his opponent, which is also
not
really
yet,
spicy?
But it's going to pop off on the screen there in a second, and it is really spicy. And it actually was the reason we took him for the featured match.
Yeah.
And just by coincidence, we had Alex Robertson as his opponent there.
Yeah, we have Altergeist in the featured match again. Altergeist, a deck that Basti and I have also heavily played. I even took this overseas. I brought this to California, Pasadena.
Yes, fun fact, last European Championship, I piloted Altergeist.
Yeah,
so I
was
really
it a
have a
good
passion
choice?
for this deck. And
Oh,
Alex
Lokai.
Robertson is
Nice.
normal summoning the 1-card starter. We're starting off with the Lokai, and he's of course just link summoning it into the Dryas. This is the start you're looking for, your 1-card starter, and I will have a check on the deck list of our friend Adam Fleming,
Now
who's
the
on the
Sauron
Altergeist
gets
deck.
searched.
What
and
does he have to prevent all of that? I'm checking on hand traps. I mean, one very, very, very prominent hand interaction for the Altergeist deck is, of course, infinite impermanence, because it is a trap and it can trigger your multi-faker. So very obviously he's on that. But besides that, there's only 3 Ash Blossoms, so that's not really his main plan. He doesn't go for the hand trap heavy approach in his main deck.
But I mean, if you have Ash Impermanence, then this might even stop your opponent's turn. Maybe this would have also already been summoned, and now there we have the Sunset Lokai back on the field again.
Yeah, probably. If I learned something by talking to Rika players, Rika Sun Avalon players maybe, you just want to throw that impermanence on the Link 1. You just want to instantly throw it onto the Dryas and then pray that your opponent is not able to continue from there on.
Absolutely. And there in the extra monster zone, we have the plant starter that has been guilty for most of the FTKs we have had with any plants and shenanigans, or big boards at least. Aroma Seraphy Jasmine that special summons a plant monster from the deck as soon as you gain health, if I remember correctly.
Yeah, and the reason that is happening is instantly right underneath her.
Oh no, you just tribute something.
Yeah, true. But
you
he also
add
gains.
on LP. You add on LP gain, but you tribute a monster to a special summon something.
Yes. And we see him already in the motions, and this is like we talked about it at the end of our last feature match. We couldn't see it. This is like the point where you have to decide on which route you're going to take, and that is happening right there. And I think he searched out a Rika card. It looked a little bit like Rika Princess, but I couldn't totally see it. But it looked like Rika Princess. Rika Princess being one of the cards that was just introduced.
No, I don't think it was Rika Princess. I think it was Snowdrop, the Rika Fairy.
Was it Snowdrop? Snowdrop would make sense, but that's also a completely different Rika. It's actually quite funny that he's playing so many Rika cards that he can fit in that big of a Rika engine, but it really is a Rika deck, let's be honest.
And now he summoned Mudan. Mudan summoned itself by tributing one plant monster.
Indeed it does. And I think Mudan, I even like a little bit more than the other one you were just talking about, the Teardrop, because Teardrop, oh no, the Snowdrop, not Teardrop.
No, but he added the Snowdrop. I think Mudan was a hard draw.
Yeah, but for Mudan you only need to tribute one monster, and for Snowdrop you actually rely on having another monster in hand you can special summon alongside it. So it's not really like a starter on its own because it relies on having more cards in your hand to work with. Oh, but there we finally have the Patell. So Marcus Patel couldn't summon it, but we have the Rika Patell here working for his friend Alex Robertson. And there is a field spell now as well. Finally we see this for the first time as well. Rika Konkon, a card which gave an insane push to the strategy because it has such a strong permanent effect and also a cool effect on activation. Walk us through the two effects again.
I mean, I'm even surprised that this card came out so late because when you look at the deck, it looks like this card is the strategy of the deck.
For real, yeah.
This card, if you have a Rika monster on the field, you can set a spell trap with Rika in the name, and once per turn, when you should tribute a plant monster, you can tribute a monster on your opponent's side of the field instead. And this is especially crazy with Ricochet.
Which he just said, yeah.
Yeah, which he just said, because you can tribute a monster on your opponent's side of the field and then negate and take a monster on your opponent's side.
Absolutely. And now there's the first card basically on the board, which will be part of the end board. This is the Bangle Lancer, and the Bangle Lancer actually is a bounce on the opponent's turn. And as you can see here, the good part about this deck, the good part about the Rika deck is that it's so flexible. It does not only provide monster interactions on the field, it also has free back rows here. And the back rows are crazy because Rika Sheet, as you just said, for example, actually is able to tribute an opponent's monster and then also, by its own effect, take control of the monster until the end of the turn.
Look at Bangalance's artwork. This card looks phenomenal.
It really is a plant.
One of the coolest cards that are in the game. Look, if you're looking at the artwork.
For sure, yeah. It really, really is a big plant. So, Link 4 plant, fitting artwork for that, I would say.
It's a tree and it's also like hot. Is there a magma in it? Very cool.
And there we see a very, very old card, which has been used many times. Whenever I see this deck, I think back of Jack Verma being our national champion of Germany with this deck. Not too long ago, 2019 actually.
Yeah, and this card you impermanence. That's a really...
100% you do that.
You have to, because Marionetta actually can set up the Altergeist Protocol permanent trap card, and this card, when it's face up on the field, disables you from negating your opponent's Altergeist effects. So
yep, as soon as you let that resolve, your impermanence is pretty much dead. But this is a very new card we have for the Altergeist theme.
Pukuri.
It is Pukuri. This was released not that long ago, and it was included into Adam's deck. Here you can see it on the screen. And this definitely gave him an option to extend further, even though he got interrupted there.
It reminds me very much of
Microcoder, right?
Microcoder, yeah.
For sure. It is pretty similar. It allows you to link summon from your hand, so he could just put the Pukuri to the graveyard alongside the Altergeist Marionetta, and he got away into the Hextia, which you can see on board there.
And this is really crazy because Ricochet disables your opponent from playing if they have two monsters on board, but if you use Pukuri from hand, or Pukuri, then there are never two monsters on board if you just summon Hextia. But the funniest thing is that even though you're going into a Link 2 monster now, it really doesn't really do too much. It's very slow.
The cool thing is,
and it's bounced already.
Oh, it was bounced.
Yeah,
of course, he just bounces. I just was about to talk about the cool fact that if he tributes it, then he will be able to get to search Altergeist Multifaker, which is the heart and soul of the deck, of course. But when you bounce that, obviously it doesn't happen. So that's really unfortunate for Adam there.
Yeah, now Alex will have to deal with maybe Mystic Mine, because there is triple demise of the land in the deck of Adam.
Oh yeah, oh true, he's playing Demise of the Land, so he's playing the Mine package, so he definitely has to be careful about that here. He doesn't really want to give his opponent a chance to resolve Demise of the Land, and quite honestly, there are a couple of ways to play around Demise of the Land, because Demise of the Land is worded as an when trigger, so it is potentially possible for the card to miss its timing.
Yeah.
Therefore, you can actually just do something which is special summoning as you're chaining one, and then do something else after. And then oh wait, the other way around. But then you can actually chain block it in a way, and then your opponent is not even able to actually activate the Demise of the Land.
Oh, he knows. He knows that Altergeist players are packing this Mystic Mind Demise package. So he's just thinking, yeah, my opponent didn't have any steam last turn, so why don't I just attack, go for over half of the HP, and just chill, basically. This is very patient of Alex, and this is feeling like an easy win for him.
I mean, it looks pretty good, but Adam has 3 set cards, and imagine like it is, for example, just a manifestation to reborn the multi-faker, and then you chain the spoofing.
No multi-faker.
Oh, I mean the Marionetta, but then you chain the spoofing, for example, just shuffling it away. Oh,
we have the Rika Glamour, is it?
This definitely is Rika Glamour, yeah. But you actually do have to tribute your own monster for that, which is pretty unfortunate. And oh, what is he throwing down for that? This must be Ash Blossom, right? It's kind of tough to tell, but it has to be Ash Blossom.
Does he already have the little princess in the GY that negates a card?
Nope. He only has the Patel, which looks quite similar to the princess, but it's not. And there comes...
Oh, yeah, right.
Of course.
Once you tribute this Rika Exceeds monster, which I will get up in just a second.
Good old Strenna.
Yeah, and it has material. Then you can just summon a different Exceeds monster from the extra deck or from the GY and use Strenna as the Exceeds material. And there we have a big tree beast.
Yeah, the sacred tree beast.
Which I unfortunately can't get up for you guys.
Yeah, but it is basically a negate. Oh, and look, he is just instantly using the negate to use to tribute. Oh no, it just attaches something, and then it will... Wait, does it even negate? He's going to his deck. He's actually activating the Mystic Mind. So maybe that was a little bit uncautious of Alex Robertson here, because he pretty much played around that Demise of the Land in his main phase 1 by just going battle phase. But now in main phase 2 he was feeling a little cheeky and he went for another special summon. And there he goes and activates the Mystic Mind from deck through the effect of Demise of the Land.
Absolutely. And oh, this looked like anti-spell fragrance to me, so I was a bit confused, but it's Rivalry of the Warlords, right?
It is Rivalry of the Warlords on the side of Alex, yeah.
Card that doesn't do too much versus Altergeist.
Yeah, the deck itself is actually playing it. Let me see whether Adam is also playing. Yeah, Adam actually is playing a card in his main deck as well, so that will be a pretty easy side out for both players here.
So it is the epic match of spellcasters versus plants.
Yes. And we are about to have some chill turns, I think, as soon as Alex actually finds like something such as another Rika Glamour, for example, he should be good to go, because he can just tribute the Mystic Mind actually to resolve the Rika Glamour, because he still has the Rika Concon up on field, so that's really cool for him.
Does Concon also let you tribute spell or trap cards?
Look, he just said it. He just said it.
Oh.
Oh wait, can you not? Can you not tribute? Go ahead. Is it just monsters? That would be really unfortunate. We just look into Rika Concon again.
Any one face-up monster your opponent.
Oh, it's only monsters, so that's actually not an out in that case. So.
But I think he could go into a Link to Plant card and then go for Glamour and just search something.
True, true. So you can actually just get rid of the one monster he has on board.
But that is a problem. Because okay, so he just uses one monster because his opponent is still playing. He's still playing. Like, mine is not the only option for his opponent. He has had a turn to draw a card.
Yeah, absolutely.
And if you waste all of your resources on just clearing your entire board, then maybe your opponent has a chance to bounce back.
Yeah, that's the thing with Altergeist. I actually tried this version of Altergeist recently as well. And Altergeist is a very slow deck, so it needs time from time to time to actually be able to participate in a matchup with a combo deck. So Mystic Mind actually is there to provide you that time you need. And when you get that time, now resolving Pot of Extravagance as well, then it actually is kind of nice. And you will be able to compete with the deck because you have so many traps.
Oh, and there's Multi-Faker.
There's Multi-Faker and Solemn Strike in your hand. So I think we're going into a good direction for Adam here, to be honest.
Solemn Strike, still a little bit dangerous for him. Gotta be honest.
Yeah.
But what I like most about the Altergeist deck together with Mystic Mind is that you can really juggle with the spoofing, personal spoofing, that just lets you summon Mellowseek, take a card off your opponent's board, chip for 500, and then just shuffle it back to add another resource back to the hand.
100%. You have many ways to actually influence the number of monsters on your own side of the field. Also, Circuitous can just make sure you are actually having a different amount of monsters on the board. Oh, but look, there's another Glamour. So Alex Robertson is actually able to clear it off here. He will just go into end phase, I would assume, and then the Mystic Mine is about to be done for this game.
Doesn't Rivalry stop your own Ricochet?
I mean, in some way it does, yeah, because you can't really take control of non-plant monsters, you're right. So there's normal summon of Circuitous. Adam actually now going into his Altergeist engine, and he's activating Mystic Mine Rider right next to it. So he actually wants to resolve the next copy of it, and therefore even summons a monster himself. But as soon as Alex now is summoning a monster to actually make sure they have even monster numbers for Mystic Mine, there must be a spoofing set, so he can just shuffle away his own monster again.
He will personal spoof the hell out of him.
Yes, I would be pretty sure about that. So Adam, like, in this particular moment, looks like he's in the driver's seat, honestly. It is looking quite good because he is control of the game now, and Alex has to react. But look, in the end phase, of course, he is using the Rika Patell. I don't think Adam thought of that. He could not really activate his spoofing yet because it probably was just still set. And Alex Robertson, of course, uses the effect of Patell in the end phase. I was a bit surprised that he didn't do it. It has to be Patell from now on because honestly, this guy's crashing with the deck, so we have to rename the card, of course. And yeah, I think Adam might have forgot that a little bit there. And
I think so. Now the driver's seat has switched.
I would agree, I guess. That looks not too good because also now it's not just a vanilla body on board, but the Patel actually is able to search for a Rika card now. But Alex still has 4 set cards, which could all be interruptions very much. He had multiple turns to set up those back row cards, and I wouldn't be too surprised if there's also still some interruption left. And I mean, there has to be spoofing, right?
There is a Solemn Strike set that we know of, but then Adam is left at 800 life points, so he theoretically wouldn't even be able to activate Premature Burial.
It's a dangerous game he's playing there.
Yeah.
I think we're now using Bengal Lancer effect in Graveyard to reborn itself. That must be the case.
This card is so good.
Bengal Lancer is really strong. Look, yeah, Adam has to double check on the card as well. Maybe looking whether it is a plant, but yes, they're all plants. It is a plant-based deck, and I'm very happy, honestly, that we see all of these cards now in this game, because in the match of Marcus Patel, which we had last round, we basically couldn't see a single combo piece there. But now we basically already go through all of the Rika and all of the other plant cards in the game 1 already.
So now he is summoning Mudan, the Rika Fairy again.
Yeah.
I'll just also bring that up for you guys, so you can have a idea of how all the Rika cards look and what they do.
Yeah, such iconic artworks as well. Look, now Adam also, in the same column as Alex, actually activates his Rivalry of the Warlords. So 2 rivalries looking at each other, not doing anything, but it does what it needs to do for Adam, because it is a trap card.
It actually has a purpose, and he doesn't want to pay the 1.5k and wait until he can summon the...
Oh, okay. So there is the Solemn Strike now.
Okay, so apparently he tributed the...
He must have tributed the Silk, yeah, for sure.
For what, though?
I'm not 100% sure either.
Ah, wait.
It must have been for Mudan then,
yeah,
right?
for Mudan, right. You can tribute 1 plant monster to Special Summoner.
So Adam has a decision now again, because...
Does he have the Protocol? Yeah, I think the left card is Protocol.
Oh.
No, he isn't activating Protocol. He's just taking his cards and scooping it up. So Alex leads with the 1-0 with his Rickus and Avalon deck.
For sure. So this deck just seems unstoppable. Like, Marcus played it insanely well, even though he hadn't to play a lot.
We didn't really see how he did.
Yeah, but let's talk about the whole story of these guys. I think they're 3 friends.
Yeah.
All doing insanely well with that rogue deck, you gotta say, because nobody really was expecting Rika to go strong here. And I think we saw the record of Alex. Alex is not even defeated this tournament yet. I think he's on 1 draw only.
I
so
think that's possible, yeah. We can check that later when we go back to the other overlay
100%.
again.
And like Marcus Patel is one of the few players being undefeated in the tournament, so it's crazy how the deck is performing. And now let's see what the deck actually is able to put on top of the already cool cards in his main deck. Into the side deck, what is he going to bring in here going second versus this Altergeist deck? For sure, this looks really good.
Like, Dino Wrestler Pancratops has always been a big problem for Altergeist ever since 100%. It's been around. Every time you saw the Pancratops, you were just annoyed by everything, basically. It's just never a good time to play against it. Yep. And also evenly matched, so also Happy's Feather Duster. I mean,
there's a lot.
Since Happy's Feather Duster has been around, there hasn't been much Altergeist play.
Yeah.
Not gonna lie, but I can just imagine how annoying it has to be when you get Feather Dusted as an Altergeist player.
I have that feeling personally. It's a shame. For real, like you don't want to be in your seat when your opponent activates it. But let me talk about Adam's deck list a little bit. He actually has ways to counter that, multiple ways to counter that in his side deck. He's actually siding triple Solemn Judgment, a card that saw more play lately. A lot of decks are actually playing this generically as an out to Dark Ruler, or maybe just also negating the normal Son of Spright deck, stuff like that. But also, he did not only pack these, but there's also Dark Bribe in there, so he really doesn't want to get Feather Dusted. I think it's pretty unlikely we're going to see a Feather Dusted resolve here.
Also, there's something really interesting. He is side-decking Dimension Shifter.
Oh, yeah.
So, of course, this is a great card against almost all the decks. So, my question is, because you can also use it going first and going second, why are you not main-decking it? The disadvantage of not being able to go into Linkuriboh with Melosi can't be that bad that you decide not to run Dimension Shifter. This card auto-wins you so many games. Okay, when you're playing Altergeist, you don't auto-win games. I think because you just get a turn.
I do have an explanation, or at least I could see an explanation, because we saw Spright players actually starting to side deck Dimension Shifters as well. And there's a lot of Spright here in this event. And so this card in the main deck versus Spright is actually not that insane.
I mean, it still stops you from going into Totally Awesome, which is a big part of the combo. And the grind game as well, and that's where you want to get with the deck.
But I mean, if players of a deck actually decide to play the card themselves, how bad can it be? Like,
yeah, but that is just because it makes 2 matchups being Mathmech and
Telements.
How did I forget about Telements?
100%, yeah.
So much better. The card is insane versus them, so the Spright players have decided that, okay, I can end on a Djinn Buster. It's okay, but...
Speaking of insane, the players are insanely ready for Game 2, so let's go over to the table, let the players play, and we will be seeing whether the Altergeist strategy going first, which is the natural habitat of an Altergeist player, is able to put up more than in Game 1. So let's see, Adam. Did you draw into your Dark Bribes and Solemn Judgments or not?
Nice.
We can already see some spell cards in there, that's for sure. I think he
started.
Are
always great, except for Mystic Mine when you're starting.
Except for Mystic Mine going first. That's not really what you want to see.
Nope.
Is he maybe going for another activation of Mystic Mine by just having a monster himself, which he did last game as well?
That is possible as long as he has personal spoofing. He just sets the manifestation, so that means he probably has a protocol already.
Very, very likely.
And now he activates it. No, I'm just kidding, of course.
No, like in general, you're always setting protocols. So if you're setting the manifestation, you are already indicating to your opponent that you do not really have that you do have the protocol alongside.
But that means that there's no personal spoofing here. Alex sets 1 card. And now I'm confused. Oh, he bricks hard or does not want to commit into Mystic Mine.
He just doesn't want to commit into Mystic Mine.
Yeah, he just also considers this time that he is being given until he can draw cards or draw side deck cards. Like, he's just sitting there, okay, I can't take damage either. If I could take damage, it wouldn't be too much. So let me just also sit on your Mystic Mine because you, my friend, just locked yourself out and I'm waiting for my Harpy's Feather Duster.
Yeah, I think so as well. Alex is just sitting there chill, and we see he has so many options in his side deck, so many back row removal cards that he could actually do a lot of stuff. He is summoning the Patell here for real. And Adam now knowing that they both have 1 monster on board, there would be a way to just instantly, if he has the personal spoofing, shuffle away the Marionettes so that the Rika Patell, I think, is Rika Patell activating its effect on summon? No, it's just doing the main phase. So he could have just shuffled the Marionette away and the Patell would have not been able to use its effect, but he just lets it resolve. So maybe there's not even the spoofing set.
Oh, so Mudan is being summoned again, tributing the Rika Patel. Rika Patel, of course, always being able to summon itself back from the graveyard in the end phase.
It's such a free resource, right? Yeah. It's amazing how Patel works for the deck. And we see him using Mudan a lot as well, so that seems to be very much his main point of going to after the Patel, and he prefers the Mudan over the Teardrop a lot.
Yeah. I love how grindy effects have made their way back into Yu-Gi-Oh! There were some formats in the past few years where the grind potential didn't really have an impact. It was just your first turn board, and now there's this. Now you also have like effects like summon me back in the end phase, and in the main phase you can search something again, and people are relying on it. People want it. They are like, okay, I can't OTK you at all, so let me just gain extra resources wherever I can and then outgrind you, and I love this.
Yes,
Shifter.
and we have the Dimension Shifter now. And there comes the Con-Con. Of course, he wants to activate the effect of Con-Con on activation to set himself Rika Glamour, of course. And I love this Rika Son of a Long deck, because before the release of Power of the Elements, we did just have the Son of a Long deck searching for something that he could put inside the deck alongside of it.
Yeah.
So like Furions were played, we also played the Adventurer package, of course, but now Rika just seems like the perfect fit for the deck. It just seems like the perfect mix of both plants engines there. You actually could fit plants to a plants deck, so that's really, really fitting. And yeah,
okay, so Adam just set another card, and Alex in the end phase just summoned back Rika Patel, so that Mystic Mine gets destroyed, and I think it's Alex's turn now, right?
It looks like it for sure. 3 set cards still for Alex Robertson. One of them being Rika Glamour, we saw that, so he could already start tributing the Marionetta there, if he wants to. But honestly, Marionetta itself is not that big of a deal. And also there's the Manifestation set, so he could, whenever he wants to, get it back. I don't know whether it would be too appealing to get back the Marionetta, but let's see what he's doing here.
That is a normal summon monster called Sunseed Lotus, Sunseed Flower. This is
Sunseed Genius Loci.
Really?
Yes. It obviously is genius. Look at it.
Absolutely.
It is absolutely genius. Please read us the flavor text there.
Listen up closely. This seed can only be harvested from the sacred tree once every 1,000 years and will become the guardian spirit of its land after 1,000 more. I have seen players, or rather viewers in the area here, roll their eyes at this.
But yeah, let's see.
Oh, spoofing. We are spoofing now.
I'm a little bit surprised. I would have expected him to have spoofing earlier.
Oh, and the impermanence just came onto the Marionetta to negate the spoofing, and Faker was revealed.
And we are tributing Marionetta now as well.
But still, Faker was revealed, right?
It looked like it was, yeah. 100%.
Wouldn't you much rather tribute the Silkitis for cost at some point? Okay, so no Faker here?
It looked like there was Faker, but apparently there wasn't. I mean, there's still just the Loci on field, so yeah, maybe we're still in that window of resolving the current chain, and Alex is just thinking about what to do. But no, he's going on. He is using the effect of Patel here. And Adam did not use multi-Faker effect yet, I would think.
Okay, so maybe he just showed a card in hand that he wanted to shuffle back, and then he put it in the deck, and then the impermanence hit.
Potentially, yeah. But I mean, wouldn't you just try to shuffle back the Marionetta? I think that would have been the plan, but apparently not. Maybe he just has a Silk in his hand as well, which he really needs to get rid of. Because Adam still has a couple of cards in hand, which is not really usual for the deck. So maybe he actually bricked on double Silkages or something, and he really needs to shuffle it back to the deck to actually have it available as a resource once more in his main deck.
And he got punished really hard. And now he's activating the Sowing.
If that was the case, it also is like a reveal to your opponent that if you want to shuffle back that Silk from your hand, he pretty much knows that there is no more.
For the rest of this turn, all other spell trap effects in this column are negated. Is this card negated right now? He's activated in the Imperm column, right?
I didn't really see it even.
I'm going to...
yeah, you just go ahead and ask him maybe. Yeah, go ahead. So we are just confirming whether that impermanence did resolve. So no worries, we are already on it, and we're going to double check as Alex is moving on with his combo, and we see more Son of a Long cards. And there we have it. Yep. more trees. It's just a plant-based deck, and I think back in the day it usually was the case that all the plant decks were just little plants growing, but now this theme, that Son of Long theme, actually is showing you growing trees. They're getting bigger and bigger, and that in the end it's going to be Bengal Lancer, which is the biggest tree you could ever imagine. So Leo, you talk to him. Anything you want to tell us?
Okay, apparently the impermanence was negated in a different zone.
Ah, okay, fair enough. Fair enough. So there is the reborn of the Loci.
I'm quite confused as to why he negated the Marionetta that didn't even do anything. But,
so we're going on. Maybe he just wanted to make sure to just get rid of another back row, because he was sure he's going to tribute the Marionetta, and he wanted to rule out another back row so he could just safely go for OTK. I think that's a pretty reasonable line he could take there, but it was negated anyways. So there now, of course, early on mistakenly said Teardrop, but it is Snowdrop, of course, and alongside it, the OG card, as you say.
Phantom Darkness, Lone Fire Blossom, one of my favorites.
Oh yeah, absolutely. Being a plant enabler since back in the day, Tengu Plant. Do you still remember Tengu Plant? This card was insane.
I do have 2 Tengu Plant decks at home.
Perfect.
I do remember this form.
It was great. So we are seeing Snowdrop on the field now, and of course Snowdrop is manipulating the levels there, making both of them level 4, so he could just XYZ summon into the Strenna once again. And Strenna, so he has a lot of attack power on board there already, and we know for a fact that Adam's one set is only the manifestation, which is just another body on board, but it's not really that big of a threat. And Alex actually tried to negate the other card with the Imperm, but did the Imperm resolve in the end? I think it did, right? It just negated another column. Yeah. So I'm quite sure that the one back row is actually being negated by Impermanence at the moment, and the other back row is just manifestation. So actually, Alex has perfect information here. So I think we figured out why he used that Imperm in that column there. He just wanted to rule out all the interruptions that his opponent had, and now he's easily able to cruise and go through, and he could actually just seal it right here, I think.
Yeah, I mean, playing around Demise of the Land is pretty strong if you know that spoofing was activated without effect.
Yes.
And the other card is manifestation without a good target. I mean, you can always target the Marionetta, but where does that get you?
There is now the manifestation. We are reborning a Marionetta. That is not what you want to do. But we can, of course, chain the effect of spoofing, which will give us access to the multi-faker in hand. And on top of that, the manifestation is still going to resolve, so we will have that additional body on board, which we could maybe later on use for...
and the Queen is tributing the Marionetta. And this is the handshake. This is the handshake. Alex Robertson with a quick 2-0. A very, 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 very quick sweep here.
Decisive victory once again.
I mean, honestly, he just showed his opponent. He really relied on this Mystic Mind strategy, juggling with the personal spoofing that never actually happened.
No.
Activating even Mystic Mind with a monster on his own board, so he was really relying on that strategy. But the Patell played around Mystic Mind so much.
Both times it was Patell, yeah. He got into that uncomfortable situation of actually having to summon monsters himself to be under the Mystic Mind lock to get time. But yeah, Patell. Patell just kept on pedaling.
It's crazy that the field spell searches a card that can tribute your own monsters, so that you never really have a problem with Mystic Mine, you know? It's absolutely massive. You can out Mystic Mine with your engine. Most decks have searchable Mystic Mine outs, but if you're looking at Spright, you have the Jet that has to search these Smashers. And if Mystic Mine is active, you can't use the Jet.
That doesn't help. So I have a question for you now. We saw those Rika players, both of them being successful, defeating their opponents 2-0. And both of them pretty much now having their spot in the top 128 secured. How far will it go? What will be the best finish of a Rika player in this tournament? Where do you see this journey going?
I mean, we haven't seen the deck perform versus... Okay, we have seen it perform versus Tier Elements, but I mean, the side deck is crazy against the deck. Evenly hit it like a truck, not gonna lie.
For sure.
Versus Spright, I think the side deck of them is still...
It's not that great. They have Ultimate Slayer, but
and
besides that...
That is Altergeist.
Oh, wait, yeah. You're right. So we have
Pancratops, we have Slayer, we have Feather Duster. Feather Duster can also hit really hard because I've seen multiple Spright players end on like 3 or 4 spell trap cards.
Yeah,
true.
But
Absolutely right.
Slayer is a crazy card. The deck's natural going second. I don't know how strong it is. They are running triple tactic talents. They are playing Rivalry of the Warlords, which is a card that can easily be negated and destroyed. So maybe Spright is a bit of a harder matchup, but cards like Rivalry make it look really easy going first.
Yeah.
And they are upping the Elements matchup. So if they are maybe a little bit lucky and dodge some of the Spright players, which I'm sure they are also fine against. Like if you start, this looks crazy good.
100%.
But if they are not having too bad of luck, then I think that this could take down the event, not gonna lie.
Yeah, it looks insanely good. It looks insanely consistent as well. Just always you one-card starters. You don't only play the locais, but you also play multiple ways to get into it and just start off your day with it. Like, he's having a blast here. I think all of them are doing insanely well. They made a really good pick. They wanted to keep it secret for a while, but you guys now know that this Rika infection basically is going on here. We have a plant infection at this event, and it's looking great.
Of course, they are already having the advantage that most of the players are not too familiar with the cards.
Yes.
We are, in between the rounds, we are always scouting at the top tables, and also when Marcel and Alberto are casting.
Of course.
Because we can't get too much of Yu-Gi-Oh!
We just love Yu-Gi-Oh! Non-stop Yu-Gi-Oh! For us this weekend.
And every time I saw one of them play, the opponents, they grabbed every card and were like, oh, why? Okay, well, I guess it resolves. Wait, you can tribute my monster for this? It was crazy. So people were not prepared for the deck at all. But you know who was prepared? Alex Robertson. So why don't we hear from him in the post-match winners interview?
Thank you, guys. Yes, I am here with Alex, who has just won another feature match in a row for us with a Rika victory, a 2-0 victory. First of all, Alex, congratulations. How does it feel to be back at things like Euros? Obviously, we've just seen you at UK Nats and stuff, but how does it feel to come all the way to Euros as well this year?
So, I was looking forward to it because I've been wanting to go abroad with everyone, all my friends, everyone again. And I'm looking at going to America later in the year, and this is like a really good start. And it's, I miss these weekends, like especially with the scooters all around Belgium. It's been really fun.
It has been fun. It's nice to come to Antwerp. It's nice to see so many other people traveling from all over Europe just to come here. So we're going to talk a little bit about that match and about your decks. Obviously, we saw Marcus in the last round, and you told me that you guys have almost a card-for-card deck, if not an exact card-for-card deck. Talk to us a little bit about that. You guys have crafted this together?
Yeah, so after Nationals, I got second at UK Nats with the Plant, Sun Avalon, Pile deck. And I really like all the cards. I really like the cards. I like how the deck flows. So we knew these Rika cards were coming out in Potes. I cannot remember the full name. Thank you. And yeah, so those cards are crazy. They're phenomenal. If anything, I think they're actually some of the best cards in the set, and no one knows them. And when we were testing, we were just like, this deck is beating tier elements, it's beating Spright very consistently. We changed it, a few cards here and there. And I've been playing some tournaments in the UK, and I'm just not dropping games. So I was convinced on it. Marcus from last round was convinced on it. A couple of other friends played it as well. Yeah, it's been really, really good.
Because it went really well. You had a very dominant game one. That went very quickly. And then you managed to play around Mystic Mine a couple of times throughout that match. There was even one moment where you outed Mystic Mine to get Mystic Mind immediately after that, but you still managed to play around it.
This deck has a really good matchup versus Mystic Mine. It just doesn't lose to Mystic Mine, because they activate Mystic Mine. It doesn't matter how many monsters you get to. You just clear down to one, tribute it away, Mine goes. You still have like 2 or 3 interrupts normally, and then they can't win. Patel comes back in the end phase, and you're just winning. You're just yeah.
That's brilliant. So obviously we've got 10 wins, 1 loss. Yeah. So what was the loss against?
So round 2, I played against this Pendulum guy. He was really friendly, and there's this trap called Time Pendulum Graph, which is just one of the craziest traps in the game, because he just kept on outing 2 of my cards every game, and this deck hasn't got the best trap matchup despite what you just saw. So he just kept on outing 2 cards every single turn, and I just couldn't beat it, and I lost on tempo.
Are there any other decks that you're nervous about going up against the next couple of rounds?
No, I played a lot of Spright, a lot of tier elements as well, and it's been fine. Yeah, lots of 2-0s.
Okay, Alex, well, congratulations again on this win. Good luck with the rest of the tournament. Don't go anywhere, guys. We've got one more round of Swiss, and then we're heading into our top cut. Don't go anywhere. We've got lots more coverage coming your way.
New for Yu-Gi-Oh! Dimension Force. 100 new cards you can add to your deck, plus tie-ins with Tactical Masters. New Predaplant fusions. New Performapals. And the first ever Pendulum monster that's also a ritual. Odd Eyes Pendulum Graph Dragon. Yu-Gi-Oh! Dimension Force. Available now.
9 cards per pack, each pack sold separately.
Also available, Yu-Gi-Oh! Master Duel.
Rated T for teen.
Hi everyone and welcome back to the coverage of the 2022 European Championship. I'm here with a great friend of mine, which is Rafael Neven, of course, so welcome.
Thank you very much.
As we were going through the venue, we were looking, of course, of some of these players, and as it is a European Championship, we have national champions, but we do also have YCS champion, and in your case, multiple YCS champion, but the one you got here is the remote duel YCS champion. So how was that experience and how it is finally being back on such a stage?
I must say I was never the biggest fan of remote duel, just because I really enjoy the atmosphere, the people, and I'm really glad to be back. The remote duel, I played the YCS anyway because my friends were playing it. The pricing was really good as well, so I had to play, and it was an interesting experience, but I'm glad this is back because this is what it really is all about.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, and you still had fun, and you can have fun in Yu-Gi-Oh! In multiple ways. And I always, speak of you as someone who is very excited about the game, and in a way travels a lot. You're known as the traveler, I guess. And as we were quickly chatting before, even next week you're going to the YCS in Brazil, in Rio. So you have been traveling to a lot of American events, and I'm sure once YCS celebrates in Europe as well, you'll also go there. So. How was the experience coming back even to the American events, and are you looking forward to an event in specific? And I don't know, you always have the 3v3 as well. You're competing right now on the 3v3 too, so.
Yeah, so I went to the first YCS back, Charlotte, I went to Hartford, Guadalajara, Bogota, and it was amazing. And especially, everyone knows this, the South American events are my favorite, and I really cannot stress this enough. If you have the means to go. Don't think, oh, South America, I shouldn't go or something. The events are always in the really good places in the city. The food is great. The people are so nice. So I was really glad I could go there. Can't wait to go to Brazil. Yeah, currently I'm playing in the 3v3 side event just because I think 3 versus 3 is the best way to play this game. There's less variance and you can play with your friends. It's great, so I'm really looking forward to the 3 versus 3 YCS in Quito, Ecuador. That's definitely something I'm looking forward to.
Absolutely, but now to just get a little bit into the specifics and into Yu-Gi-Oh! Because of course you're a multiple time winner, and I know people from home want to hear some of your opinions as well. When we were waiting for the actual dates and venue for this event in specific, we were talking a little bit, and you told me you were actually excited the more time was passing by because Power of the Elements was going to be legal, and that is the reason why this tournament is going to be completely different from the North American event. So I'm talking about just the meta. What do you think of it now, and what do you think is just going to win the event? Of course, hopefully you, but
Yeah, so I went to Chicago just to hang out with my friends, and they were playing the past format, and I already then had the feeling I'm really glad that I can play the Euros, because with Power of the Elements, things became a lot more interesting. We have 2 brand new decks. Both of them are super close. I tested everything, both of them, and I still, today, I'm I have picked a deck, but I could easily switch to the other one just because it's so close and how good they are. And what I think will win eventually, I think because this will be 12 round Swiss and top 128, so it's an insane amount of rounds, which favors Spright, I think, because it's a little bit more consistent. However, the tier element deck depends on the build. However, I was telling you, if it is, it's more powerful for sure. So if it is your day with that deck, you are winning the event, straight up. So like I said, it's too close to call. and I also don't want to reveal what I'm playing, but like, yeah, if I would say, I think for Swiss to top, I think Spright is the best deck, but if you want to win the event, I think you play tier.
Yeah, absolutely. As you mentioned, it is one of those topics which we often went back and forth, and I do agree with the same. So Spright is a perfect deck to top the event, and maybe with the additional pricings and the new crystal cards, so in top 32, it might be a really good aim to just play a deck, but tier elements, and we have seen a lot of different versions, so I'm really curious to see how people will actually build the deck with dangerous punks, so it will be a lot of good action, but thank you, Rafael. I'm sure you will see more of you, maybe in a future match, maybe in Top Cut, who knows, but thanks again, guys, for watching. Keep watching, stay tuned, and we'll be back soon with more coverage.
Welcome back to the coverage of the European Championship 2022 live here from Antwerp. I'm here joined by your UK national champion, Nick Burgess. Thank you very much for joining us. So first question I'd like to ask you, how does it feel to be back here playing Yu-Gi-Oh! In-person event?
To play in-person events, yeah, it feels amazing. It's what, you know, what we all live for essentially. You know, it's way better than playing over the internet or something, so that face-to-face feel is really what this game is about.
And so how did you prepare for this event? We want to give you some insights about your deck list, or...
Yeah, sure. So I announced that I was retiring after my national championship win, so I'm essentially just here for fun. So I haven't really read the newest cards from the set too much. I've kind of looked at what they end on, what their end boards, that kind of thing. But the deck I'm actually playing is a different deck to what I won with. I'm playing Magical Musketeers because I just enjoy the interactions of the cards, and I once topped a regional with it, so it's quite fun to play.
And about this, as you said, the format has changed much since you last won the UK National Championship. Do you feel any way prepared with the deck you are playing with? Although you said you're here, you know, just to enjoy the event itself.
Yeah, I think so. I think the deck surprisingly actually would do well if I'd have like tested properly, because board breakers are really good right now, and the deck naturally just always plays board breakers. It doesn't want to play hand traps. It just wants to let your opponent make the best possible board they're going to make, and then break it, and then beat them in the grind game.
And how does it feel to be here now as a UK national champion? Because, like as you said, you should have retired, but now you're here. So, tell us about something about that.
Well, I mean, winning in general, like, and being here, it's a dream come true. It was a dream since I was about 12 years old to win the UK National Championships. So, yeah, that'll tell you everything.
And one last question I'd like to ask you. I think we already all know the answers, but do you have a specific memory about the tournament you won? Something you want to share with us, a specific moment of it?
I mean, we can't beat that final really against essentially my best friend, and Zeus for 12 cards says it all. So.
Thank you very much for being here with us. It's been a pleasure. Best of luck for the tournament. Thank you guys, and keep watching for more content from the European Championship. Thank you.
Welcome back. We are obviously between rounds of Swiss here just before we get into the final round of this whole Swiss portion of this event live at the European Yu-Gi-Oh! Championship here in Antwerp. But I'm joined by Alberto and Marcello, our wonderful Italian commentary team, and we're going to go through some of the questions submitted by you guys on Twitter and Instagram. So guys, to kick it off, how are you?
I'm feeling great, actually. Yesterday's been a lot of action. I can't really wait to see all these other decks into our top. One last round to go. I'm super excited. Looking forward to it.
It's very exciting. And Marcello, how about yourself?
Same, pumped. I love how Yu-Gi-Oh! Keeps changing throughout the years, and I can't wait for the first ever top 128, so I'm really excited about that.
It's going to be a long old day of dueling, but everyone seems like they're very keen to get down to this top business. So we're going to go through some of these questions. What is your favorite archetype?
My favorite archetype is Spiral, actually. He knows it, and he doesn't agree. But I have sweet memories with it. Hopefully, most regrets, like losing true YCSs on the bubble, but in a row. But it was my favorite archetype, yeah, Spiral, definitely.
How about yourself, Marcello?
I gotta say, it's not Spiral, but I have a lot of different ones throughout the years. I gotta say, Zodiac has a soft spot in my heart for sure, but also Mermails, actually. It was one of the first decks where I got really competitive. It was my first YCS top back in 2014, so I think either one of the two, for sure.
I was saying to the German guys that my pick is always the dinosaurs. And I've heard that there was at least one person in this tournament who was playing dinosaurs, and I salute whoever that is. If you're ever watching this, find me, because I want to know who you are. So the next question we've got here, how did you get into Yu-Gi-Oh?
It's been ages, like I think 14 years ago. Like we met at the local shop in Rome. It was 2008. Yeah, I was a kid actually watching the anime, and we got into the game with the first cards, you know, trading cards, and there was Gladiator Beasts at the time. It was super cool, and then you know, that's been a long way.
It's been a long road since then. Marcello, what's your story?
Yeah, it's quite similar to Alberto's, of course. That's how we got to meet, as you mentioned. I still remember as a kid watching the anime, of course, and we were super excited when the cards were released, in Italy especially. I remember, you know, asking my parents to buy me the first packs, and then the Seto Kaiba deck, that was my pick, actually, between the two. And yeah, afterwards it was just local after local events, slowly grinding, and yeah, it was a blast. It was a blast, honestly.
It has been a great journey, a long time that a lot of us have been playing this game, but that's what brings us all together here at the Euros. So the next question we've got here, what is your favorite card in the current format?
If I talked previously about my regrets, I have to talk about, you know, my sweet memories, which is totally awesome. By far my favorite card in the current format, I have to say. Yeah, definitely, 100%.
What is it you like about it?
So like I remember playing it, you know, with the Paleozoic deck back in 2016, 2017. I mean, I still remember summoning it, how you feel like, you know, having multiples on the field. And now in the current format, you have access to it, you know, it's super easy to access, and I really like it, you know.
So totally awesome. And what about yourself, Marcello?
Absolutely. There are a few picks that I have in my mind, but one of them lately has been Chaos Ruler. So either that or Eastern Fusion, I think, just because of sweet old memories, and it's so strong in all of these decks. But just, I like milling, I like back when Lightsworn was a thing. So both cards in a way through Kit Kalos and of course Chaos Ruler do excavate or mill 5 cards from your top of your deck. So I really like this kind of interaction. So.
Nice, we're going to come back to the current format in a couple of questions' time, but we're going to move on to, are there any decks that you're quite hyped to see? Maybe even rogue decks or anything that's off meta, maybe meta, anything that you're excited to see?
I'm really looking forward to seeing Mathmech in action. Like with the Mathmech Circle being released in Power of the Elements, I think this is one of the decks that I'm really curious to see, especially because like I hope we will be seeing one maybe in the next round or in the top cut. But also Dragon Link, we saw him yesterday. I think it's smashed like the opponent, so like a lot of powerful combos. So definitely these two decks. Yeah.
Some good choices there. What about yourself, Marcello?
So going into the event, and just like I talked about it in the meta discussion, I would have answered Tier Elements Punk, but after watching the first rounds of day 2, I gotta say, like, the Rika Sun Avalon deck, it just looks amazing, and I'm really jealous of our German colleagues for having the chance to just have a future match with them, so I hope we'll get the chance to future them later on in Top Cut. So.
Did you see the match that lasted 8 minutes with the Sun Avalon deck? That was absolutely crazy. We didn't get to showcase any of the deck because it was over so quickly. But luckily, we then just had the previous round and got to see a little bit more of how that deck works. So we've got the next question. Tell you what, I'm going to come back to that question last because it's kind of a meme question for people. So what do you think is the most unique deck this tournament?
I think Rika, 100%, because like we were not expecting it. I think it's now 11-0 from what I saw last rounds. It's like deck is unbelievable. Like seriously, it puts up a lot of pressure into your opponent, and I think the advantage is that most of the people don't really know how to play against it, so it's not easy to hand trap your opponent. So definitely, I would say Rika. Yeah.
I think one of you guys yesterday was saying that if your opponent has to read your cards, you've probably already won, and that seems to be the case with some of these Rika decks. What about yourself?
Absolutely, I can't go wrong with the same answer, but we have seen it multiple times. We've seen it with Prank Kids, of course, winning a YCS in Milan, unfortunately to our friend Federico in the finals, but we've seen it plenty of time. We've seen it with Dragon Link, even now at the French National. Known deck, but not in that format, and now again we see it. It was doing really well both at the German Nationals, the Sun Avalon deck, and at the UK Nationals as well. It fell short in the end, but I'm sure Marcus Patel is here to bring it to its deserved glory, I guess.
So before we get on to the meme question, the sort of last one, we've kind of touched on it, but just want to ask quite firmly, what's your favorite deck in the current format?
So at the beginning of the tournament, you know, we have the bet, right? So it's still ongoing. I picked up Spright, so still with Spright, guys. Yeah. So
probably safe.
Probably safe, yeah, most safest choice, but still want to see if for one time I will win. So
you never know. Fingers crossed. And what about you, Marcello? No, not convinced?
No, I don't think that's going to happen. And honestly, I wasn't a fan of Spright, at least in this event. Before the event, I was having an interview with Rafael Neven, and we were saying how it's a very safe deck, as you mentioned, to top. But when the event is 19 rounds long and you want to go all the way, I think you need that little bit of extra luck. And so I still keep my same pick, which was the Tier Elements. And I think it's one of those very hard deck to pilot. But we have Herman Hansen, which is still at the top tables, undefeated, and he's crushing it. So
he really is, and so it's exciting seeing some of these decks really going that far, XO, this far in the tournament. It's very impressive. So guys, one final question for you. What does Pot of Greed do?
Imagine I get this one wrong. Do we have to answer this together?
Maybe go for it. I'll stand here and go.
Draw 2 cards.
I think it was actually banish the top 10 face down from your deck, pray that your cards are still there, and then draw 2 cards, isn't it?
You're going to be so upset when I tell you the Germans said exactly the same thing. Yeah. Okay, well, guys, thank you very much for taking the time. Thank you guys for submitting some of those questions for our teams. We'll be back with some inter-round stuff throughout the rest of the tournament. But don't go anywhere, because we've got the final round of Swiss coming up very soon. And welcome back to the European Yu-Gi-Oh! Championship here in Antwerp for 2022. We've just seen 2 rounds in a row with an absolute slapping from some of those Sun Avalon Rika decks, and that's been quite exciting. But we're bringing you something a bit different for this, the final round of Swiss. Remember, after this, we're getting into the top 128 players. From here on, it is entirely the top cut. But let me not waste any more time in introducing you to your next duelists. We have Robin Doolin and Tim Collar. So guys, I hope best of luck to you both. I'm going to let one of you roll first. Tim, after you. That's an 8. And that is a 7. You're going to go first. So Tim is going to go first, which means I'm now going to hand you guys over to Marcello and Alberto. Guys, take it away.
Hi everyone and welcome to round 12, the last round of Swiss for the European Championship 2022. Excited to see this, and one of these duelists will be guaranteed a spot in our top 128.
Yeah, I'm really looking forward, especially because there's your pick for this turn.
Yeah.
So I'm really curious to see if this deck will advance to the top cut, which is Punk Tier Elements.
Yeah.
Deck we haven't. I mean, we have seen a lot of versions this weekend of Tier Elements mixed with Dangers. We have seen a lot of different stuff, and this is the first time that we see this like specific engine combined with no other cards. So I'm really looking forward to it. And on the other side, there's Robin.
Yeah, the Spice comes in this match, at least from Robin. It is a deck we have yet not seen during this weekend, and it's one of my favorites, I would say guilty pleasures, which is Sky Striker. So we have seen Sky Striker throughout a lot of different years. It has been doing really, really well, even at the North American event, where he got 2nd place at the very end with Ryan Yu, of course, former Dragon Duel World Champion. But now Robin is representing it, and he's actually having his own interesting take on the deck. We are not going to spoil his side deck because that's just mind-blowing to us. But in the main deck, I'm already curious to see, because it seems as if it would be a going 2nd list, right?
Yeah, we have seen most of the times Striker player relying on going 2nd strategy, which makes sense, especially because, like, you can attack direct your opponents and engage, for example, take it back with Kagari. He has multiple hand traps. This is something that the Sky Striker deck can afford to do. We will see.
Absolutely, because as we were mentioning, it was doing really well at 1 YCS. It got 2nd place at the North American event, but it was mostly relying on a lot of different copies of Mystic Mine and trap cards going first. This time it's more of a traditional Sky Striker deck with just the ton of hand traps and just the 3 copies of Mystic Mine. So I would be really surprised if he picked and chose to go first. So we'll find out regardless very soon, and our players are ready. So let's find out who will be the winner of this match. And here they are. You mentioned multiple times that you used to compete on the bubble quite a lot. You lost some, you won some, but how does it feel, and do you have any advice for players who find themselves struggling, on the bubble?
I think you just keep trying, especially because like the pressure is on you when you really want to win the last one and make it to the top cut. It's a weird sensation because on one hand you don't really want to mess up, because like sometimes the pressure can make you some jokes, but I think also playing in the future match could cost you, but as for the moment, both of these guys showed up only with 3 losses, which means they're on the bubble, and if any of these 2 guys now wins, has a chance to make it to the top cut. As you said, it will be our first ever top 128 top cut.
Yeah,
so
it changes so much.
Yeah.
I mean, as you were mentioning, and it's always very different because you tend to... Oh, and already we see one of the interesting cars in Robin deck. Ghost Bell, we haven't seen much of these hand traps this weekend, I guess. But here comes the other engine. So, Amin, of course,
Great card. It allows you to just add to your deck. In this case, we'll go through the Ogre, which is interesting. I guess he might have another piece of interaction in his hand. Let's see, because usually you would just go for Foxy Tune, of course.
Okay, he picks the Deer Node here. Yeah, this is one of the main advantages of playing the Punk engine along with the tier elements, especially because, like, once again here on the screen, we will soon see the Chaos Ruler, which has been, I think, one of the most popular cards this weekend so far. Like, you know, alone, it's huge, not only, you know, the first effect, but also, like, bringing him back for the graveyard. And now also, you know, okay.
And we get to see an Ash Blossom as well. Wow. Not a surprise. The Robin is made. Ooh. Again, a quick one. He's playing so many hand shops, but as you were mentioning, if you go first, then have the Punk engine, essentially through Chaos Ruler and then Kid Kalos, you are able to pretty much mill 10 cards, which is an insane number. You get to see at least a couple names, and it guarantees a very good combo.
And he milled the Ophanis, so this is like even better, because he discarded the Merly with the Shireen. We will soon see the Kid Kalos being summoned. I think this is a very good mill that Tim was looking forward to it.
Now, as you mentioned, he's going to be using the Avnes. And this is the stuff we have seen throughout the day. What changes is usually the ending combo. Of course, on the one end, you usually see the Curious, and when you're playing Dangers. In this case, when you're playing Punks, the combo is quite different, but still Kid Kalos is such a powerful card.
Especially if you start things off with Kid Kalos and you have the Meta Noise, either the Meta Noise or the Soliac.
In this case, we see the Soliac getting ended to the end. I think he might know about his opponent deck. Usually against most decks this format, Meta Noise can be better.
Yeah.
But Sky Strikers, of course, outside of Ray, which can be chained to it, mostly get hurt more by the continuous trap card. So. And here, no surprise at all, we get to see the Chaos Ruler, and as mentioned, pretty much you get to see your entire deck, and it's so strong, even through 2 hand shops from Robin. Let's see. Gonna cut his deck, obviously looking for Fairy Tail Snow as one of the best options, and wow, whew, look at these mills from Chaos Ruler. Insane stuff.
Yeah, he gets the Ophanis, makes sense. He already used the other effects this turn, like use the Merly, use the Shireen.
Yeah.
Use the Ophanis as well.
So now we could, you know, get the usual combo where they end on the Baron, for example. So let's see if he's just gonna go for. Does he play the Shinobi as the target, or let's check. Usually they would. No, he's playing Plague Spreader. Nice.
Yeah, a card we haven't seen in a while.
Yeah, it's being played by a few decks just because it's a recurring effect. You get to use it, and then it can go into even the Spright Elf. So that's a really interesting inclusion. It's always nice to see these cards that were played back in 2010, you know, literally 12 years ago, even more, and now they're back here in 2022. So.
And I think this is the best start that Tim could have asked for, especially if you start with Kaleido Heart plus the Soliac themselves, like this is an incredible interruptions.
And unfortunately, there is no Nibiru this time. Wow. We have been seeing it multiple times throughout the weekend, and this is a very strong opening by the Tier Element Punk player.
This is by far one of the best ones we have seen.
So it seems like the deck I was excited to see in action is paying off. Now he even gets to mill 8 cards from the top of his deck, so insane start. Let's see, definitely looking for the Snow. And he hits, okay, maybe 1 by 1 would be better. Yeah, nothing too relevant, I guess. He could push his play a little bit further, maybe going for a Stapelia, but he was definitely looking for the Snow. Which, to be honest, in the Sky Striker matchup isn't particularly impressive.
Yeah, exactly. Doesn't make big difference. But here comes the Stapelia. And again, his opponent, I think now with this start, like Schledorn plus Saldiak, Baron, wow.
Yeah, it's an incredible start. Of course, still it's worth mentioning that a lot of these players have been using Dark Ruler no more, and this opening is still very fragile to it, but at least compared to other decks, we know that he searched the continuous trap, so he has a way to still deal with his opponent, even in case of a Dark Ruler no more. So, impressive stuff here by team. But at the same time, if Mystic Mine comes down and there is a way to force out the Baron Negate, this game could be over. Because let's check if he's playing the Galaxy. I think only in the side deck. Yeah. Yeah, so he doesn't have an out. He doesn't even play the Poly. So he would need to use the field spell to pop Mine. And it's not that easy when you're not using polymerizations. Yeah.
What a start.
Yeah, this is an impressive start.
And now Robin starts things off with Upstart Goblin.
Yeah. A card we haven't seen in a moment, but I think it's the first time also that we see Totally Awesome being summoned by the tier 11 deck, right?
Yeah.
Such a cool way to actually use this deck.
Because sometimes players do play, Instant Fusion and then go for Bahamut Shark.
Yeah.
And then with Totally Awesome, but I
don't know. This seems quite unfair. Can we check if Robin is actually using the Dark Ruler? Because I think he passed back. Really? Wow. So wow. Robin unfortunately passed back, and his opponent just gonna enter battle phase, and the game 1 goes to Tim. Nice round of applause from the crowd, and what a game 1. Very impressive stuff. Incredible combo. Tim knows his deck very well, and he showed us why he's on the verge of making it to the top cut. So great stuff. And now Robin will be in trouble because technically his opponent doesn't know his deck.
Yeah.
But we know that he opted to go second often. And do you really go second against a deck that can do this?
After what I saw, it's scary. Because even after having 2 end traps, one of them was, he has Cold Body Grave. But seeing what the deck can do, with all these negations is super scary.
Yeah, but I can't wait any longer. I have to talk about the real spice in the side deck from Robin, the Sky Striker player, which is Toon Table of Contents alongside Toon Cyber Dragon. So we haven't seen Toon cards in a home minute, and it actually makes so much sense. Maybe I would have liked them more in the main deck, but in Sky Strikers, just going through free pull copy of Toon Table, it is something we have seen, I think, in spell books back in the day. Yeah, it's been a while, and I think it's cool. You get to get the free spells as quick as possible, and then all your Sky Strikers have an additional effect. And the Toon Cyber Dragon is there mainly to be used for the Chimera Tech Mega Fleet. So might as well be an interesting choice. I hope we get to see it here in Game 2. But outside of that, if he keeps going second, probably just the free copies of Nibiru, which again the player did not play around, so it would have completely destroyed team.
Yeah, exactly, especially because as we said before, Sky Striker can afford to play multiple hand traps, like we saw Ogre and Ash. So it will make sense if Robin will go second. But yeah, I mean, on the other side, team still like you saw, just Ogre, Ash and Upstart Goblin.
Yeah, it's quite possible that he doesn't know what his opponent is doing, and if he's going first, though, which is an interesting thing to notice, he doesn't really have side deck cards.
Yep.
He thinks that his deck is really good at going first, and to be honest, we just saw it. And so his side deck is mainly going second cards, which here could come in. Maybe the Gamma package is a safe option against any deck, and of course evenly matched would be interesting, but he doesn't know what he's up against.
Yeah.
So
especially because you don't really see Upstart Goblin being played too much, this
No.
format, so you could ask yourself what deck could play Upstart Goblin, you know?
Yeah, but it's a tough pick nonetheless. Like Upstart Goblin, I do agree with you that it's not being played, but can you really just guess this Sky Striker on the just from an Upstart Goblin? I don't know. It's we'll see, but there is a good chance that they know what they are playing because they were at the top tables throughout the event. And again, this is round 12, so they have been playing for 2 days now, and it's quite a possibility that they know what each other is. But then, if you know what you're playing against, what do you put in?
Yeah, I mean, Galaxy Cyclone for sure will go in because like Mystic Mine is a problem. You want to get rid of it
for sure.
I mean, evenly matched is okay. Like, if you like
Maybe.
going second could be okay. It's not, I think, that great, especially because like Sky Striker has changed, as you said, throughout these months. Before, like, used to play more trap cards. Now it relies more on hand traps.
But without further ado, our players are basically ready. So let's see if we'll get to see a Toon Cyber Dragon in action, and let's go back to game 2. And here I already bring it up on the screen because I just want to see it. So let's hope that team will get his hands on one copy of the Toon spell. And I think Robin actually went second. Yeah. As expected, Robin chose to go second, disrespecting in a way the great opening that we saw in game 1. And team doesn't stutter, just already and immediately goes on. And let's see these mills. He did side in evenly. So.
I think he expected to go second. After game 1 anyways, I think Robin made the right choice. Like, deck is built to go second in general by playing, you know, a lot of hand traps. Let's now see if he has any. We'll go now with the Kit Kalos.
And Robin is thinking about it, but eventually allows it. So team now might be wondering what deck may you go first, and with the Upstart Goblin you can see Robin smiling. Maybe he did draw his copy of Toon Cyber Dragon. I'm surely hoping that's the case, but I think you get once again not the Meta Noise but the Suliak, right? Yeah, let's see. Okay, no, instead he goes for the Rhino Art. He wants to push through a little bit more. And he might go also for the Redoer later on, so I think it's a safe assumption. Let's see. Okay, so Kit Kalos is the first option. He's gonna mill 5, open to it that Galaxy Cyclone, which would protect him from the Mystic Mine. And let's see these 8 mills, basically. Yeah, Robin allows it. Wow, very underwhelming 4 now. I can't quite catch the 5th, but there is surely a tier 11 afterwards. Yeah, and he's gonna use it right away. So the one and only tier 11 is sent back to his deck. And we get to see Astapelia once again. So solid stuff, not as impressive as game 1 because the Punk Engine yet isn't there. Oh, and we see Cherry actually. So team completely caught off guard. He sided in Winter Cherries, so he's expecting a completely different type of matchup here.
Because like maybe he thought he could have played against Spright, so he has, you know, the totally awesome just in case, or
just a mirror match and be safe. I guess it's still a good decision. I can't really blame him.
Yeah, I mean, by going second, you can. It's like overall a generic card along with the evenly matched.
Yeah.
So it would have been okay, but I think he will be impressed by what his opponent is playing. But still, no hand traps from Robin.
Now we'll see if he wants to again go for the Redoer. Does he play Abyss Dweller? I would be surprised if he didn't. But
does not.
He doesn't. Wow. That's very surprising. We saw how strong of a card that is in the mirror match. It's pretty much an auto-win button unless they have a very niche out. So
We have seen that Abyss Dweller really is a key card in these moments.
Yeah, and he does go, and he's thinking about the sharing. Yeah, he is definitely considering it.
Yeah, I was thinking about that because like he could go for. Let's see if he can really put up. Like somehow the gigantic Spright as before.
Think he is giving up the rank 4 option, which I'm not sure if I'm a fan of. I really like the redoer against any matchup, especially when you don't know what you're up against. Wow, and he instead decides to go all in a way for the Kaleido art. Interesting. So I guess not afraid to commit and goes eventually for it. And I think he just passed back to his opponent. So let's see if we'll get to have a look at the Toon engine from Robin. Very underwhelming game 1 on his side, but now this opening seems quite doable. And the Mystic Mine already coming down. Wow. I think team might not have an out, because by siding in Winter Cherries, I would be shocked if he put in the Galaxy as well.
Because like if you expect your opponent to play, as we said, maybe a tier element or a Spright, I don't think he may decided in. So
and even after the mine comes the one and only copy of Sky Striker, Mobilize, Engage. What a card, brings up a lot of memories. But at least now team knows what he's up against. And even if he loses this one, he will be able to adjust his deck for game 3, I guess.
Because now we have seen this weekend that players really play Mystic Mine to play then their own cards without, you know, drawing and pass.
And this seems the case once again. We see the Rose into Ayate. So back when Mystic Mine was released and a couple of months ago, we were usually witnessing Mystic Mine as a deck out option. Now it seems as if it's a sort of Dark Ruler, so you do play your own game, and interestingly enough, it just sends the Ray. So interesting stuff here from Robin. Kagari, then get back the Engage. I think with the first one he added the Shark Cannon, right? Which is a very powerful tool against the element. Yeah. And again, Engage this time. Let's see, the first time he got, as mentioned, a Shark Cannon. Now we can't quite tell what he got, but might be a Widow Anchor, honestly. And for now, he presses on with multi-roll. Do you think he gets rid of the Kagari? No.
No.
Okay, Metal for Fusion. Interesting.
Let's see if he has a way somehow to send the third spell to the graveyard. Maybe he has another, or maybe he goes for, you know, Shizuku directly. Yeah, okay.
So he's not going to use the Metal Foe to draw a card, it seems like. Interesting stuff, right?
Yeah, I think he wants to save it for the next turn. Doesn't even activate the Shark Cannon.
Because now probably might activate a quick spell in the end phase, right? So he already has 3. But I don't know, it's definitely an interesting line of play. You usually would probably rely on the Mystic Mine more, clearing your old board. But I don't know. I guess it has been working out for Robin, and now let's see if team does anything. And yeah, we might just waste this Anchor and not use the roll to set it back. Okay. Yeah. So interesting, very interesting line of play from Robin. Not something we have seen in our Sky Striker matches back in the days, but let's see if we will get punished. Does team play like Unicorn or any of those cards that can out it in the extra deck at least?
No.
No, not even. So let's see. Definitely not going to be an easy task. So we know the face down are for sure the Shark Cannon and most likely an Anchor.
But now, like, also he has to deal with the Mystic Mine. Let's see, team goes for the cross ship, getting rid of the Schledorn and Merle. Cross ship, once again, another card we haven't seen in a while. It was one of these cards that was used in a lot of decks in the last years.
Yeah, it's a very interesting card. Right now we're gonna just see it. Usually you would see a Unicorn here, but he's not using it. So he will just go for a Dark and try to just clear as much of his board as possible. And here you can see just why the Mystic Mine is so annoying.
Because now the team has to deal with the Shark Cannon for sure. Maybe does he play the Impermanence? No, Robbie does not. So yeah, he might have another Widow Anchor. Yeah, I think he attacked over. Okay, passed. Yeah, looks like he has the. Yeah, there's not that much he can do. Basically, he had the Z-Amen.
Yeah, we mentioned it. He basically was forced to just clear the mine somehow, and now there is so much advantage going on from Robin. I don't think he even cares that much. If his opponent now mills the tier elements, he has the Shark Cannon to deal with it. So let's see. He needs to mill 2. Yeah, this is not a problem from Robin. He will be able to clear it with the Shark Cannon, and I would be surprised if he didn't. He's definitely thinking about it, but I think he's in a great spot at the moment.
Yeah, I mean, he can go for Shark Cannon, and then he has 3 spells in the graveyard. Oh no, but okay.
He allows it. So interesting. He could have just used the Shark Cannon, but instead he will allow this. Maybe doesn't think this is a big enough threat for him to care, but I think I would have liked the Shark Cannon here to calm down.
Yeah. Especially because like he has 3 spells, so he could have taken it and then go for multi-roll, right?
I definitely would have liked that, but regardless, this is gonna be so tough for team, because he has the Metalful Fusion engraved, so he can get a search that way, he can get a search and a +1 from engage. So this is a lot of stuff going on from Robin, and when there are 15 minutes left in the round, you also have to start wondering if you should pick up your cards, because we know how good of a timeout deck Sky Striker can be. Going first and second, actually.
Now he goes with the engage, and he will get to draw a card as well.
Yeah. So nice. Right now he picks up some cards. He is playing Choose Tapelias in his actual deck, so the play you just saw was perfectly legal. And yeah, now so much card advantage going on. And this is what basically we witnessed at the North American event with Ryan Yu, who was just doing similar things. He was using Mystic Mine not as a win condition in, let's say, deck out, but he was just using it for a turn.
Yeah.
And then the next turn he would engage Kagari and just go off with multiples +1s.
No, but I like this strategy because, like, it is like a pseudo, Dark Lure No More in a sense, in which you basically play throughout your opponent cards, and then you basically can get rid of it very easily with this Sky Striker, as Area 0, multi-roll and stuff. But yeah, looks like Robin is in control of this game. Like,
I would guess he's playing like Celine and Axis Code as the main damage tools, I guess. Yeah, usual stuff. So you can push big damage like this. Honestly, you can even get to steal the Dark or the Stapelia here. Let's see. Okay, he instead goes for the cannon. Into Cherry, interesting. Maybe he just wants to go for the access through the Crystal Aki Fibrex now. Definitely an unusual play again. Yeah, this is Alki 100%. Yeah.
Yeah, it brings out Valor. I mean, I like it, but I mean, it's kind of risky, but high risk, high reward.
Yeah, because now he goes for Celine, and this Tapelia is not able to do much here. Once he gets back his card, he's going to go for the access code, and he's going to try to push as much damage as possible. We know Team is only on 6,500 life points, so with the Widow Anchor, this is easily game.
Yeah.
As long as he pays attention to the, obviously, sharing in the field. So let's see. Yeah, an access code arrives. Do you think he should just take that one? Yeah, here Tapelia is gonna come. You have to negate it and take it. And this is easily game, so...
I think he can easily seal the game now. Yeah, Widow Anchor on it. Just will do some...
yeah, Widow Anchor steal. And he picks up his card, and as expected, the score is even. It's 1-1, and we'll get to see a game 3 where Team has to decide whether to go first or go second, as Robin did. So.
And now I think it's going to be interesting whether Team decides to go first or second, because like we saw the strategy at the beginning. He decided, you know, he started first, and then your opponent gets you go first.
Exactly.
And now you can play mind games, you know.
Yeah, it is usually when you play a go second deck, usually there are mind games involved. Game 1, he didn't get to see any of his opponent cards, and as we saw, he was siding stuff like Winter Cherries, which is completely useless against Sky Striker. And now, though, the mind games are pretty much over, and they are actually on Team sides, because Team wants to go first and combo off. Maybe, I think it could be nice that he let his opponent go first. Sides in his, you know, Galaxy evenly, and then try and combo through and just deal some damage, because the Sky Striker deck is quite underwhelming, at least this version when going first. He has no trap cards.
But if you're Robin, would you expect your opponent to go first or second now? Because like basically it is a combo deck, no?
Yeah.
From what we saw game 1, like he put up I don't know, multiple negations.
Yeah. I don't know. The thing is, I don't like much the side deck from Robin, because it seems a little conflicting with the main deck already. The main deck is entirely focused on going second, so usually when you do that, I think I like side decks where you see maybe Metaverse, Sanctum, Trap Trick, as Ryan Yu was doing over in America, but here this is not happening. All of his side decks except for Shared Ride, which is a decent option, but it doesn't save you, you know, from an OTK. It's a weird side deck, I would say, from Robin. Even Barrier, it's not great. You would side it, of course, because tier elements are hurt a lot by it, but I do like that the Punk Engine is kind of an alternative option when you're hit by Barrier.
Yeah, I mean, I'm impressed that he doesn't play, you know, the Trap Trick or the Sanctum at all in between the main deck and the side deck, because like sometimes you side them out in between game 1 and game 2, you know, by playing hand traps, basically you switch them.
Yeah.
As you said, it doesn't have so many options by going first, but would you say it Nibiru's anyway? Because like against this kind of deck,
yeah, I mean it's so strong, you need it regardless, and you still don't know if your opponent will actually go first or will let you start. I think just by how his deck is built, you have to pray that you're going second regardless. But I think Team might be on it, and maybe it just goes second. I would like it, especially because I think there are 10 minutes left in the round, maybe a little bit more, but we are around that, and you want to push damage as soon as possible.
Yeah.
Either way, our duelists are ready, so let's find out who the winner of Game 3 will be. Here there are one final game for one of these duelists to advance to the top 128, and Team decides to go first. He doesn't buy into Robin's strategy, he doesn't think it is good enough, and he gets to mill a Plague Spreader. So interesting start, not exactly the ideal one, but at least he has the Rhino Art to back it off.
Yeah, it's good. Now he can get rid of one card out of his hand. Okay.
Nice.
He has the Mercy,
nice.
so he has other 3 cards to mill.
Definitely a strong opening from team. But again, you have to wonder, if you're playing against Sky Striker, you can't go for your regular opening. You have to go for something a little diverse. And I think you focus on just milling as much as possible, because you need to hit the Galaxy Cyclone for the Mystic Mine.
And I think you want to go for the Redoer, right? Because, I mean, Sky Striker plays so many spells.
Yeah, 100%. And this on the screen is the card that team wants to hit with his mills. It is one of those options where, as you can read, the important effect is get the Grave one. You can banish it and pop a face-up spell, which is Mystic Mine almost every time. So this is the goal for team. If he does it, the Galaxy, then he's gonna be quite safe, I would say.
I think we will see, yes, standard stuff here from team.
Yeah, probably Kid Callus plus Redoer, as you were saying, and with 7 minutes left on the clock, I think he should try to play as fast as possible, just avoiding losing in time.
Especially because, like, playing against Sky Striker, he has easy access to Ayare, which deals damage, and
it's tough to play around as well.
Yeah.
Maybe just Tapelia, but yeah. That's why the Sky Striker in timeout is great. Not only is, as you mentioned, Ayate a perfect card, but Kaine as well. You gain life points every time you activate a spell card, so it's very annoying. But here we get to see one of the searches. This is great in time if we get there, because it can negate one of those XYZ or Link effects rather. So Suliek, the pick. And now we actually, interestingly enough, get to see the cross ship.
Okay.
Cool stuff.
Something that we don't see quite often. Yeah, the Rhino-Arc has banished.
Yeah. And the Plague Spreader gets to be on the field. And as you can see here, he's going to be able to use the cross ship effect as a fusion is pointing to it. He gets to special summon a level 4 or lower from the graveyard. And as he hit the aim-in, he gets to go off here. But this is extremely scary if you're team. He pays life points when there are 5 minutes remaining. And this could actually cost him the game if he's not careful enough.
Especially because, like, from what we've seen this weekend so far, it takes time, you know? You have so many cards to activate, mill, then...
Something worth mentioning, of course, is that he is playing in his extra deck a copy of Scarlight, Red Dragon, Archifiend, so if he's somehow able to combo off and then go for the card, he could get rewarded, but I don't think there is enough time for that yet, so...
Not yet.
Let's see.
It could be worth it.
Yeah.
Still don't know if he will manage to do it. Like 5 minutes remaining.
Yeah, the cool thing you can do is that when you go for it and you destroy the Kid Callus, then you get to trigger it. But let's see here, he doesn't go for it. So he's going, just committing for his regular plays, but there are just very, very few minutes remaining. So could this be an actually self-sabotage from team? Let's see.
He added the Shireen, okay.
Yeah, but this is getting stressful if you're a fan of team. Only 4 minutes remaining. He is down on life points by his own choice. He was perfectly fine comboing off through other stuff. Instead, he felt like as if this was necessary, and I'm not sure I still see the linings here. So.
And as we were saying before, is still, I mean, playing on the bubble, 4 minutes remaining. You have all the cards you need. Hopefully we will get to see the Scarlet Red Dragon in action. I think he could go for it. Like, if Robin doesn't have any sort of interruption, because like he plays multiples, but still, he goes with the Kalheidohard once again, because like he added back the Salyak. Okay, now Robin is thinking about that. Okay, it's fine.
Yeah. Again, Nibiru would be so strong here, and I think he is considering it. Yeah, I think we have seen Nibiru not being played by many players, but every time we saw it, it was so strong.
It was super impactful. Like we saw that, like in the Spright mirror match, sometimes is a kind of 50-50 card.
Yeah.
Because like sometimes you do not get to activate it, but
and again, such an impressive opening by team with going first. Wow, this is and he gets the snow as well. So what a start! But I'm still worried about how much time is left for him. Let's see if he can manage to combo through. Yeah. And now the snow is in graveyard. He get his hand on it, so he's gonna banish 7, get it back, and considering some summons. Yeah, he goes for the elf. So elf cannot bring back that, but he's gonna go for the toad. So same opening as game 1. When team goes first, he's always able somehow to end on this board.
Will it be enough though, with 2 minutes remaining?
Yeah. Just as a clarification, if you saw the switch, he did declare the correct card, but then accidentally put that one on the field. So the judge, of course, corrected it. But the Totally Awesome is now on the field, but with less than 2 minutes remaining. What a start from Tim. Incredible showing off of his knowledge of this deck. Can Robin do enough? He starts things off with a multi-roll, and this is scary already. You cannot allow this to resolve, otherwise just a Mystic Mine is enough. So, as expected, we get to see the Baron resolve, and now with Toad on the field, let's see. The Mine comes down. He does have the Toad. Robin is smiling. Let's see if he wants it. He does get it from him. Let's see if he has a second copy, though.
Yeah, I mean, if he has another copy...
He does! Wow! Woo! 2 copy of Mystic Mine and multi-roll. I mean, what can you even say? He plays back to team who desperately wants to find one of his outs. Only about a minute left. He checks his graveyard. Unfortunately, not Galaxy in there, and he passes back to Robin. What a match, and what a way to end these Swiss portions. He's really trying his best, but now he does get his hands on a copy of the Fuel Spell, so if he has any way to push forward to a Fusion Summon, he could get this done. It's still quite tough. Let's see. No, he does not, unfortunately, and play is back to Robin.
I think this is the first time we're going to see Mystic Mine winning.
Mystic Mine winning the game. Team is looking for his Cosmic. He does draw a spell. Unfortunately, it's another field spell, which means there is very, very few time left for him to get into this duel. And let's just see if Robin will be the one to advance. And with Sky Striker being one of those decks we did not expect to make it as far as the top cut, still no out. Gonna be an unfortunate one. I do appreciate though the pace at which they're playing. Kudos to both of them, showing very high sportsmanship on both sides. But let's see if Robin picks up anything. Time should be over any second now, and I think time just called, and you can see Tim shaking his head. His hand is filled with monsters, and unfortunately, due to the 600 life points he paid from him, and he has to offer the handshake, and Robin takes the match.
What a match.
What a match indeed, what a match indeed. In the end, we did not get to see the Toon cards, but maybe we could get to see them in action in the top cut. And no matter what, Toon Cyber Dragon is stopping an event, and what an event, we can say.
No, I mean, incredible. Like, team showed us how powerful the deck is. Like, game 1, he went for an incredible combo, like Baron, totally awesome, like multiple breaking board cards. And then, in game 2, like we saw Sky Striker winning. He had like 3 spell cards in the graveyard, multi-roll. He had all he needed, and then with a Widow Anchor on the Stapelia, like he needed it, and then he closed the game. While in Game 3, once again, Team showed us how powerful his deck is, but double Mystic Mine.
Yeah, unfortunately, as we were mentioning, Punk with Tier Elements looked like as if it was an extremely combo and complicated deck to run, and I think Team was playing it really well, and pretty much most decks of the format could not handle with such an opening. The only card there would have been, the Dark Ruler, but in case that happened, he had the trap face down, so I think his preparation was really, really good. Unfortunately, he had to play against Mystic Mine, which is never a good thing to do. He still played his best. I gotta say though, congratulations to his opponent, Robin, picking up his cards in Game 1. Did not reveal what he was playing, and this, I think, gave him the win in Game 2. Yeah. Because his opponent didn't know what to side deck.
Exactly. I mean, he sided deck, he sided in the 3 evenly matched, which could be okay, like by going blind second. And then, I mean, there was the Winter Cherries, which were not useful at all. But then when he understood his opponent was playing Sky Striker, of course, like, he decided anyway to go first. So I think this was a good idea, especially because, like, he was able to put up an impressive field. With Stapelia, totally awesome. Baron, it was not enough, once again, incredible.
Yeah, not at all. And I mean, as we were mentioning, it has been, I think, a very long weekend already. The first time in a while we had seen 12 rounds of Swiss, and our players had to go for an X3 record and hope that in the case they had an additional draw that they could get and fit into the top 128, which most likely is going to be the case. And no matter what, we will be able to show off a very diverse top card with a lot of different decks, a lot of underdogs, and even a lot of very known players with that success throughout the year. Yep. And also this year, because some national champions are doing quite well.
Yeah, really looking forward to it. There are some still, I saw the French national champion still inside, along with the Spanish national champion. They're both playing.
Yeah, so a lot of players to look out for. If you support any one of them in specific, I still remind you, you can, why not, send a message in the chat asking for who you want to see, and if we get the chance to feature them, then we'll try our best. But without further ado, I think Ed is ready with Robin, the winner of round 12, and the first, I guess, guaranteed top cut participant. So let's go back to them for the interview.
Welcome, guys. Yes, we are here on the main stage here with Robin Doolin, who's just won with his Sky Striker deck. First of all, just want to say a big congratulations. How does it feel to take this win in the last round of Swiss?
Really good. Really, really good.
Have you ever done a feature match before?
No, it was my first.
Did you find it nerve-wracking, or were you quite composed?
I was really nervous.
Okay, well, you actually still managed to win, though, despite the nerves, so credit where credit's due. So let's talk a little bit about your deck. So obviously you're running Sky Strikers, but you had something in there that we weren't expecting, which was your quite spicy choice of a Toon Cyber Dragon. Talk to us a little bit about why you decided to do that.
In theory, there are many tower decks, like Etignista or Marinces. And that is an easy way to clear that cards, and took 3 spades in graveyard. And versus Spright is also fine, I think, because you take the elf and you can run over Toad. But I don't know if it is really good or is gimmicky.
I mean, it's an interesting choice, at least, and it was something for us to talk about, so maybe it was a good choice for you to put it in there. So just going through some of the things that happened in that, obviously you had a Mystic Mine in Game 2, well, you have double Mystic Mine, and you had your multi-roll and your Mystic Mine dealt with at the end there, but then you came out with that other Mystic Mine. Did you feel that there was a chance you might lose, or were you feeling pretty confident throughout most of that last game?
That was only luck. When you have one back row removal, I have immediately lost. That was pure luck, I would say.
I don't know if it was luck. I'd say that comes down to skill and raw nerves. Either way, Robin, congratulations to you. I hope that the top 128 cut goes well for you. Congratulations one more time. Guys, do not go anywhere because we're about to come back with the top cut of this tournament.
I've been waiting for you, Yugi.
Good, because I have a new strategy for you. It's my turn. I draw. Charge toward victory, Master of Chaos! Believe in the heart of the cards, and you can build your perfect deck. Yu-Gi-Oh! Trading Card Game, Battle of Chaos, now on sale, including a special original Dark Magician. It's time to duel.
Hello everybody and welcome back to the coverage of the European Championship in Antwerpen 2022. I'm here with another national champion, Peter Milner in fact. Peter, how are you feeling?
Great.
And which national did you win?
Austria.
Austrian nationals. Do you remember how many players you've had there?
I think we were 176 players.
All right. And what deck did you use to win there?
I played Branded Despier.
And how did you come to that conclusion to play that deck back in the day?
I tested a lot with Florian and Julian, and basically we cycled through every deck in the format, and we decided to play Branded Despier because it was like the most reliable while still being powerful.
Yeah, and then let's talk about the emotional aspect. How did it feel to be the national champion of Austria?
Overwhelming, I guess. It was like super crazy because at first you just won a game, but then you realize you won the whole tournament. It was like great.
Yeah. And where's the trophy in your home? Does it have a special place now?
Yeah, it's in my living room.
Fair enough. And is Despier now still the pick for this event? Is it still the best deck to go?
I don't think so.
But let's go through the preparation of a national champion. Now that you're a national champion, you got a special treatment for this event as well. You have a VIP status. And how did you prepare for this event? Any special routines?
No, just casual playtesting with my team, like a lot of playtesting. And we try to figure out what is the best deck, and what is the most powerful, and what is still consistent.
And you think you found that? You don't have to give it away, but you think you found the solution?
I think so.
Pretty good. Yeah, so that's all to be said. Thank you very much for the interview, and we will give it back to the live coverage of the European Championship. See you over there.
from the past, The Second Haunting, with dozens of new cards, plus 9 famous ghost rares from all Yu-Gi-Oh! Eras. Yu-Gi-Oh! Ghosts from the Past, The Second Haunting.
20 cards per box, each box sold separately.
Welcome back to our coverage of the European Yu-Gi-Oh! Championship live from Antwerp. So we're right now between the Swiss rounds and the top rounds. And as you can see, I am not alone in this camera frame that we have right here. On my right, I have Sebastian and Leonard who are joining us. And also on my left, I have Marcello and Alberto, because right now, we're going to do a quiz. And it's going to be a damn good quiz, although I have also just been told to mention that this is an impossible Yu-Gi-Oh! Quiz. I think I've been told to say that to placate either of the guys who may embarrass themselves with this. So here are the rules. Basically, it's going to start with the two gentlemen closest to me playing a game of rock, paper, scissors. Whoever wins is going to start. I'm going to ask that team a question. If they can answer it, they get a point. If they don't, it passes over to the other team, and if they can get it, they will get the point. And then basically, it's going to be the first team that gets to 6 points that wins. Why 6? I don't know, but it's a number we chose, and it's the number we're going for. So guys, would you like to go for the rock, paper, scissors? Now to set the rules, we're going to go rock, paper, scissors, go, okay? Because everyone has a different way of playing. Yeah.
On the go.
On the 4, or the go. Okay, you guys ready?
Yep.
Rock, paper, scissors, go. Okay, so the German side are going to be going first, and I'm going to read from this mobile phone some of the questions that we have. So, are you ready for the first question? Remember, if they don't get this, it will be passed over to you. What is the Link monster with the highest attack in the game? Each of our teams are allowed to confer. They are allowed to confer. They're allowed to say what they want. You might notice either side of me, there's a lot of very intense whispering going on right now. I'm also filling time while our teams come up with the answer that they think. It could be anything at this point. I don't know. I demanded that there was a dinosaur question in this, and they didn't give me one. Maybe I'll make one up. Have you got an answer for us, Sebastian?
Yes.
What is your answer?
Our answer is most likely wrong, but it is Borderland Dragon.
That is incorrect. So I'm going to pass over to Marcello. Marcello, do you have an idea what the strongest Link monster is, the highest attack in the game?
We're thinking of a machine one, actually, but for the name, yeah, we can't quite get the name. 4,000 attack. Machine. But unfortunately, I think we're gonna give up on the answer. I'm sorry.
This might be a longer quiz than we anticipated. So the answer, what is the Link monster with the highest attack in the game, is 5-headed Link Dragon. Neither of the teams are gonna get that. Maybe you guys in the chat got it, but we did say this was an impossible Yu-Gi-Oh quiz, and neither of our commentary teams managed to get the first question. So we're going to go back over to you guys. Oh, it's over to you. God, these rules are so complicated, but it doesn't matter. Currently, it's 0-0 apiece. So over to you, Marcello. The question is, how many different attributes are there in the Yu-Gi-Oh! TCG? Could be quite an easy question relative to the last one. We can all think of the attributes that there are. Things like light, dark, water, fire, earth. That's most of them. I probably shouldn't keep going in case I give away the answer. You can see the intensity in both of these teams trying to figure out which one of them has the right answer. I'm seeing some incorrect hand totals coming up here, I'm not going to lie. You didn't hear anything. Neither team can hear me. They're too busy conferring. This is called filling time. Okay, the Germans are feeling confident. Italians? Do you think you have the answer?
I mean, we're kind of shaky on there, but I think we're gonna go for number 8. But
how many different attributes are there in Yu-Gi-Oh! TCG? You've said 8. You are incorrect, I'm afraid. So I'm going to pass it over to the German side and see what they say. Sebastian?
It should be only 7. That's what we are thinking.
7. An interesting answer. And it is correct! That is 1 point to the German side. So that means we're throwing it back over to you guys. We've had this, so now we're moving over. So let's go for this. So your next question. Are you guys ready for this next question? What are the 2 fusion materials mentioned on Elemental Hero Dark Bright? Elemental Hero Dark Bright. Do you at home know the answer to this question? Only time will tell if either of our commentary teams know it. But like we've already said, this is quite a difficult quiz. Okay, the Germans are looking confident, so I'm going to go over to you guys. What are the 2 fusion materials mentioned on Elemental Hero Dark Bright, Sebastian?
Elemental Hero, Burstinatrix, and Sparkman.
That is incorrect! Okay, so passing over to you guys, what are the 2 fusion materials mentioned on Elemental Hero Dark Bright?
Ok, io dico Neos e no, Burstinatrix. We are gonna go for Burstinatrix and Avian.
Burstinatrix and Avian. For Elemental Hero Dark Bright, that is incorrect! I'm afraid the answer was Elemental Hero Sparkman and Elemental Hero Necroshade. They were the 2 fusion materials required for Elemental Hero Dark Bright. So Italians, we're coming over to you for question 4. What are the 2 fusion materials mentioned on Dark Bolter the Terrible. Oh god, you can see the look in each of these teams' eyes when I say some of these questions. It is a hard one. Maybe we'll have to reduce this down to 3 instead of 6, because we might be here forever. But to be fair, we are having to fill a little bit of time before we get into the top cut. They've still got a lot of duels still going. They've got to figure out what's going to be happening with the top 128. So we're going to keep going to 128. We're not going to 128. We're going to 6. And at the point where we have 6, that is when we are going to move on. Or when the top cut is also announced. Either or. It'll be like playing for time. We've seen plenty of that in this tournament. God, I'm good at keeping it relevant. So the Italians, I'm going to have to rush you for an answer, guys. Do you think you have an answer? Dark Bolter the Terrible. What are the fusion materials?
Fortunately, we're going to help the German team because we're pretty sure about half of it, which should be Dark Ruler Des. But then the half, we're going to just get School Servant, which I don't think is going to be.
I'm afraid both are incorrect.
Wow.
So, going to hand over to the Germans. Dark Bolter the Terrible. What are the fusion materials?
Fallen of Albaz and King of the Swamp, maybe?
Those are incorrect. It was Possessed Dark Soul and Frontier Wiseman. This could be a long quiz. Okay, who did I just ask that to? That was to the German side or the Italian side? It was the Italian side, so now it's back up to the German side. So, next question. What is the first English Yu-Gi-Oh card in alphabetical order? Now, there's a lot of things that some of you at home are possibly thinking. We have things like ABC, Dragon Cannon, stuff like that. But will that be the answer? Or any of the ABCs be the answer? Only time will tell. In the meantime, let's see what both of our teams managed to come up with. Germans, you think you've got something? Sebastian, what's your answer?
A-cell recombination device.
Say that one more time for me.
A-cell recombination device?
I'm afraid that's incorrect, but you were close. That's the closest to a clue I'm going to give you. So I'm going to have to hand this over to the Italians. Gentlemen, do you have an idea?
It is definitely that card we're thinking about as well, but A-cell combination. I'm going to cut the ray. Combination device, so without the ray, I guess. I don't know.
You were so close. It's not that. So the answers are A-cell breeding device or Abaki, both of which are in similar positions alphabetically. We soldier onwards regardless, and we try and find if one of you guys can get another point in here. Currently, 1-0.
We're winning.
We're winning. That's all that matters. Okay, the next one we've got. What is the highest attack elemental hero monster? Give our teams a moment to confer, but this is going to the Italians first. If the Italians don't know the answer, it will be handed over to the Germans. But who's going to win? I also notice on the playback monitor how much shorter I am than both of these teams. I wasn't quite anticipating that, but now I feel very short. Sorry.
If you want the actual attack or the name of the monster?
We want the name of the monster. Name of the monster, not the actual attack itself. Do you guys know? Do you guys know which one of the highest attack elemental hero monsters it is? Guess we're going to find out. I was just saying to the audience, I feel very short next to all of you guys. I'm not a short gentleman, but you guys are all very tall. But will this tallness help them with this quiz? Bring it back around, okay.
Again, we're not feeling confident at all, so we just go with the 3000, so Elemental Hero Rainbow Neos, and pray it gets there, probably won't.
Rainbow Neos. It's close, but it's not right. So we're going to hand over to the Germans. Guys, what is the highest attack elemental hero monster?
That would have been our guess as well, so no counter from us.
You sure you don't want to try?
Clayman. Let's go.
It is not Clayman. The answer was elemental hero Cosmo Neos. So you were close. You were very close. This is going to be a tough one. Okay, next question. This one's going over to you guys on the German side. How many Ice Barrier Synchro Monsters are there? Ice Barrier Synchro Monsters. Obviously, we had a structure deck of that in the last couple of years. How much has that affected the answer to this question? And do our teams know I'm having to do a lot of filling while the two teams confer, otherwise you will be sat in silence. I'm sure it's gotten annoying by this point, but that's all I need to do to make sure this is an entertaining stream. So, tell us, how many Ice Barrier Synchro Monsters are there?
We're going with 6 as our answer.
6 Ice Barrier Synchro Monsters. You are incorrect, I'm afraid, but very, very close. So, Marcello, I'm going to have to pass over to you.
So it's around there, we are guessing as well, but I think we're gonna go actually for the lower option, so we're gonna go for 5.
5. How many Ice Barrier Synchro Monsters are there? And you've said 5. You're correct! There are 5, so that means both of our teams are at 1 apiece. And we still have a long way to go before we get to the 6. Oh well, we've got time to fill because getting into this top cut takes a little bit of time. So don't worry, this is going to be keeping you entertained until that round begins. So let's move on to our next one. How many Necros Ritual Monsters are there? They've got to discuss this. Quite a few in the ritual format there with Necros, but just how many? I don't know the answer, but I can tell you now. It's double what the last answer was. See, they're too busy talking amongst themselves to even know that I've just given them the answer. Unless they're pretending, and they've actually overheard me this entire time. I don't trust either of them. So I've been told in my ear, I've never got to say that in presenting, but I'm getting in my ear that the next correct answer will win. Ooh, okay, I'm going to let them both know when they're done conferring. Guys, I have news. I've been told in my ear that the next correct answer wins. So we aren't going to 6, don't you worry, but this is basically a tiebreaker point. You may not get this answer, but whoever answers next wins the quiz. It's like golden goal at this point. So, how many Necros monsters are there, Marcello?
Okay, so we thought about it and we gonna go for the safe option, which I think is incorrect, but just the ones that we were used to playing, which is 7.
7. Okay. I'm wondering if to generate some tension, whether I should tell you if you're correct or incorrect or not. What's your guess?
It would have been 7 as well, actually.
You're going to stick with 7?
Yes.
Both of you have answered 7 to how many Necros Ritual Monsters are there. And I can tell you, you're both incorrect. There are, in fact, 10 Necros Ritual Monsters. So you were both kind of close, but no cigar. So we're going to wrap it on here and get on to our next one. So we've just asked that to you. So it's over to you. This could win you the quiz. What is the highest attack normal monster? I think a lot of you at home might know this. It's a lot more obvious than you think it is. But will our commentary team feel the same way? Will their brains work the same way that yours is? I might even go as far as saying even people not that involved in Yu-Gi-Oh! Might know the answer to this question. Both of our teams are going to be discussing it quite intently. Bear in mind, the question was, what is the highest attack normal monster? A lot of the other high attack ones are things like effect monsters. We're going over to Sebastian. What do you think is the highest attack normal monster?
Blue Eyes White Dragon.
The Blue Eyes White Dragon. I can tell you that you are correct, and therefore the German team have taken the quiz with the correct answer of the Blue Eyes White Dragon. It is the highest attack normal monster. Commiserations to you guys, but you fought valiantly. There were some good answers in there, but we have our winners. We're actually ready to move on to our first of the top 128, but we're going to cut to a little break so that we can get everyone back to their commentary desks and get on over to that. So we'll see you guys in just a second. Don't go anywhere. And welcome back. So we're out of the Swiss rounds here at the European Yu-Gi-Oh! Championship 2022 live from Antwerp. And we're now into our first feature map of the top 128. This is very exciting. We're on the home straight for this tournament. We're going to see who's going to be taking home that title and who's going to be taking away some of those prizes. So let's not dally around. We're getting straight into our first round of the 128. We have Pietro Dardini, and we also have the Greek national champ, Stefanos Fosteiris. So you guys have already done a dice roll, so we're not gonna have any of that ceremony going on here. So you won that, Pietro, didn't you? So I'm going to let you guys crack on and hand you guys over to our wonderful Italian team, who very sadly didn't win the quiz, but are going to do great with this commentary.
Hi everyone and welcome to the first ever top 128 for a Yu-Gi-Oh! Event. We can't be more excited than this to show you guys, and we picked a great one to start things off. As Ed mentioned, I know Stefanos pretty well. He's the Greek national champion because he beat me in the finals this year, and he did with a very unique deck, a Nero deck that no one saw and expected, and it was mainly built to beat Despia. And now apparently it transitioned to the enemy. If you can't beat them, join them. And he's playing Despia, but he's playing Predaplan Despia. So a very thin Despia engine with a lot of Predaplan cards. And I have to say I'm a big fan of this engine, at least against the Spright.
Yeah, especially because like you have a really good matchup against them. You can put big bodies on the field, but like the interactions along themselves are very powerful. And still, he decided to play like this kind of engines also at the National Championship, as you said, very different from the standard ones we are used to seeing. And then on the other side, he's playing against another deck we have previously featured this weekend, which is Flunder.
Absolutely, it seems like Italians, and you can't blame him after Flow Wonderies pretty much dominated Italian nationals. Pietro, another Italian player, bringing the deck that won it. So he's on Flow Wonderies, which I think will be a terrible news for the Greek champion. As we mentioned, the great thing about the engine is, of course, the Predaplan counters as they make the level 1 monsters. It is extremely annoying for Spright specifically to deal with that. as they require level 2 monsters to get going. And I'm sure that's going to be an incredible matchup for Stefanos. When it comes to this one, though, I think on top of them all, Dimension Shifter, if Pietro opens that card, it shuts down completely the Greek player deck. Without further ado, though, let's find out who will advance to the top 64, and let's jump into the table. Here they go, and Pietro does open up with a Pot of Duality. Unfortunately, the Shifter is a little too late to the party, but he's finding Map, which is a great opening tool. And you can already tell, I don't think Stefanos is even maining Entrops. Let's check real quick, but yeah, that's a tough one nonetheless.
Yeah, Stefanos is playing, you know, Ash Blossom along with Effect Veilers.
Yeah.
But he has Dark Ruler no more, I think, that most
and
of the players.
It does open the Dark Ruler with, of course, great against combo decks, but really, really strong against Flowanderies as well.
And now what we've seen usually from the Flowanderies is that they really need a normal summon for the turn to get things off. And they have the Eagle with the Robina.
Yeah. Something interesting I would like to see from Pietro is that usually in the previous events we saw Flowanderies end on the statue, but with Dark Lure getting more popular, usually they actually keep it in the end to use next turn with the trap card. So let's see if he does go for this decision, and I think it's the correct one.
Yeah.
Dreaming Town can just bring it later on. And you get to pretty much ask your opponent to first deal with the Empen and then have the statue ready just in case.
And I'm just checking in the Pietro's list, and he only plays one copy of Mystic Minds, which usually this is something that we don't see quite often. From what we saw yesterday with Diego's list, you know, the current Italian national champion was playing 3. But anyway, here
he does go for the statue, which is gonna be a big punish, but interesting. He goes for this 3, so we might see a Dimension Shifter nonetheless. Let's see. As I mentioned, the statue being summoned this early, not a big fan of, but the Shifter is so strong, and here he comes, so he does have the Shifter. This is huge against the Stefanos deck.
Yeah, it really relies on the graveyard a lot. The branded cards along with the Predaplant monsters. That might hurt a lot. I think we will see the Dark Lure no more. Here it comes. I think he has the opening he will go for. Maybe also has the Preda Practice.
Yeah, the Snow is there, the opening is there, but all of these cards are not that efficient when the Shifter is there. So for now, though, I think Pietro might read this, but he actually knows it, I think.
Yeah, he goes with the Preda Practice. I mean, maybe you were not expecting to play against Predaplant in the top cut, but again, if you are able to put up in the very first game, you can basically summon the Scorpio, which Stefanos did.
Yeah, which is great, because as you all know, you can just unfortunately not use the effect because it's it doesn't say discard, it says send as cost to the graveyard, so Shifter prevents it, but still you get to add a card from your deck, and he's trying his best to maneuver around this incredible opening by Pietro.
And still we've seen how powerful the Shifter has been throughout the whole week, and causing problems to basically every single deck of the format. It's a good card. We have seen also Spright players siding in by going second. It's very good generic cards by starting things off. And now we see the good
and he does
Clam.
go for the Clammy, but that will trigger the field spell from Pietro. He goes for his combos, and I don't think there is another piece of interruption in the end from Stefanos. So this could be actually a very, very quick game one, because if he goes for the Ryza here, this smells incredible trouble. So let's see. Yeah, and he does go for the Ryza. So very well maneuvered here. We mentioned it already how maybe it wasn't the most straightforward deck to bring to this event. Not the most popular option either, but it's still very strong.
Yeah,
so.
I mean, I will be very scary to play against Flawandries, especially in the top cut, because like it's one of these decks that if really gets things going through, now Stefanos is in trouble.
An interesting play here, as you can see from the Italian, who actually takes back the statue, because thanks to the Dreaming Town, he can just bring it back to the field afterwards, and definitely well played by him, but I don't think there is much else going on. He has the talent, so Stefanos will have to decide how to use the triple tactics talent. Let's see. Which effect do you think he would go for? Maybe take?
Yeah, I think I'll go for it, because like if you want to go to draw 2 cards, then
yeah, what can you even do? And just in case things go wrong for Pietro this turn, he actually reveals the hand. Okay. Nice. So we get to see an RP Feather Duster in the main deck already being drawn by Pietro. But he will put back the statue.
Do you like Stefanos' option to go saying the hand rather than taking a monster?
It was interesting, but I want to see how much he can push here, because opening is activated, of course, but I mean, do you get the 1 copy of Aluber here? He's only playing 1, as I mentioned, very thin Despia engines. He mostly want to rely on the Predaplants and just play free opening alongside the fusions and 1 Aluber to get it. So, of course, you don't want to open it.
Because now, even if you get the opening, basically, what do you do?
Yeah, I don't know. I'm not the biggest fan of how Pietro, in the end, decided to go for that Ryza play. I gotta say, it was interesting, for sure, but maybe a little excessive by that point. I think he could have waited longer with it. But now there is the branded fusion, and he actually changed the town to it. So
okay.
Interesting stuff. So the fusion resolves, and unfortunately won't be able to have much. I don't think he's even playing Tragedy, right?
No.
Yeah,
I think he is.
So this will not be that impressive from Stefanos, but what can you do?
Yeah, goes with the Albion. Makes sense.
So now Robina already used it, but with the effect of 3 now he can choose to go for any of the smaller ones. He could get the Toucan to get the Dreaming Town back, or just go for a statue, which is interesting, as you can see here, because then in resolution he won't be able to resolve his effect. So nicely done by Pietro. He doesn't have to do much, essentially.
Yeah.
He's gonna ask his opponent to waste his battle phase right now, and then still gets to keep most of his board. So I think in the end, shaky line, but still getting things done. So
yeah, because like basically you let your opponent, let's say, waste the battle phase. You basically use the statue. But,
and unfortunately, Stefanos has done enough. The play is back to Pietro, who is fully in control. He can pretty much do whatever he wants. So I would expect the Greek player to just pick up his card quite soon. We saw it multiple times throughout the Swiss, how these matches tend to be very grindy before side deck. But I think Pietro just showing once again why you should never underestimate the Flawandries deck.
And now, especially because like Stefanos is left basically a top deck.
Yeah.
And I think Pietro here can really hurt Stefanos, like being left with pretty much
yeah, this is super easy, and as you mentioned, he can just get to the apex. Is he playing just 1 Empen? Most are at the moment. Let's check it just to make sure. Yeah, just the one copy of Empen, so the only target left is the Apex Avian. Nonetheless, it does what it needs him to do, but yeah, this is so much advantage. 5 cars in hand from the Italian player, still not stopping anytime soon.
Yeah, I think we will see the Apex here, and then...
Yeah, he goes for the Avian, and this seems very, very locked for the Italian. Nice sequence, I think, in the previous turn, and now he gets to attack over his opponent, who will be able to get... I think he's only playing the branded fusions, right? Or maybe one copy of red, let's check. Usually in this version you don't really play others, yeah. So mainly the fusion. He does play one banishment, to be fair, so maybe we could see that. We know it's extremely good in the tier element matchup, but not quite against Flowandries.
But if you were Stefanos now, would you consider to go into game 2? Like, of course, you want to see the top deck.
Yeah. You're gonna wait for a while now, but this with the Dreaming Town being added to end potentially once again, it's locking the game for the Italian player. As we mentioned, though, and we probably will be able to talk more about the decks that made it into the top cut, it's the first time ever we get to showcase a top 128, and the meta was already quite diverse at the beginning, and you can imagine that in such a wide top cut, you have a lot of different decks.
Yeah, I mean, we were expecting this to happen, especially because, like, we said it in our meta discussion that tier elements and Spright would have been most likely the most played decks. But on the other side, the format is so well shaped that there are a lot of different decks. And here, we can see that Pietro just won game 1.
As you can see, he gets to negate in the end phase. The Apex is sent back to the end, and Pietro convincingly takes this game 1. Well played, and now we get to take a look at the side decks, though, and it's going to be an interesting one. What do you think the Italian will actually bring in? Since going second with Full Wonder is always kind of shaky, I guess.
And seeing that Pietro is playing Ultimate Slayer, a card we haven't seen actually this weekend so far, is very powerful. By going second, basically gets rid of a lot of your opponent solution. I think we might seeing it being sided by Pietro. And he has a couple of cards for going second as well, like evenly matched, which we could be saying.
Yeah, for sure. Evenly, Ultimate Layer, as you mentioned, one of the most discussed cards, I would say. Mouth to mouth, it was, heard by a lot of players just how good the card is. We couldn't get to see it in action, so maybe now in the top card we will. And I think I really like the addition of the Evil Twins engine to just make it even better for a +1. But on his opponent's sides, I'm not sure how well he can be prepared against Flowandries.
No, because like you're for sure prepared to play against the meta, tier elements and sprites. Indeed, we are seeing he plays going second cards such as Pancratops, and then Alpha, which is like a sort of Pancratops, let's say. But there's the barrier which we're not going to see.
It's tough because, as we mentioned, the opening and again, looking at Stefanos' deck, it is one of those decks that going first can set up a lot. You can set up the Preda planning and then make all of your opponent level 1 and negated by Stapelia, which is good even against Flowonder. So that's the plan. But then going second, it's kind of weak, and that's why you see pretty much all of the side decks for going second. The only card I could see come in would be Ghost Ogre. It's really good against the Field Spell from the Flowandries. And of course, RP Feather Duster and Red Rebuke are always cards you keep in, even going second against such decks. But again, if Shifter comes down, Stefanos most likely will just pass turn. Anyway, our players are ready, so let's see if Stefanos can even the score or we'll see just a SHUEISHA with victory. So here they come. As mentioned, Stefanos really looking to start things off with his combos, and he does so with a branded fusion. Let's see if there is any response. There is not, so no shifter twice in a row at least. The Greek fans will be happy about that. And I think, yeah, you're just trying to go for the Predal Plant engine. Yeah, no surprise here. We get to see essentially the tragedy for Predal Plants, which is the bib list. So you get to add any Predal Plant monster next. Usually depends if you get to the Scorpio or just one of the Pendulum monsters. So let's see.
And I think this is what I really like about this format, because like even playing these small packages, as we saw like in very different decks with the Adventure deck or Punk, you basically play very few cards, but then you can make so many things. Like
absolutely, and unfortunately it does open Cobra, one of the, of course, weaklings of the Predal Plant engines, but you can still get it done. One of the key cards in this deck, and of course thanks to Eastern Fusion once again, would be the Predal Plant Ambulomelides, so it's really strong. We'll see if he will be able to bring it up, but for now he gets the Scorpio, not a surprise. For now he resolves the Lubellion and usual stuff.
And I think this is the first time that we see a Mirror Jade today, a card that has caused and still causes a lot of problems.
Yeah, absolutely. It's really strong against like Spright specifically, but even against other matchups, it's still a very annoying card to deal with, even just for the body alone, because then the Regeki-like effect in the end phase is nothing to be disrespecting. So now the Scorpio, no entraps for Pietro. He will try his best to just break the board, something we have seen in a lot of decks, just cutting all these entraps and focusing more on cards like Dark Ruler, Talent, Super Poly, you know, all of those going second cards.
Yeah, I'm looking at Pietro's list and yeah, he only has, he doesn't play any entraps apart from the shifter.
Yeah. And as expected here, we get to see a Fusion Summon go off and probably and arguably the best card in the extra deck for the deployment deck, which now will get him the Predal Planning if he feels like it, which is an incredible trap card. As you can read now on the screen, it pretty much puts a token on every monster of your opponent, and against Spright, it's essentially an auto-win button.
Yeah.
So
that's a good plan, huh?
So. Ooh, surprisingly enough, though, it does go for adding a Pendulum Monster, so maybe he does already have the planning. He's playing free, I think. Very surprised. No, just the one.
No, just
copy,
one.
okay.
He takes the Bufolica.
Yeah, Bufolica is added to the end. Definitely an unusual opening for the deck, but yeah, Stapelia is needed, and if he has planning in the end, this is so strong.
Okay, this is not something that you usually see, because like we are used to seeing, you know, Predal Planning. 6 card was the shifter.
Yeah. Unfortunately, Shifter picked up off the top as a 6th card. Not gonna be as good as he wanted, but still quite relevant because you cannot use the Mirror Jade anymore. So it's better late than never, I guess. So, do you think it's worth just using it now, or would you wait? Because I guess might as well to just get a search in the end phase, but it doesn't. So. Let's look at the end. Ooh, the Book of Moon is gonna be so good for Pietro.
Yeah, he plays 2 copies, and I think he could be the only one player playing Book of Moon in the top cut.
Absolutely, Book of Moon, one of the top unusual cards of this weekend, but we might just see it be completely crazy. In this case, though, he even had the engine out to the Stapelia, so this is not looking good for the Greek player.
I actually like it, because even in the Spright match, you can basically...
It's great.
Yeah, I mean, it's insane.
absolutely great. As we mentioned, many of these decks, and even the Rika and Avalon deck, which is doing super well, we have a couple in the top cut, can get shut down.
Yeah.
If you just put the low C face down with a Book of Moon, maybe they struggle a little bit. But for now, Flowunder is doing Flowunder's things, and it's gonna be great, great opening. And when you open the town, it does so much for you. Every time you tribute someone, you get a card off your opponent, and it's such a great interaction.
And we saw Pietro having sided in the Ultimate Slayers. So, yeah, maybe we will see that in action.
Such a strong opening, once again using all of his interaction to the best abilities. He can get a copy of the trap card right away, so the town, let's see. Or just a field spell and push forward. Yeah, I think the trap is a no-brainer here, and with the Ryza in hand, this is so much advantage from the Italian player.
This is what you're really looking for when playing the Flowunder's deck. You really need really one card to start things off.
Yeah.
If you draw into the Eagle, not the Rubina, then it gets even crazier. And by having the trap card, then with the Rise as well, Book of Moon, wow. Stree.
Yeah, Stree pushing forward. He could go into an interesting loop next turn with the Ryza and the Shifter. But for now, he will just play it as safe as possible, get rid of all of his opponent, and even go for the really cool interaction, which is when you use the Ryza this way, you can put the Shifter on top, get it back, and then do it every turn. And then, as he mentioned, he just sends the Jade back to the extra deck, so it won't be able to trigger. Yeah, it's not once per turn, unfortunately for Stefanos, and this is absolutely devastating. Ryza, such a unique card. It does so much for the deck. Not only does he get rid of a lot of cards, and you can just see the card advantage getting extremely out of hand.
Yeah, I mean, we said it before how good the Dimensional Shifter is. I mean, it's winning games and games.
And at the end, he decides not to put the Shifter on top, and he basically puts a dead card on his opponent. I think Cobra was the choice, and it's a great interaction. You said how Spiral is your favorite deck, and the Spiral Drone still gives nightmares to people just because you know you were top decking into something useless. And now Stefano picks up a useless card, sets a bluff, plays back to the Italian, who now can freely just go through the remaining life points from his opponent. And this will be swiftly over, with the talent face down being the only card that he can activate, but with the Apex negating it. I don't think the Greek can do anything. So incredible stuff by Pietro, who will take a convincing 2-0 victory, moving forward to the top 64.
Yeah.
Great match. Congratulations to both. What a win from Pietro and what a win from Flowunder once again.
I mean, we said it before, like, Flowunder is one of these decks that I think you don't really want to face, because, like, the Dimensional Shifter is huge in every single matchup at this point in the tournament, because, like, by itself, it won Pietro 2 games. But also it allows you to play, like, on only one card, having the Eagle, then it gets you access to the Amp, and if you really want to the Ryzen, then it gets crazier and crazier, and especially because, like, your opponents, I think, are scared of this deck.
Absolutely, and we mentioned it a few times. When you're playing in such a huge event, 19 rounds total, and you're aiming to win it, you need some unfair cards. You need those cards which are gonna win you a game by themselves, and Shifter is surely one of them. The Italian opened it in game 1, and it absolutely crushed the Greek hopes. And in game 2, the card is that powerful that even top decked as a 6th card, it still was so annoying for the Despia deck.
Yeah, indeed, we couldn't see how powerful Stefanos' deck is because of Shifter. Like,
absolutely.
This weekend we have seen, I think, a lot of times Shifter being played and even being sided in, as I said before, by Spright itself.
Yeah.
Because, like, it gives you a lot of access, and it's, like, super versatile. But in these kind of matchups in which you really rely on your graveyard, it completely shuts down your strategy.
But I think the most successful players are doing some unfair things. Let's say they either side into, you know, Sanctum, which I really love, is one of those cards which just shuts down most decks, and the same can be done for the Flowandries deck. It has the RP Feather Storm. Incredible card. Like pretty much only Red Reboot is an option against it. Otherwise, you pretty much Shockmaster your opponent, is forced to pass their turn. Most decks are, and alongside Shifter and the consistency of playing 8 to 9 different pots, so from Prosperity, Extravagance, Duality, it gets you to those unfair cards. And I think this is one of the reasons why we're seeing even the Italian national champion doing very well this weekend. So Flowandry is definitely one of the deck. It is there. If you disrespected it, it's gonna get to you. And I think for sure we're gonna see more of it. As a reminder, now Pietro is locked in for top 64, and still there are some few rounds remaining, and they will do their best to be crowned the 2022 European champion. Now we're gonna, of course, keep an eye on the top tables and try to provide you guys a little bit of what's going on, what decks are still there, if our picks are still up for the race. And we have some big names among the top cuts, right?
Yeah, we have YCS champions. We have our 2022 Italian national champion still inside. I saw him playing the top cut.
We have multiple YCS champions as well. We have either players who have been doing really well, just sneaking in with an X3-1 record, actually, such as Federico Mecozzi. Of course, we have to mention him, and if he gets to manage and lose in the finals this time, he will achieve the impossible, losing at a national, European championship and YCS in the finals, so the triplet. But without further ado, I think we have our winner in a very few moments, Pietro, again, one of the Italians who will be having a talk with us. As you mentioned, we will ask him if maybe Diego was an inspiration for him. At the Italian National Championship, Flowandries was also disrespected in a way. It wasn't the top deck of the format. A lot of players did not have side deck cards for it. Diego again played it at this European Championship and is doing well with it. So we'll ask him if the inspiration came from the Italian Championship and maybe even if he competed at the event. And you know, it's possible that he lost to the deck and he was like, oh wow, this deck is good, man. Let's keep it rolling and let's see if he's gonna do well for this event. But yeah, now let's go back to Ed and Pietro for the winner interview.
Thank you, Marcello. Yes, I'm joined by Pietro right here. First of all, congratulations. The first victory, the first 128 top we've had. How does it feel to be already in the top cut of the Euros?
Feels actually really good. Yeah, I'm so happy to be here. I'm so grateful to have been able to stream my match and win. I mean, it's a good feeling.
Absolutely, and now you're in the top 64, which is very, very exciting. So let's talk a little bit about your deck. You're playing Flowandries. The commentators were just saying, did you play in the Italian Championships at all?
I did play into the Italian Championship, and I couldn't make it for a match, so I mean, it's fine.
That's fair. Did you happen to see Diego playing this deck while you were there at all?
I did not see him live, but I watched the match with Salaman Great and the final. I mean.
Fair enough. So what made you choose Flowandries? Because you also have a couple of extra things there, like 2 copies of Book of Moon. And the commentators were saying, never underestimate this deck. Do you feel like that? Do you enjoy playing Flowandries?
Yeah, I really enjoy playing it, and they are totally right. The meta is not Flowandries, but if you don't side for it, if you don't have the right card for it, the deck can just snowball and destroy you. Yeah, the 2 Book of Moons, I've been playing them from the start, from where Advent wasn't even out, and they're so helpful. They're so versatile, good going first and second, can cut them.
You had one in your hand in that last game, just sort of ready to go at any moment, just in case, so it's clearly worked. You controlled game 1 pretty well. How did it feel to be up against something like Predaplant Despia? Was that a bit of a whoa kind of moment when you saw that? Because that's quite unusual. Flowandries is quite unusual, but that's a very unusual deck. How did you handle that?
Yeah, well, I guess it was a breath of fresh air. I've been playing like 7 Spright today, so It's so seeing Cobra. I don't know what it's summon. It was a breath of fresh air. I know I have a good matchup. I drew shifter, so I was really happy. Yeah, I was really happy with that.
Excellent. Well, I hope Flew Under Ease manages to take you all the way to some of those top cuts. Congratulations again, Pietro. Guys, don't go anywhere because we're moving into that top, and it's going to be very, very exciting. Do not go anywhere. Top 64 coming right up.
I've been waiting for you, Yugi.
Good, because I have a new strategy for you. It's my turn. I draw. Charge toward victory, Master of Chaos! Believe in the heart of the cards, and you can build your perfect deck. Yu-Gi-Oh! Trading Card Game, Battle of Chaos, now on sale, including a special original Dark Magician. It's time to duel.
Hello everybody and welcome back to the coverage of the European Championship Tour 2022. And now we're here with a deck profile. And actually I'm here with Dennis, and Dennis is going to talk a bit about the Rika Sun Avalon deck. So let's get into it. Let's talk about the first card we have here.
Okay, so right here we have Sunsi Genius Loki. That's basically the core center card of the deck. If you have this card, you can pretty much end on like 7 disruptions. Yep. This card starts everything because if you link it off, you search, and then you just continue to search into other cards.
Yeah, and now we get into the Rika part, because the new cards out of Power of the Elements are actually some Rika cards, which made this a lot better now, right?
Yeah, so with the Loki, you search in most of the time into this, and this card is a monster negate in the graveyard and in the hand. And it's basically together, combined with the field spell, you can tribute your opponent's monsters for cost, and which makes the deck really strong.
Yeah, Rika Princess and Rika Kong Kong really push the deck a lot because it gives a new dimension to the deck basically, because it can also work in the graveyard. And the end goal of the deck pretty much is creating a big combo board, right? With like multiple layers. And we can talk about one combo part, one part of the end board basically. So
basically you have Bang & Answer, the Resurgent. This card is basically just a bounce, but in combination with the other planned cards, it works really great with them because you take damage if you bounce something, and that can trigger your other planned effects. So it's really strong, and also he comes back if if he's in the graveyard. You can banish some links, and then he comes back. So
yeah,
for some recursion.
For sure, yeah. The engines just work well together overall, for sure. So what do you think is the biggest strength of the deck going into this tournament?
The biggest strength is definitely going first, because you can pretty much set up the best board in the current format, I would say. There's not really a deck that can play through it if you fully get to combo off. The deck definitely struggles with going second, but with the new Rika cards, it has become much easier because you can just tribute your opponent's monsters for cost, and that makes it much easier.
Yeah, I mean, activate Field Spell, then activate Rika Glamour to actually tribute opponent's negates is kind of nice, right? Yeah. So we talked about the strength. What is like the downside and maybe the side deck cards that you're fearing for this event specifically?
So before, with Justice and Avalon stuff, it was Dark Ruler No More, or Droplet. It was very strong, but now with the Rika cards you have multiple layers of this disruption. Not only just monsters, but also traps, the field spell, and also graveyard effects. So it's really hard to actually counter the deck with one side deck card. But I would say the strongest one is definitely evenly matched, because the deck doesn't really have that many Omni Negates. So you just most of the time you have just one with Regulus or maybe 2 with Griffin, but it's always...
And yeah, those are not in-engine both, so you have to rely on them drawing them basically, right? Some of the time. Yeah. But yeah, definitely a very, very cool deck with lots of layers. But now, the interesting question. What do you think, how will this deck be performing at this weekend? How many people will actually make top cut with a Rika variant?
I would probably guess maybe 1 or 2, if we talk like top 16. Mm-hmm. I doubt 2, but maybe 1.
I mean, let's see. I'm excited to see Rika in action over the weekend. Thank you for the interview, and we go back to the live coverage of the European Championship. See you over there.
Ghosts from the Past, the second haunting, with dozens of new cards, plus 9 famous ghost rares from all Yu-Gi-Oh! Eras. Yu-Gi-Oh! Ghosts from the Past, the second haunting.
20 cards per box, each box sold separately.
Gotta find a way just to play just a little game. Got a compulsion, wanna be
Welcome to the European Championships.
Gotta think, be wise, realize the situation. Animate your cards, make a power combination. Sick a bow, sick a bow, sick a bow, bow. Yeah. Wanna do, wanna do, wanna do. Sick a bow, sick a bow, sick a bow, bow. Wanna do, I'm ready.
I've been waiting for you, Yugi.
Good, because I have a new strategy for you. It's my turn. I draw. Charge toward victory, Master of Chaos! Believe in the heart of the cards, and you can build your perfect deck. Yu-Gi-Oh! trading card game, Battle of Chaos, now on sale, including a special original Dark Magician. It's time to duel.
Hello everybody and welcome back to the coverage of the European Championship 2022. And now we're here with a deck profile. And actually I'm here with Dennis, and Dennis is going to talk a bit about the Rika Sun Avalon deck. So let's get into it. Let's talk about the first card we have here.
Okay, so right here we have Sunsi Genius Loke. That's basically the core center card of the deck. If you have this card, you can pretty much end on like 7 disruptions. Yeah. This card starts everything because if you link it off, you search, and then you just continue to search into other cards.
Yeah, and now we get into the Rika part, because the new cards out of Power of the Elements are actually some Rika cards, which made this a lot better now, right?
Yeah, so with the Loki, you search in most of the time into this, and this card is a monster negate in the graveyard and in the hand. And it's basically together, combined with the field spell, you can tribute your opponent's monsters for cost, and which makes the deck really strong.
Yeah. Rika Princess and Rika Kong Kong really push the deck a lot because it gives a new dimension to the deck basically, because it can also work in the graveyard. And the end goal of the deck pretty much is creating a big combo board, right? With like multiple layers. And we can talk about one combo part, one part of the end board basically. So
basically you have Bang & Answer, the Resurgent. This card is basically just a bounce, but in combination with the other plant cards, it works really great with them because you take damage if you bounce something, and that can trigger your other plant effects. So it's really strong, and also he comes back if he's in the graveyard. You can banish some links, and then he comes back. So
yeah,
some recursion.
For sure, yeah. The engines just work well together overall, for sure. So what do you think is the biggest strength of the deck going into this tournament?
The biggest strength is definitely going first, because you can pretty much set up the best board in the current format, I would say. There's not really a deck that can play through it if you fully get to combo off. The deck definitely struggles with going second, but with the new Rika cards, it has become much easier because you can just tribute your opponent's monsters for cost, and that makes it much easier.
Yeah, I mean, activate Field Spell, then activate Rika Glamour to actually tribute opponent's negates is kind of nice, right? Yeah. So we talked about the strength. What is like the downside and maybe the side deck cards that you're fearing for this event specifically?
So before, with Justice and Avalon stuff, it was Dark Ruler No More, or Droplet. It was very strong, but now with the Rika cards you have multiple layers of this disruption. Not only just monsters, but also traps, the field spell, and also graveyard effects. So it's really hard to actually counter the deck with one side deck card. But I would say the strongest one is definitely evenly matched, because the deck doesn't really have that many Omni Negates. So you just most of the time you have just one with Regulus or maybe 2 with Griffin, but it's always...
And yeah, those are not in-engine both, so you have to rely on them drawing them basically, right? Some of the time. Yeah. But yeah, definitely a very, very cool deck with lots of layers. But now, the interesting question. What do you think, how will this deck be performing at this weekend? How many people will actually make top cut with a Rika variant?
I would probably guess maybe 1 or 2, if we talk like top 16. I doubt 2, but maybe 1.
I mean, let's see. I'm excited to see Rika in action over the weekend. Thank you for the interview, and we go back to the live coverage of the European Championship. See you over there.
Guess who's back? Back again. The quiz is back. Tell your friends. So, you guys may have seen the first round where we had a sudden victory from the German commentating team, much to the upset of the Italian team, I will add. But we had to rush into the 128 top cut. Now we're in the top 64. In between rounds, so we're going to jump in and do the quiz. We've swapped our members round. So, gentlemen, a quick handshake between you, followed by a rock, paper, scissors. Good sportsmanship, this. Intense eye contact, though. That is a man who wants to win a quiz. Okay, guys, rock, paper, scissors, see which one of you goes first. Are we ready?
I'm go.
Yeah, okay. Rock, paper, scissors, go. Okay, rock, paper, scissors, go. Okay, the Italians are going to be going first, so I will begin the quiz. Your question. What is the longest English Yu-Gi-Oh card name? Going to give you guys plenty of time to mull this one over. Now, I will mention that there's actually 2 different answers. 2. You could have 2 different cards for this. But will they pick either of them? We literally don't know until the teams are ready. Italians, how are we feeling? Do you think you have an answer? You can take another couple of seconds if you need, but I will have to press you for an answer.
We're not sure. Okay. It's interplanetary. How is it? Purple dragon.
It is not that. It sounded like you were going to give me a second option there, but no, it isn't that, I'm afraid. Incorrect. So I'm going to pass it over to you. Leonard, what do you think?
Gizmek Orochi, the Serpentron Sky Slasher.
Interesting. But incorrect. I will give you guys the answers. The 2 you could have had were Blackluster Soldier, Envoy of the Evening Twilight, or number 81, Super Dreadnought, Rail Cannon, Super Dora. There's a lot of letters in there. That is why. It's a very wide card. Okay, so we move on to our next question, which I will hand over to the Germans for this one. Your next question. Which of the Modolke monsters delivers letters? Each team is now going to confer Modolke, Modolce, Modolcelate. You can call it whatever you want, but the Germans are ready. Leonard, what is your answer?
It's Messengelato.
That is correct. Okay, so the Germans have their first point. The Italians slightly behind, but it's now over to you guys for this next question, so you may take another point here. Next question. Name a food item that can be seen in the background of Rescue Hamster. Envisage the card Rescue Hamster. There is food in the background, but can our commentators name even one of those foodstuffs? We're about to find out. There are 2 answers here. Will they know the answer? That's the thing we don't quite know just yet. The Germans seem like they're quite convinced. The Italians might have an idea. Okay, I'm going to hand over to Alberto here. Alberto, what's your team's answer?
We're going to go for rice ball.
Rice ball. Interesting. I'm afraid that is incorrect. So I'm going to hand this over to the German side. Leonard, what have your team decided on?
It's just like the first quiz, a piece of cake.
A piece of cake. Slightly arrogant there from the German team. And incorrectly arrogant. That was not the right answer. Your hubris has let you down, sir. So we move on to our next question, which this time is handed over to the German side. Yes. Okay, next question. How many Karibo brothers are there? The Karibo brothers, there's a lot. It's an ever-growing number of cards. But can the teams remember how many there are at this point in the current releases? Let's find out. Bear in mind, it's the Karibo brothers. Okay, Leonard?
We're going with 3.
3. You think there are 3 of the Karibo brothers? I can tell you that is incorrect. So I'm going to hand this over to the Italians, guys. How many are there?
We're going to go with 10. 10.
10, a big family of Karibos, and that is incorrect, I'm afraid. Half of that, there's 5. The Karibo brothers, possibly not including all kind of things like Sphere Karibo, Link Karibo. They're the brothers Karibo. Not as big a family as we'd have hoped. So we hand that over to the Italians for the next one. So the next question is, what is the attack of the right leg of the Forbidden One? Now, for anyone who's played against an Exodia deck, they should know how much the attack is of this monster. Let's see if either of our teams actually know the answer. Do you know?
I think we'll probably go for this is Sparta answer, so we'll go with 300.
300. It's close, but it is not right. So I'm going to hand this over to Leonard on the German side. What is your answer?
200.
That is correct! So at this point, the Germans have a 2-0 lead over the Italians, but it's not over yet because the next round hasn't started yet. So anything could happen as long as we've got time on our hands. So let's move on to our next question. How many different monster cards can be added to your hand using the card Toon Table of Contents? I'll repeat that one more time. How many different monster cards can be added to your hand using Toon Table of Contents? Now I'm hearing stereo of different languages discussing the answer to this. Do you in the chat know? If you do, I can't read it, but you just let us know. Do you think you know, Leonard?
It's a trick question. You can only always add one.
I see your point. That is not the answer I have written down, so I'm going to say no. So how many different monster cards can be added to your hand using Toon Table of Contents, Alberto?
Let's say 7.
7. It is not 7. The answer is 18. 18. I mean, this was written by our resident master of cards and has told us that it is an impossible quiz, so that is why this is so difficult. But still 2-0, but now it's time for the Italians to begin this one. So let's go on to our next question. What is the highest link rating and what monster is it? There's only one. There can only be one of this card. Will either of our teams know it? It's actually an archetype that we don't see an awful lot anymore. Maybe there's going to be someone playing it at this competition. Maybe not. But we're about to find out together. Still furious chattering in German and Italian either side of me. Will it help them? Will they know the answer? Do you at home know the answer? The highest link rating. Alberto, do you think you know?
We're gonna give them a free hint. I think it's the Ignister Link 6, but we don't know. Like we don't remember the.
You know what, Ignister? I don't quite know the second part, I'm afraid.
I'm not going to say anything. I'm going to see if you guys can elaborate on the answer at all.
Did you mean Arrival at Ignister?
That's technically not its name, but I'll give it to you there. You were right in that it was the Arrival Cybers at Ignister, a Link 6. That's basically what you said, kind of. So, actually, that was perfect timing. Unfortunately, a 3-0 sweep. But don't worry, we'll be back with more quizzes later on in this show. But we're going to go to a quick break now before we get into our match of the top 64 of the European Yu-Gi-Oh! Championship here in Antwerp. Don't go anywhere.
Your move, your move.
And welcome back. We are still here at the European Yu-Gi-Oh! Championship live from Antwerp here in 2022. We've just come out of the first ever top 128. It's a big top cut for this tournament. We had over 2,000 duelists taking part, so it's only natural we have an enormous amount of top cuts. But we are now in to the top 64 and our next duel. So on my right, we have Callum Cook, and on my left, we have Georgi Kovacev. So guys, I'm going to hand you ceremoniously the dice for the dice roll. Who would like to roll first? We're going to see which one of you will be going first and who will be going second. So that's a 7. And that is much higher, so we're going to be going for that. Callum, are you going to go first or second? You're going to go first. Callum is going to go first, so I'm going to hand you guys over to Sebastian and Leonard over in the commentators' corner. Guys, take it away.
Once more, thank you very much, Ed, and here we are as well for the top 64 of this. Normally you only play top 64, I'm sorry, but this time so many players, so top 128, but now we're down to the top 64, so we already eliminated half of the top cards, but we still have 64 to go through to find out who's going to be our European champion this weekend.
Yeah, and let me tell you guys, we don't have that many different decks apart from Spright and Tier Elements. We were scouting all the time. These two decks are so oppressive, but we managed to still find a deck that is spicy and hasn't been featured yet, so why don't we just go into the game?
Absolutely, and not only did we find one that we didn't have so far and is kind of spicy, which is I don't know, you can call it spicy, it's at least not Spright or Telemans.
Yeah.
But also it is a very, very trap deck strategy. And as you can see there, Georgi Kovacev is playing Eldritch. That is his deck of choice, and we all know that. That's basically the trap deck for the last 2 to 3 years. If you're playing a trap deck, you are usually going with this, right?
Yeah, and Callum is playing a little bit of spice. He is playing, of course, Sprites, but he's playing the Dark Beckoning Beast engine, which is arguably the normal summon that gives you the most value in the deck.
Yeah, we talked about that evolution before. Everybody was considering this card at some point for sure as the best normal summon, but mainly people have moved away from the Dark Beckoning Beast engine and they are going towards the Nimble Beaver engine. Just walking through the field, you see a lot of beavers on the field, for sure. Yeah. It's like, it's a lake, there are a lot of beavers everywhere. But he decided to go with the Dark Beckoning Beast package, and of course then he also runs the Opening of the Spirit. And he is not starting with that normal summon though, he is going with Spright Starter, summoning out Spright Blue and getting the carrot right to his hand.
Yeah, Opening of the Spirit Gates is such a strong card, it searches out another Beckoning Beast that you can then normal summon due to the second effect of Dark Beckoning Beast. And also you can always, because Opening is a continuous spell card, discard a card to special summon back a Dark Beckoning Beast. And only in this deck you can also special summon other cards in Sacred Beast decks. I guess it's like Dark Fiend and 0 attack and 0 defense.
Yes, it is, indeed. But Callum didn't go for the Dark Beckoning Beast normal summon, and rather for Swap Frog, which is a fine normal summon as well, though. I don't think he's complaining too much. He still has access to the good old Gigantic Spright if he wants to, and usually the Eldritch deck is not giving any aggression on the opponent's turn. Usually there are no hand interactions, he's not playing any hand traps. Let me just check his list, but I didn't see any at first glance, and nope, there's nothing to be feared. It's just purple cards and a couple of spell cards which are going to draw or search out stuff, which are also trap cards. So basically trap cards all around, and the Eldritch Lord sitting on top of everything.
The Floodgate cards are supposed to do enough going second. By the way, let me talk a little bit more about Dark Beckoning Beast. It's not only a starter that can instantly go into Gigantic Spright. If you have a starter next to it, a Spright starter,
yes,
then you can also just go into Djinn Buster and protect your plays from hand traps even more. But there we can see the card, the evil card that pushed Dark Beckoning Beast out of most main decks, Spright Smashes. If you start with Dark Beckoning Beast and you get smashed, you really need a starter to play. Otherwise, your turn is just over.
Yeah, for sure.
To the best of us.
Definitely, definitely. And the Nimble Beaver engine, in contrarian to that, can also play the Nimble Angler, which gives you 2 level 2 monsters on the board before even normal summoning. So it definitely adds something to the deck, and I definitely like that route. But Callum Cook is doing wonderfully well with his Dark Beckoning Beast so far, so I don't think he's complaining so far about the choice he made.
Yeah. So he is now going for Toad and Spright Elf. This is a board that plays around Super Polymerization, so it's a very minimal board. Against players who run Super Polymerization like Tyrellmans, this is really strong because they can't abuse it to out your board. But I think against Eldritch, you would want to have a bit of a more established board right now.
Yeah, but didn't he search for Carrot in between? I thought he searched for Carrot first with blue, but looks like he didn't, because I would be pretty confident that he would have summoned that versus Eldritch, to be honest. And there we see it, he's also special summoning out with the Totally Awesome, so he again basically is playing into the Super Polymerization now by summoning out the Dupe Frog. But honestly, I think Callum might know what his opponent is on.
Yeah.
I wouldn't be too surprised if he does know that he's facing Eldritch there.
Look at Goagi. His cheeky smile there. You can already look at his hand. You can see Rivalry, you can see Gozen Match, and you can see Skill Drain and Strike. So this is not going to be the best time for Callum. And honestly, Callum, you gotta admit, this guy has swag.
For sure, and he's just nodding there. Yeah, 1 set, cool. 2 set, sure. 3 set, okay, let's go. And now all of the 5 spell and trap zones of Georgi are filled with back row, so he's very much ready to fight the board that Callum has created there with his trap cards. But Callum still at the end of the main phase, of course, can reborn something here with Spright Elf. It cannot be an Exceed monster because there are no monsters on the side of Georgi, of course. But apart from that, he can choose whatever he wants. And of course he can go for the Spright Blue. And Spright Blue now is able to search him more engine. And a thing with the Eldritch deck usually is if they do not have like oppressive Floodgate cards such as Ghost Match, all the trap cards usually trade like 1 for 1, such as Dogmatica Punishment and stuff like that. So if you can generate enough card advantage with your own engine, it's actually kind of nice. You can actually play through it because you are getting more cards than your opponent and he's trading 1 for 1 usually, so that could get you ahead.
I gotta disagree. Usually I agree it's mostly a 1 for 1 trade, but Dogmatica Punishment is usually a 2 for 1.
Yeah, you're right. Absolutely. True. Because you're usually sending Entis. I will give you that for sure. But there's the normal summon of Swap Frog, and Georgi so far doesn't want to interrupt him. He's like, sure, bro, go ahead. And there's the Carrot. Yeah, look, he searched for Carrot, and I think he searched for Carrot because he knew that he's going up against the Eldritch deck. Otherwise, you just don't search a Carrot that you're not going to use, right? That would be kind of wild, but Callum has it. What kind of extra deck cards does the Spright deck have to face backrow decks? I mean, there's one instantly coming into my mind,
Zeus,
which is obviously Zeus, but there are so many cards on the side of Callum already. Do you really want to Zeus that whole board, because it also just wipes your entire board, and then you also are putting the Eldritch cards into the graveyard where they can use their effects again, so that does not really seem like the way to go here.
I'm not, Basti, exactly sure that we are going to get to the situation where he even is able to ask himself if he wants to Zeus something, because of all those floodgates, Skill Drain, Rivalry, Gozen, and also the Solemn Strikes to protect them after all. So they will have to resolve. You can't negate Solemn Strike with monster effects because it's a counter trap. So the first floodgate you activate, and that your opponent wants to negate, you can protect with Strike, and then no Toad, no Carrot can negate the... Oh, it's even Torrential Tribute. Wow.
I don't know whether Callum saw that coming. And honestly, Georgi waited for forever to activate that Torrential. He let him normal summon, and then he let him go into Gigantic.
We strike that.
If we do have Strike, we 100% do it.
You can also skill drain this. I mean, does he really have Strike, or did I just see
it is skill drain. It is skill drain. Okay, he can also use skill drain, of course, but this will mean Carrot, I would guess. Oh, Smashes is there as well, of course.
Now, Carrot was activated already. Toad is still...
oh, okay, yeah, so he will react. Okay, no, he's going for Smashes there.
And Smashes can't even be Strike. Can you check if he has Strike in his...
I will, of course,
main
check
deck?
for you. And there is, of course, 3 copies of Solemn Strike in his main deck. Yes, there is. So, Callum still thinking.
So Georgi knew about the Smashers, so this was really risky.
Yeah, if he has Strike, why didn't he just go for Strike and end it there? Because now the Smashers is able to actually out the skill drain, and if the chain resolves like that, the Torrential Tribute is going to be met with the negation effect of Carrot, so it wouldn't resolve, and also the skill drain goes away, and then he just has a single Strike, which honestly is not that strong as an interruption. It's very strong paired together with the Torrential of the skill drain, but like that, just on its own, it's not that great. So I would just think he does not have Strike, right? That must be the answer there. Pretty surely has to be the answer.
So what else can he do here? He can still Ghost Match. This will most likely be met by Totally Awesome, because if you let it go through, you will have to send away a Totally, so might as well destroy the card and negate it.
But they are actually riding on the life points pad, so I would assume that we are in the battle phase. And Callum is providing some damage, but now again that he's actually summoning another monster, I would be thinking that that's not the case.
Oh, and he drew the Semi-Brick.
Indeed he did.
Opening Gate searches for a Dark Beckoning Beast, which can search for another Opening Gate, but I have barely ever seen anyone play 2 Opening Gates.
Yeah, he's only on 1 for sure.
It just searches out 1 level 2 monster that you can normal summon and maybe reborn it. So if you're playing Almirage, you can actually soft combo after you go for the gate.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, you can, but I think, again, this is a card that will help him in the grind game, because he gets more and more resources. He gets to level 2 monsters, and if Georgi is just going for his traps, and here, in that case, he basically traded 1 for 1 with them, and if he has more engine to push further, that is actually good. I think he targeted the Totally Awesome there, but that's not possible, because his Spright Elf is just pointing towards it.
Maybe he's just also targeting the Spright Elf.
That might very well be the case. It would have to be the case, I guess.
Yeah.
And he's just chaining the Spright Elf to it, and do we have a response to that? No, we don't. We are summoning out the Spright Jet, and there's Antis, of course, and now Antis is probably targeting the Totally Awesome.
Exactly. You made your way free for targeting the Toad, so you can just now freely target it, and once it's resolved... Oh! Spright Red negates it, so he can keep the Spell Trap negate of Toad up. That is really strong, because there's a Ghost and a random card, and actually, even if a Floodgate goes through now, at this point, Georgi has no cards to play with. He can just get chipped down.
For sure. And Callum actually got that one spot where Eldritch players are using a monster effect, because that is very rarely the case, that they are actually using monster effects. But there, Antis was used, so the Spright Red could actually resolve its effect, which is very rare in this matchup. But he managed to do it, so that's really good for him there.
So Dewfrog just got banished for the Ronin Toadin. And now we have another body on board.
Yeah, that's a lot of monsters, and you would think for a normal deck that must easily be OTK, but in that case for Spright, it does still struggle to put up a lot of attack points. All these monsters are quite small, not gonna lie, but Callum keeps on going and maybe finds a line to a lot of damage here. Where's IP, first of all?
Yeah, and IP is really strong against a deck that has that many destruction effects. So, because if a Link monster is summoned with IP as Link material, then obviously the card cannot be destroyed by card effects.
Shall I tell you something? Callum Cook actually decided to play the Access Code Talker package, which could come in really handy, and I think he's just going for that, isn't he? I think he might find a very easy line to go for game there.
There is actually an engine card, so we know the last card is the Ghost match, and that's absolutely fine for him, because now he even has the 4th monster in graveyard. By just discarding another card, you can special summon back the Dark Beckoning Beast and then go into access code.
100%. Georgi not looking good here. Callum just cruising. And in this scenario, in this kind of a matchup, that access code talker decision really pays off. In those back row matchups, just blowing up the entire field of your opponent. As we just see, he's performing the Link Force Summon, and access code talker is about to hit the field. There he is in beautiful gold rare.
Yeah.
And I don't think that's going to...
On resolve, you will have to activate Ghost Match, and this will be negated, of course. He now sets the card. I doubt that he's going to use it at any point.
Most likely not, yeah. Most likely not. But totally awesome. Puts itself back to the extra deck.
Which I find interesting, to be honest. Could have just added back Ronin Totem, right?
Is that enough damage on board? Georgi is on 7,000 life points because of the activation of Schledorn, so that is indeed game. Callum Cook from the UK takes game number 1 here in our top 64 feature match.
So who said this deck can't close out games? You just play access code like everyone else and then you win.
Do you like it? I mean, as a decision in general?
I mean, yeah.
He made some very unconventional choices for his deck, I want to say, because the Dark Beckoning Beast, really, he's one of the few players that are on the deck that is still running that package. Also, I don't think a lot of players are still on the Access Code Talker package, but in matchups like this, it really pays off, so you got to give it to him that definitely was a worthy decision in that matchup. And honestly, I saw so many side decks of Spright players over the course of the weekend that did not respect anything else than tier or the mirror match. And when I look into Callum Cook's side deck, he's prepared, bro. He's prepared.
Yeah, he has Reboot, Lightning Storm, and Harpy's Feather Duster. 5 copies that can just be an absolute blowout to the deck of Georgi. So we will see how that goes. He's going, of course, to side in Solemn Judgments and Dark Bribes. Again, the second player this weekend on stream that we are featuring that has Dark Bribes in the deck.
Yeah.
What do you think about that?
I mean, it feels like a harsh trade, doesn't it? Because you are negating one of the destruction effects from your opponent, but you're also giving him an additional card, which could just in this case be another Lightning Storm, another Feather Duster or something. So I don't know whether I'm really in love with it, to be honest.
You said it earlier, that the deck mostly trades 1 for 1, so you don't really want to play cards that go neg 1, but of course the Floodgates are of so much higher value that they need to be protected at all costs.
Pretty much, that's the strategy here for sure. We see that it's also on Ash Blossom. I don't think that's actually coming in here. What kind of matchup are you thinking of that you would bring in Ash Blossom? I mean, it's generally probably a card that goes in going second. Going first, I don't really think you need it. But what deck is Ash Blossom really good against? It would probably be like some Despia variant if you meet it.
I guess it's good against branded versions.
Yeah.
The first thing that comes to my mind when I think of siding Ash Blossoms is that Card of Demise decks. I will side it against Card of Demise decks. Like True Draco back then just had Desires and Card of Demise and big heritages.
Sure.
So, but that's not really a thing right now, right?
Not really.
Right?
I didn't see any in the last 2 years or something, to be honest. But we see that he's main decking double Lord of the Heavenly Prison, and he's also siding into a 3rd copy of it. This is also a pretty good card going first, because it actually provides you some safety as well, as Solemn Judgment and Dark Bribe do, because you can just reveal it in your hand, and then your opponent is not able to just Lightning Storm your entire back row before you could even activate anything. So that can definitely provide him some safety. Let's see how much safety he finds in his opening hand, because the players are ready. So let's go back to the table. Game number 2 of this top 64 featured match about to happen. Georgi Kovacev will be the first player starting it off here. So let's see what the actions are.
Perfect. I am excited.
There we go. Georgi.
Oh, I can see monsters. I think that's Lord of the Heavenly Prison right there.
And I think it's also Prosperity he has there. Yeah. Oh no, it's actually Extravagance.
This card is actually better in this deck, I think.
He is on one singular copy of Pot of Prosperity as well, though. So maybe he's on both, and if he is on both and he has both of them in starting hand, that's kind of unfortunate, because he can of course not resolve the Prosperity after. There's another spell card, I don't know what it is exactly though.
It could be Curse Elden, but there is the Lord of the Heavenly Prison, and this one is actually insane because it plays around every side deck card that Callum is bringing to the table.
Except Red Reboot, but I mean, when he has a reboot, he has a reboot, right?
Yeah, this is a sad mentality, but that's just the case.
Yep, so Callum starting it off with normal summon Swap Frog and using the effect. Do we have something like Skill Drain? Doesn't look like it. He lets it go through. He lets him perform that. So from this point on, not even a punishment would be really good, because if you punishment that Swap Frog now, he's just going to reborn the Ronin Totem, and he still has a level 2 on board anyways.
Okay. So this is a crucial point, and there is no hand trap on this, and now I'm curious, because as soon as you get to Jet or Carrot on the field, you have an auto floodgate.
Yeah. Maybe something unresolved from Georgi. Yep, he's thinking about it. There is he goes a match. Yep, he has something, and there is a red reboot.
If he has reboot, he has reboot.
You and
now
I were talking about.
This is insane.
Oh boy.
Of course, he can go for access code now, but he has to OTK, because even access code can't pop the back row.
Indeed, it cannot. But I mean, when you summon Access Code Talker and you're not feared of, you're not in fear of any back row. Oh yeah, Zeus is also a pretty good one to use.
Okay, never mind, guys. I found the solution. You just go Zeus.
Zeus would be really good, but Georgi actually still has like 2 or 3 more cards in his hand, so I think he could be good there. I don't think the Zeus would completely kill him there. It would not completely instantly end the game. I think after resolving the Pot of Extravagance, he has enough resources to maybe even bounce back from Zeus. But as he's summoning the Sky Centuria there, it's definitely surely the case that he's going for Zeus here.
Does he maybe play a card that can have more materials than 2?
Let me check whether he's on the good old Downed Magician, and it's just being summoned, so there is Downed Magician.
No, I mean if he can like use 4 materials to summon.
No, I don't think so. No. But he still will have another sand with the Zeus, so that's really good for him.
This is interesting.
Wait,
because
there was Judgment,
he
right?
He just said Judgment with Red Reboot.
Oh, what?
But this is odd, because usually you would think that he would set the last piece of the Eldritch cards, because of course you're going to get Zeus after this.
Yeah, for sure. And there's his Spright starter as well, so Callum is not even done yet. That's really unfortunate.
Yeah, I think he can even set up Toad.
That would be rough for Georgi. That red reboot there really putting in work. The nightmare of every trap deck, the nightmare of every Eldritch player in any event is red reboot, and Callum Cook has that answer here to his hand in game number 2 of this top 64 match. What a moment to draw into red reboot when your opponent is on Eldritch, right?
Yeah, so important, especially when he just reveals a lot of the Heavenly Prisons and you're like, yeah, I can absolutely deal with this. This is not a problem for me.
Yeah.
And top 64 is such an important match, because I think that top 32 has much better pricing.
That might actually be the case. We will look into the pricing later on again. But I mean, not just even thinking about the pricing. I mean, he still keeps his shot alive to be the European champion of the biggest European championship ever. So I definitely would love to stay in this tournament in the shoes of Callum Cook, and he's in a very good position to do so.
Same. So he even has Carrot set up in Graveyard, so he can actually just end phase Bright Elf back the Carrot in the next turn. For now, he's just, of course, going to set up Totally Awesome.
Yeah, he will do it end of main, but I mean, it's pretty much the same. Pretty much the same there, because the Eldritch deck is not really differentiating between main phase and end phase, because just setting cards will be, end of main and end of the turn will pretty much be the same outcome.
There probably won't be any big plays.
Indeed. So as you already anticipated, he is able to set up Totally Awesome. That's just being summoned there. So he has 1 Spell and Trap card negate, and also a whole board wipe still from the Zeus. It looks a little bit like there's only 1 material under the Zeus, but it should be 2, right?
Yeah, but it should be 2, yeah. But there's also like still comeback potential for Georgi, because he could just use his 2 traps in the end phase, right? Or does Reboot still affect the trap cards in Graveyard? Let me just get
I think it just is for trap card activations, so he should be good on the activating effects in Graveyard. And yeah, he's just doing that. There is the Sanguine. Sanguine is being used, so he can actually set up Engine again. As I said, he may be able to rebounce. Also, there's still a lot of the Heavenly Prison in his hand, so there's still some stuff to happen. I'm not 100% sure that is over already. We can maybe find a way to victory here for Georgi. I guess there is the way after Red Reboot. I mean, that would be something here in the top 64. Getting Red rebooted as a Eldritch player and then even be able to bounce back, that would be insane, let's be honest.
Are we going to see this apparently bored Golden Lord win the event? Or rather win the round first?
I think it's about to come out. But you gotta negate that Totally Awesome, don't you?
I think you're toting this.
Otherwise, he just runs over it. Oh, he lets it through.
Maybe this is draw phase or standby phase, so he can still go dupe frog, so he doesn't care about the Golden Lord.
That might be the solution. That might be a really good solution. He might just go for that. You're 100% correct. Oh, he's just trying to pop it though here with the Conquistador. And you gotta negate that.
You can't target it, right?
It doesn't target. Conquistador doesn't target at all. So he is using the Toad negate, and of course you want to set that Eldritch Trap so it is not ready as another resource in the graveyard of Georgi. So definitely setting that back. And we see it here, Conquistador, also the good old Gold Rare reprint. And yeah, Callum is contemplating his options here, but it's on Georgi to continue his turn. I think Battle Phase might have just been announced there because Callum is looking for his grave, so he might want to use his Spright Elf here. Yes, we are using the Elf.
The little Toad is back again once again.
And I think it is really the Prosperity he has in hand there. It looks like, oh yeah, we're just running over the Toad, which is great for him. Absolute pleasure to just get the negate out of the way.
Getting some more chip in is already important because Red Reboot was activated, so basically Callum is on a clock.
Yeah, and now Callum this time didn't recycle his Totally Awesome, so Totally Awesome is basically not in the extra deck as a resource. We do know, of course, though, that he can, if the Spright Elf stays on the board, just revive it next turn once more, so the fear of Totally Awesome is not totally gone yet.
I still think that Callum is in the lead because there were just 2 add-backs from Totally Awesome, and honestly, there's still a Zeus. So if he has no proactive way to get rid of these Zeus,
like, what do we find here?
If he just finds more traps, then this is going to be end phase Zeus, and that's it. He is on 4,900 life points, and you can just easily use your swap frogs that you added to go make another elf next to the no material Zeus, and then summon back a monster, and that's game.
You might be right about that. That Zeus is still looking scary here for Georgi. Let's see. He added one of the trap cards. I think he revealed 6 trap cards in total, right? So he could only add a trap card there. And now it is the main phase 2 that Georgi has to use to its potential. But yeah, he doesn't look too happy about it either. And Callum, as from the beginning, just looks super cool and chill. He just sats 1. But Callum, you still get a Zeus here. Like, why would you not Zeus in end phase? There's no way around it. You just gotta do it.
Is there no way around it?
I mean, why would you not Zeus here?
You can still just go main phase, call Elf on Toad and see how the opponent responds.
I guess you could, but
and then if there's a floodgate, if the floodgate comes down earlier, you still Zeus as a reaction. If you call Elf and there is a torrential, then you have the Toad. If you call Elf and the floodgate is chained, then you chain the Zeus, so you get rid of the floodgate, and then you have Zeus and Totally Awesome for game.
I guess, yeah, you're right. And also, we gotta consider that using Zeus here gets the Conquistador that is set on Callum's side of the field currently back to the graveyard. It has been used this turn though, so it wouldn't be able to get another resource out. It wouldn't be able to do that. Is he thinking about using the Conquistador? I don't think that's possible this turn. It would be funny if he uses it in general though. Spright tacked with a little Eldritch Engine.
I mean, it makes sense, right? It summons a monster to the field, so it's not that bad.
I mean, I guess, yeah. So, Callum looks like he's really considering to actually use this card here.
Yeah, I think he wants to know if Conquistador pops a card if there is Golden Lord on the field, but you have to control it.
I think he has a different question, because the activation of Conquistador was negated by the Totally Awesome. So would now Georgi, if he actually Zeus here, be able to use the effect in the graveyard of Conquistador to actually set another trap card? And do you have an answer for that?
Yeah, you can't, because the card says you can only use 1 Conquistador of the Golden Lad effect once per turn.
Yeah, pretty easy answer.
He did that, but if it said activate, then you could activate it again.
Yeah, for sure, for sure. So problem-solving card tags helping us out once again. Pretty easy answer to that, and I think the judge also pretty quickly solved that. So what is that trap card that Georgi has set up there? He didn't even activate the effect of the Lord in hand, right? Of the Heavenly.
Nope. Oh, there's Toad on the field.
That is impressive already, because there is 1 negate for the 1 back row Georgi has.
Yeah. And now Callum can just summon the Swap Frog, go into Gigantic Spright, and do whatever he wants, basically. This is now free for him to play.
Yeah, maybe this is also another example of why we have such a few rogue decks here in top 64, because the access to Zeus is in the deck, you have Smashers. For this deck, with its own engine, without even adding any non-engine cards from the side deck, can deal very well with back row decks.
Is this going to be Unicorn?
This is Unicorn again. Callum just likes to seal games with the good old access code talker by the looks of it. He doesn't even need to go into it here, to be honest.
No,
because
this makes much more sense. Get rid of the monster, have the totally awesome for the set card, and attack with Unicorn and Zeus for a game.
And there's Rivalry.
Unicorn totally discards the Swap Frog. There is the handshake, and Callum Cook advances to the top 32 of the European Championship.
Absolutely. Let's get it back over to us, and we will have a little post-match analysis. He did not even use any of the board-breaking cards we were talking about, not Lightning Storm, not Harvest Adjuster, but the semi-board breaker-ish, because he didn't even get to set up any board floodgates with Red Reboot. Red Reboot really being the decisive card here in this game 3. Oh, game 2 it was. And of course then followed by the Zeus. Just the combination of these two cards is crazily, crazily good. So Callum Cook, one of our players in top 32. And talking about the top card, I think for top 64, we actually do now have a bracket. So why not have a look at the top 64 bracket, and let's see what the players are that we have in the top 64.
So we have Artur Grön, who won Swiss basically. Markus Patel, who we have seen on stage. He crushed it with Sun Avalon in 8 minutes. And with Imran Khan, also a name that is very well known. The current German national champion Daniel Hartmann made it to place 4. And I won't read out every single one, by the way.
Let's look out for more names. Just I see there's Tritai. He's actually a friend of mine. He's the second place finisher of Austrian Nationals, so also definitely a name to look out for. He's very successful
Where
in
is
this
he
season.
from?
He's from Germany. It's not... You cannot tell by his name instantly, but he's German as well, for sure. And who else do we have? Federico Pastore, of course, a name that rings some bells, definitely. And Matteo Modanini, for sure. All the Italians. The Italians are definitely showing some power once more. Sean Smet also rings a bell to me. I think he actually won a national championship this year as well. So some national champions actually still on the roll. Maybe going national champion and then European champion. That would be quite an accomplishment. Then... of course, your friend Etienne Ita in there as well.
Absolutely. He crushed it as well. He is constantly topping events. This guy is also on a big roll.
Yeah, not only your friend, but also second place finisher of German Nationals 2019. Then Lucas Lancelot, of course, has some tops in his repertoire as well. Then we saw Luca Foyan in the feature match earlier. He played very well too. Definitely someone to look out for as well. And yeah, that's it for the first 32. And yeah, let's just have a quick look on the other ones as well. Yeah, he's just leading it, and he's also one of the guys that will be moving on to top 32, of course.
Ryan Jabri is in.
Oh, that's also a big name for sure. Definitely. Who else do we have?
Owen Wilson is in. I have played this guy in a 3v3 event, and I took a photo of the results slip because... it's the name of a famous actor.
Great, great, great. And then we have Andreas Varlos from Greece, who's also always scary to play against. Vladis Baranovskis, who we had early in the featured match, of course, as well. And then one name we definitely have to talk about. There's Luke Parks in there. Like, Luke Parks could go for another European Championship title. How crazy would that be?
That would be absolutely massive. Patrick Döbelin also has a top 8 in Euros back then. Joshua Schmidt, you just casually skipped over Joshua Schmidt. Herman Hansen.
Oh yeah, all the big names still in there. And of course David Erpren, we had him for a deck profile as well. Definitely a name to be looking out for as well. And I just saw that our winners interview is already set up. So I would say we give it over to Ad and Callum for the winners interview. See you for more live coverage later.
Thank you very much, Sebastian. Yes, I'm joined by Callum Cook, who's just got into the top 32 with his Spright deck against that Eldritch deck in the last round. First off, congratulations. So obviously playing Spright, you were very able to deal with quite a heavy back row deck. How soon into the match did you know it was Eldritch, or did you know it was Eldritch before you'd started?
I knew the player was playing Eldritch before the match already. He was sat next to me like on the previous round. So like, I knew that it was very dice hole dependent. Pretty much if he wins the dice roll, he's got a massive advantage. So that's why I searched Carrot, and I didn't want to get main deck till I have Golem or Sphere moded, so I kept the Carrot in my hand for the previous turn. I could special summon it first way. But yeah, it is pretty hard matchup if they go first, but if you go first, you've got a massive advantage as well.
Absolutely, but like you said, your deck is very equipped to deal with that. So just going over some of the plays, you were very dominant in game 1, Access Code Talker closing game 1 for you. You had an amazing moment with Red Reboot in game 2, which just completely slammed the brakes on the Eldritch deck into a Zeus, which basically just protected you for most of that time. A question that some of the commentators had was, why did you not toad the Golden Lord in game 2? Why did you let that go through?
It's because the Golden Lord to summon it. Oh, it's because it's not really a threat, because like I think he had another set at that moment in time, maybe, I'm unsure. But the Golden Lord on its own is not really a threat. Like if he attacks into my Toad, I can just summon it back either way with Elf. And I'm pretty sure I had a Zeus anyway, so I was pretty like confident in my situation position then. But yeah, that's probably why I didn't do it.
So how long have you been playing Sprites? Is this a new deck that you've got into? Have you been running it basically since it came out?
I tested it beforehand because obviously it came out in OCG first. So I tested it quite a bit. And then, yeah, I picked it up as soon as it came out. And then I tested different versions, like the Diva version. Friends that I played with playing the Nimble package and the Adventure package. But I decided to go with the Dark Beckoning. It's got a few advantages in different positions, so yeah.
What kind of advantages do you feel it brings?
Well, like the format is obviously tier elements as well, and they summon window a large amount of the time. So the Dark Beckoning engine allows you to normal summon. I have an additional normal summon, so you can make an Xyz, which is your one special summon, and banish the window. But it also plays around hand traps like Ghost Ogre, and yeah, I just like it. Also allows you to make Gym Buster a rank 3, which negates a monster effect, which needs 2 level 3 darks. So yeah, it has quite a lot of utility.
Very, very, very serious amount of utility. So a strong deck and a very strong play for you. You're now in the top 32. Congratulations on your win. I hope the rest of the tournament goes well for you, Callum. Guys, don't go anywhere because we're going to be getting into those top 32 games very shortly. Don't go anywhere.
Welcome back, guys, to another deck feature. This time we have my favorite Belgian player with my favorite deck. This is Max van Eversale with Mathmech. Max, hi, how are you?
Hi, I'm fine. How are you?
Well, thanks for asking. I'm fine too. So, you're going to tell us something about the Mathmech deck. What are the 4 most important cards of the deck?
Well, the most important new card is actually the Circular. It is basically the glue that binds the deck together. It can specially summon itself freely, and it sends for cost when it does that. Also, when it searches the best card in the deck, the trap card, Superfactorial, which is basically the same thing as Tribegate Revolt, but it summons a better monster than SHUEISHA, because it summons the Laplace. It also just sends a monster, a spell, or trap, and 1 card from the hand to the grave.
Non-targeting.
Yeah, non-targeting. And when it's made with the other best card, the 4th best card, with the Circular, no, this is Diamond, sorry, then it also becomes an Omni-Negate. And the greatest part about all of this is just how easy you have access to these cards.
Yeah, so what do you think is the overall strength of the deck? What makes this deck a top contender?
Well, as I said, like the ease of access. You have Silent Mining, you have Small World, you can use the Link 4 to get your access to the Circular, and him on his own is basically all you need.
Yeah. Circular is a crazy 1-card combo that even gets better with all the extenders that you're playing. So talk about the weaknesses of the deck. What is the side deck card you would be most afraid of?
Well, the side deck card I'm most afraid of is a card that is being main decked right now, and that is DD Crow. So that and Ghost Bell, just anything that can actually stop your best interaction. Because the Superfactorial, if that gets stopped, it is your strongest play.
Yeah, that's indeed true if this card gets stopped. That is really rough, but you have other interactions to kind of prevent it from being stopped. So what do you think? How many players are going to top with this deck, this event?
If I would say on top 64, I would think at best there will be like 5 playing a package like Circular. Because even though it is a good and consistent deck, it will have problems facing the meta right now, and because of DD Crow main deck and all that stuff.
Thank you very much, Max. That was very insightful. And we are going to head back to the coverage.
for Yu-Gi-Oh! Dimension Force! 100 new cards you can add to your deck, plus tie-ins with Tactical Masters, new Predaplant fusions, new Performa Pals, and the first ever Pendulum monster that's also a ritual, Odd Eyes Pendulum Graph Dragon. Yu-Gi-Oh! Dimension Force, available now.
9 cards per pack, each pack sold separately.
Also available, Yu-Gi-Oh! Master Duel.
Rated T for teen.
Welcome back, guys, to yet another deck profile. This time we have a phenomenal player from Switzerland. It's David Erben. David, how are you?
I'm fine. Very good. Thank you.
That's nice to hear. So, what deck are you going to show us?
I'm going to show you Tier Elements, the new fusion deck.
All right, then why don't you start and explain to us what the 4 best cards of the deck are?
Yes, of course. So, in my opinion, the best card is the card who does the most. It's Tier Elements, no, it's Primeval Planet Perlerino. The name is not Tier Elements, but the card is like broken. It either searches you a Tier Elements monster on activation together with a Starfrost monster, Risa Starfrost, yes. But I mean, who cares? Yeah, you mostly care about the Tier Elements monsters. So every field spell that has more than 1 or 2 effects is broken, and this card has 3. So yeah, you can search a card, you can pop a card when a card is shuffled back to the deck, when like a Tier Elements monster or an Aqua monster. And of course, the card boosts monsters randomly, like Fusion monster and Tier Elements monster. It's even like even non-Tier Element fusion monsters get boosted. So there's a lot of possibilities, and like Spright already struggles to get over monsters. So this card really helps. Yeah. So I think Primeval Planet Perlerino is one of the best cards of Tier Elements. And then the second best card, in my opinion, is the fusion, which makes the deck playable. It's Tier Elements Kid Colossus. And this card just does so much for the deck. It just like interrupts everything. You can search either a trap or a monster. You can even send it to the graveyard. And as well, you can send a card to the graveyard and then special summon it back from the grave to mill up to 5 cards. And like we all know that Tier Element cards just fusion summon when they get milled, and that's just like the most gas card you have in the deck. So yeah, this card is like very good. And also, you can do it as a step in between. If you like do it in your opponent's turn, you can just mill another Tier Elements, which you didn't fuse already, and then summon Dragostapelia because she's a fusion, and then like you have an interrupt during your opponent's turn for free.
Yeah. Also, this card is an amazing instant fusion target.
Oh yeah, of course. Instant fusion just like is everything. Like the cards, there is a reason why the card is at 1, right? Yeah. So then another card which is not that broken but still helps you to play around a lot of stuff is Tier Elements Sulliek. And this card is a continuous trap card which allows you to send a monster to target a monster in your opponent's control. You can only activate it when you have a Tier Elements monster on your field. So then you target a Tier Elements monster in your field and the card on your opponent's side of the field, and then negate the effect by sending the Tier Elements monster to the graveyard, which triggers its effect, obviously. And this card is just very good in this meta because you can like really play around Dark Ruler with that card, which is like one of the most main cards at the moment, and like one of the best cards against Spright, so everybody is playing it probably. So if you end up on a card like Redoer and like Tier Elements Sulliek, and your opponent activates Dark Ruler, you can just chain the card, don't activate the effect, and then because you activated the trap card, you can chain Redoer effect, because now you can respond to Dark Ruler, and then Dark Ruler basically did nothing, because you can still send the Tier Elements monster you have to, and negate anything after. Yeah, so this card is like really good, and yeah, Kid Colossus searches this card as well, so yeah, everything is searchable, everything is like really good. And if it gets milled, you can even search the Tier Elements monster, which is also like really good synergy. So yeah. And then also a really good card, a card which is very old and wasn't seeing a lot of play since like forever, is King of the Swamp. So this card is basically, if you draw it, you search Poly. If you mill it, you can just use it with any Tier Elements monster as any fusion, like any fusion who has a written name on it. You can just use King of the Swamp instead, and then you have like unlimited possibilities to make fusions. And like, yeah, this card is just like a really good non-engine card which helps the deck. And yeah, it's like really good, and the deck like has so much possibilities. It's like really hard to play because you have so many different lines, and so yeah, it's like really easy to mess up. But if you play this deck correctly, you have a high ceiling. Like the ceiling's probably way higher than Spright at the moment because these lines are very similar. But if you play tier elements correctly, you probably have a really good chance of topping this event.
Yeah, this deck really profits from a good pilot. Yes. So King of the Swamp is especially insane because it enables cards like Invoked Kaliga and Millennium Ice Restrict, which lets you play through hand traps even. So what do you think are the best side deck options against the deck? What would a tier elements player would be most afraid of?
So that's pretty easy because like we had a fusion deck in the meta since like summer, like this summer or like even earlier, and the best card against fusion decks is always with Dimensional Barrier. If you open Dimensional Barrier and resolve it, the deck basically does nothing anymore. So yeah, you better play Barrier in this format for sure.
Exactly. And what do you think is the biggest strength of the deck?
It's the diversity that you can like react to every situation. You can like change everything up. You can like if you see the lines, there's like unlimited possibilities for this deck, and that's like what makes the deck great. And like I think a lot of good players will pick up this deck for this weekend.
And if you had to guess, how many players would top the event with the deck, do you think?
That really depends on how many players are playing that deck, but since a lot of good players will play it, I think it's like between 20 and 30% will be topping with this deck. I think Spright will be a bit more because more players are playing Spright, and like the board is just good, like sometimes unbreakable even for tier. But yeah, I think it will be the second most seen deck in the top cut, of course.
I would absolutely agree on that. So thank you very much, David. It was a pleasure having you here, and we are going to go back to the coverage, guys. See you.
for Yu-Gi-Oh! Dimension Force! 100 new cards you can add to your deck, plus tie-ins with Tactical Masters, new Predaplant fusions, new Performa Pals, and the first ever Pendulum monster that's also a ritual! Odd Eyes Pendulum Graph Dragon! Yu-Gi-Oh! Dimension Force, available now!
9 cards per pack, each pack sold separately.
Welcome back to the coverage of the European Championship 2022, and I'm here with Joshua Schmidt.
Hi.
How do you feel today?
I'm feeling good. Arrived yesterday, so I had a good night of sleep, not too tired. Excited for the event.
Great, great. We're all excited. And you're going to showcase us one of the big new decks. You're going to talk about Spright. So let's just start off with the first card.
Okay, so I chose one of the most important main deck monsters as the first one to show off, which is Spright Blue. They have a bunch of different ones, but this one is definitely the best one and the most important card of the deck, because you can special summon it when you have a level or rank 2 monster, and it adds any Spright monster from the deck to your hand. So that's how you get any of your combos going. And just dump the board full of level 2 monsters and go into your powerful extra deck monsters, which the more prevalent one, or the ones you make first most of the time, is Gigantic Spright, a rank 2 XYZ monster with 1600 attack, which can go up to 3200 if you have a Link monster under it, because it has a very unique...
Wait, what is that mechanic all about? Yeah, talk more about that.
It's got a very unique treat that you can use Link monsters as the material and treat them as level 2 monsters when you XYZ summon it. Link 2 monsters to be specific, because the whole archetype just is around everything 2. Level 2, rank 2, Link 2 is what it's all about. So for this one you can even use Link monsters, and it summons any level 2 monster from your deck and it also restricts you into only summoning level rank link 2 monsters for the rest of the turn, but it also applies to your opponent, which sometimes helps you to beat cards like Nibiru, which they cannot use after you've used your Gigantic Spright.
Yeah. Just your own engine all of a sudden playing around opponents' interactions. Pretty cool.
Yeah, and it's also worth noting that it is not restricted to the archetype. It can summon any level 2, which we'll get to in a second, what kind of cool things we can do with that.
Yeah.
But before we do that, I want to mention the other Spright extra deck monster, which is Spright Elf, a Link 2 monster this time around. And he's a very powerful effect of you can bring back a level 2 monster from your graveyard, and it's not only on your turn, but it's a quick effect, so you can also do it on the opponent's turn. And as a little bonus, it also prevents the monster it targets to from it points to from being targeted. So that comes in handy a lot of the time. And now, what do we do with all of this? We summon we summon Totally Awesome, because we summon Swap Frog from the deck with Gigantic Spright.
But two are forever together again.
Yes. I'm very hyped to play this card again this weekend. And what we do is, what we try to end on is the Spright Elf on the field alongside the Totally Awesome that cannot be targeted. And so we have a negate with the Totally Awesome, we take the card away from our opponent, and we can use the Spright Elf to bring the Totally Awesome back, because Spright Elf is allowed to bring back Lynx and XYZ monsters as long as your opponent has a monster on the board. So we get 2 Toad negates out of 1 card, and that's pretty neat. The deck has more tricks up to its sleeve, but that is the main combo you're trying to achieve on turn 1, is to set up the Elf and the Toad.
That all sounds pretty impressive already. What would you say is like the biggest upside, the biggest strength of the deck?
I think it's very consistent. Like, it does what it wants to do with pretty much every hand, because there's like, you don't have to open the blue. You can also open the Jet, which is the Spright that searches a spell card, and you have spell cards that get you the blue. And so like, it really doesn't matter which card you open with. They all end up giving you the same amount of level 2 bodies onto the field. You also, what's really nice is you don't have to draw the Swap Frog, because Gigantic just summons it from your deck. So the deck pretty much does the same opening every single time. And because there are Spright main deck monsters that negate monster effects and spell and trap cards, you have very good ways to play around any hand trap in the game pretty much. So at going first, the deck is very, very consistent and does what it wants to do pretty much every single time. I think that's the best thing about it.
And speaking about the strength, we of course also have to look into the not so good parts about the deck. What would you say is like the worst about it, and what are you fearing the most this weekend, maybe especially in terms of side deck cards you're about to see?
There is a few things that lock the Spright deck completely out of the game. One thing worth mentioning, I suppose, that a lot of tier element players can do and will probably do this weekend is a card like Deck Devastation Virus, because they all are very small before they turn into the Link and the XYZ monster, so it will usually take away most of your hand if that card is being flipped on you turn 1. So that's something that's very scary when your opponent gets to start. In general, the deck is, because all of them only special summon themselves when you have a monster on the field, the deck can be a little bit vulnerable to removing the first level 2 monster from your board, and if you don't manage to have like cards that special summon more level 2 monsters, that's very bad. Like if they tier limit Meta Noise, which flips your first level 2 monster face down, you might have some trouble getting the Spright cards out of your hand, because they do all require you to have some sort of board presence already.
Sure. So that looks very, very good and promising. What would you say, what kind of percentage of Spright players will be in the top card? Like, how many players will be in the top card playing Spright at this event?
I think it's a very strong deck. I think it's going to be a high percentage. The only thing that prevents me from saying like 50% plus is that I think Tier Element is also a very strong contender. So I'd say if we play like a top 128 cut, I'd expect like around 40 to 45 Sprites, so maybe like 33% is what I'd guess. It could even be more, but I do think that Tier Elements is also very strong, and they're both going to share like the top spot in that regard.
So we will see for the rest of the weekend whether that assumption is right or not. Thank you very much for the interview. No worries. And we're going back to the live coverage of the event now. See you there.
Welcome to the European Championships.
Summon the dragon, blue eyes white. Sending the sword to revealing light. Gotta think, be wise, realize the situation. Animate your cards, make a power combination. Sick a bow, sick a bow, sick a bow, bow. Yeah. Wanna do, wanna do, wanna do. Sick a bow, sick a bow, sick a bow, bow. Wanna do, wanna do. I'm brave.
for Yu-Gi-Oh! Dimension Force! 100 new cards you can add to your deck, plus tie-ins with Tactical Masters, new Predaplant fusions, new Performapals, and the first ever Pendulum monster that's also a ritual! Odd Eyes Pendulum Graph Dragon! Yu-Gi-Oh! Dimension Force! Available now!
9 cards per pack, each pack sold separately.
New for Yu-Gi-Oh! Dimension Force. 100 new cards you can add to your deck, plus tie-ins with Tactical Masters. New Predaplant fusions. New Performa Pals. And the first ever Pendulum monster that's also a ritual. Odd Eyes Pendulum Graph Dragon. Yu-Gi-Oh! Dimension Force. Available now.
9 cards per pack. Each pack sold separately.
Also available, Yu-Gi-Oh! Master Duel.
Rated T for teen.
your move, your move.
Dimension Force! 100 new cards you can add to your deck, plus tie-ins with Tactical Masters, new Predaplant fusions, new Performapals, and the first ever Pendulum monster that's also a ritual! Odd Eyes Pendulum Graph Dragon! Yu-Gi-Oh! Dimension Force! Available now!
9 cards per pack, each pack sold separately.
It's time to duel, but this time in a quiz again. We're just waiting for the top 32 to be organised, and while we're waiting for that, we're going to jump back on into this quiz. Currently, I believe the Germans have 2 victories under their belt, so we're going to have to fix that. Let's see what happens. We've got some more impossible Yu-Gi-Oh! Quiz questions for you. And so to start this off, the 2 gentlemen either side of me are going to rock, paper, scissors to see who goes first. Gentlemen, are we ready? 1, 2, 3, go. Oh, that's gone really quite badly, but it doesn't matter. We'll count it. We give it to them. Okay, the Italians are going to be going first, so I shall read the first question. What dress colours do the elf twins in Gemini Elf wear? What are the colours of their dresses in Gemini Elf? Gemini Elf, of course, featuring 2 people, because Gemini is a star sign that involves twins. But what colour are their dresses? The teams will have to decide this between themselves. I'm overhearing announcements, so I'm just checking whether the pairings are done. But by the sounds of it, we've still got enough time for some good old quizzing. Both of our teams pretty intently discussing this. Do you think you have the answer, Marcello?
Maybe half of it. We'll see on the other half. We'll go with purple and yellow.
Interesting. I'm afraid that is incorrect, but I will say that one of them might have been correct. So over to you, Sebastian. What do you guys reckon?
Red and yellow it was.
That is incorrect. The correct answer was blue and purple. So you are halfway there, Marcello, halfway there. Half a point. I guess we'll consider it that. No. Okay, we move on to the next question. Name the colours of the Karibo brothers. The colours of the Karibo brothers. Bear in mind, we know from our last quiz that there are 5 of them. But what are their colours? We're all about to find out together. It's going to be interesting to see what both of our teams think. If they can remember that there were 5, that will certainly help them in this, but we shall have to see. Bear in mind, the Germans are answering first on this because it is their question. The Italians intently discussing this. Alberto really giving it some pensive thought. Okay, what do you reckon the answer is? What colours are the Karibo brothers?
Blue, brown, purple, pink, and red.
That is incorrect. So I'm going to hand this over to the Italians. Guys, what colours are the Karibo brothers?
White. Blue, brown, red, pink, and white.
It was so close, but I'm afraid I can't give it to you. So the correct answers were purple, white, pink, green, and brown. So there were a couple missing from both of your answers, so I can't give you any points. But we'll move on to some questions about sets and the cover monsters of those sets. So, what monster is featured on Pharaoh's Servant? Now, this is going to be a sort of memory test for those people who've been playing the game for a while and remember some of these sets coming out and what the monsters were on them. When we were all young, you'd go and get those sets just so you could try and acquire that fabled monster on the front cover. But can our teams remember if this is one of them? What monster is featured on Pharaoh's Servant, Marcello?
We'll go for Thousand Eyes Restrict.
Thousand Eyes Restrict is correct. That's 1 point to the Italians. Maybe on their comeback here. A nice ripple of applause there, a polite ripple of applause. So now the next question is thrown over to the Germans. What monster is featured on Invasion of Chaos? Invasion of Chaos. Kind of a slight giveaway in the title of the set there, to be honest. But will our team figure out which monster with the word chaos in it that is? Right, Sebastian, do you think you know? You're nodding.
I think so. Dark Magician of Chaos it was.
Invasion of Chaos, you're saying it was the Dark Magician of Chaos. And you are correct! So we are at 1 apiece. And there's the occasional announcement ringing over the tannoy. And it is not the pairings being announced. So this quiz can continue full force. So let's rev it up. So what the next question we've got here is, what monster is featured on the Lost Millennium? Lost Millennium set. A lot of people's minds instantly going to be cast to something different when they hear Millennium. But can the Italians tell us what it is on the Lost Millennium? Maybe you in the audience know. Maybe you don't. Maybe you should be here doing this quiz instead of these commentators, but you're not. So that's the end of that. But do the Italians know? They're discussing this very intently. I feel like I'd either know or not, to be honest. Okay, here we go.
Skeptic about this one. We'll try with the same name. So Millennium Ice Restrict? Probably not.
It's a good guess. It's a good guess, but it is wrong, I'm afraid. So I'm going to hand this over to the Germans. What is the monster featured on the Lost Millennium?
We think it should be the Ancient Gear Golem.
It is correct! Okay, so that is 2-1 to the German side. But don't worry, there's still plenty more opportunity for you guys to claw this back. So we move on to another one of these cover monsters. What monster is featured on Storm of Ragnarok? Storm of Ragnarok. Now, again, the set slightly gives it away in a sense, but can our teams be astute enough to figure that out? This one obviously is going to the Germans, so we shall have to see what they think the answer is. Do we have an idea what monster is featured on the Storm of Ragnarok? I'm going to have to press you for an answer.
Yeah, we have an answer. It's Odin, God of the Nordic.
I can't give it to you. I can't give it to you. You were nearly there, but it was the second half of the card that you got wrong. So I'm going to throw it over to the Italians.
So it is Odin. I think it's Northern, the archetype. So that's the guess, I guess, but not Nordic. So that's where we're going for.
I'm afraid it's incorrect. The actual answer is Odin, father of the Aesir. I'm afraid that's where we are, so don't worry, we've got plenty more of these featured. So what monster is featured on The Shining Darkness? The Shining Darkness. Which card is the monster featured on the front of Shining Darkness? Some people might be able to figure this out from the inferred clues. Germans, it's your question, isn't it? No? I'm losing track here, but don't worry, these two are switched on. So Alberto's tutting here at the idea of Marcello's suggestion here. We shall see what happens. Okay, Marcello, do you have an answer?
Sachi, the Dark Clown.
It's a good guess.
Favorite, yeah.
One of your favorites, a good guess, but I'm afraid it's incorrect. Sebastian?
It was Black Winged Dragon.
It is correct. And with that, that is 3 points to the Germans and 1 to you. Now, I have to ask, maybe the voices in my head can tell me, do we have the pairings ready for the next round, or shall we continue the quiz to see where it goes to? The voices in my head don't know yet. They've just told me in my ears. So we're going to carry on the quiz, because why not? We're all having fun. Okay, so we move on to the next one. What monster is featured on Generation Force? Generation Force. Now, we knew what the last one was. Generation Force. Quite evocative of the Yu-Gi-Oh! Zexal era. So I'm going to have this over. You're nodding, Sebastian. What is your answer?
Number 25, Leviathan Dragon.
Now, you've hit me with a problem, because you've got the number wrong, but the rest of the card right. So I'm going to have to hand this over to the Italians.
Number 17 instead. So.
That's correct! So it's 3-2. Now, did I just hear in my ear that the pairings are ready? Okay, the pairings are ready. So with that, tell you what, we'll leave this at 3-2 for the next one to generate some suspense for the next quiz. We're going to cut to a little break and we're going to get everyone to their chairs so we can bring you the next feature map to the top 32. See you guys in a sec.
Your move, your move.
The venue is buzzing here in Antwerp as we move in to the top 32 of the European Yu-Gi-Oh! Championship here in Antwerp. It's incredibly exciting to know that we're heading towards the end. Thousands of duelists have taken part, but now only 32 remain. And it's going to be very, very exciting to see what happens in this next duel. So I'm going to waste no more time introducing them to you. So let's rev it up. So on my right, we have Alex Robertson, who we've seen in a feature match just earlier today. And on my left, we have Lars Junginger. And this is going to be quite the match. Gentlemen, I'm going to present you with the dice. And you may roll to see which of you is going to go first. Okay, that's a 5 for Lars. And that is a 10 for Alex. You're going to go first? Alex is going to go first, so I'm going to throw you guys over to our wonderful casters. Guys, over to you.
Thank you very much, Ed. It is great to talk to you again. So, this top 32 match of the 2022 European Championships in Antwerp was brought to you by Sebastian, who scouted out the player Lars Junginger, who's playing versus Alex Robertson, who has already had a pretty decisive win. So why don't we just go immediately to the table so we waste no further time?
Yep, we've waited a long time, so let's just start it off. Top 32, Alex Robertson versus Lars Junginger we have. And as you were just saying, I was scouting on the floor, looking out for interesting decks, looking out for good players, and I found something. I saw a very impressive game that Lars Junginger played in top 64 actually, and he is on our beloved Altergeist strategy. We do both have a passion for this deck, so we are very happily featuring this here. And on the other hand, of course, we have Alex Robertson, second place finisher once more of this year's UK Nationals. Very impressive player with his Rika Sun Avalon deck, which is popping off like crazy this weekend.
So if you are just watching the stream and you are not participating and you're not in this venue, you might get a wrong idea of what's meta in this tournament.
Absolutely, yeah. Go ahead, what is meta in this tournament?
We have seen so many sprites and so many Telements players. It was really hard to spot something different, because all the other cards, if you like find one in a table of 10, they just also blend in sometimes. But there are quite a few rogue decks and they pack a punch. Like look at this Rika Sun Avalon deck. It has performed so well so far.
Oh,
so,
and there is a reason why this deck is performing well, because it has this one card starter. Alex Robertson instantly has it again. The normal summon, the little vanilla monster he's using there. The Sunseed Genius Loki. However you want it. There it is for you. It's being link summoned off into the Sun Avalon Dryas, of course. And look, I cannot imagine how often this weekend Alex Robertson had to explain his Rika and Sun Avalon cards to his opponents, because nobody was expecting this. I mean, Lars is also playing with a deck that nobody's expecting, but those cards have been around for a while, so you get used to them at some point. But this stuff, the Rika Sun Avalon deck, is just crazily new. New support from Power of the Elements, we talked about it earlier. I'm pretty sure we're going to see the new cards here in this game already. And yeah, this deck is just making waves here in this tournament.
Imagine you're in top 32 of the European Championships and you're in a featured match and your opponent opens cards that you have never heard of.
I would feel pretty uncomfortable, to be honest. Yeah. I rather want to have a deck that I know what to do against. Yeah. And Lars cannot be in love with his situation right now. But let me tell you something. Actually, it's quite good for Lars that he's facing the Rika Sun Avalon deck, because there are no real negates that this deck puts up with its end board. And when Lars just draws into one of his Mystic Mines, for example, then he has the chance to just activate it and pretty much lock down the opponent's board completely.
Yeah. Gotta be honest, gotta disagree with you there. We have seen this exact same matchup before. And honestly, the Rika deck is so good at playing around Mystic Mine. You have a card in your deck, the Rika Glamour, that gets set by your field spell, the Concon. And this one tributes your own monsters, so you can just basically set the card from your deck and get rid of your own monsters to gain more resources.
Early on, we actually had that same matchup happening here on stream, Altergeist versus Rika Sun Avalon. But the thing there was, he had to use his mine while controlling monsters himself. Yeah. But I think that's obviously not the preferred scenario. So I guess Lars will just try to activate Mystic Mine to a full combo board of Alex, and that would work out a lot better. And also, our good old Lars is not just playing Mystic Mine, he's playing a bunch of going second cards which can put in work here, because, let me tell you, he's also main decking Lava Golems, which can be huge in this matchup for sure, because not only Alex can tribute opponents' monsters, no, he can do it as well with the good old Lava Golem. And in the side deck as well, we will see the Winged Dragon of Ra's Fear mode coming in, so he's definitely prepared to handle big combo boards for sure.
Wasn't it even Alex who played versus the Altergeist deck on stream?
I think so, yeah.
So this guy played on stream twice in 2022 versus Altergeist.
Seems like our world is broken to me.
Yeah, absolutely.
That does not seem right. Well, let's see what Alex can pull off here. The Mudan has been summoned. There was a Patell before, so he already has a Patell as a resource in his graveyard. Patell is just going to resummon itself in the opponent's end phase over and over again, as long as this game will take, and as long as there's no Mystic Mine on the field, of course. And there we see it being highlighted to Mudan, the Rika Fairy. And I'm really much expecting Alex to go further and further here, just creating his combo board. And I'm pretty sure he's also going to search for his trap as an interruption for his opponent. He's usually going to set up as part of his combo end board the Rika sheet I'm talking about. So there's Bangalancer now.
We have the Melias in the grave and now Bangalancer.
Yep. We're just linking up. That's the thing. Like, the Dryas, the first Sun Avalon Link monster, is insane, and you really need to resolve that. And from there on, all the other Sun Avalon Link monsters are basically just there for link climbing, and you just climb and climb, and then you end on Bangalancer, as you just can see. And you even can tribute it here, because it doesn't really matter that much, because it can reborn itself back to the graveyard pretty easily. So he can resolve the Rika Glamour tributing the Bangalancer here. And he's not done yet, of course. This looks like, was it Snowdrop? It looked like Snowdrop.
No, I think it's he's going to the rank 4. I don't think that Snowdrop can reduce its own level, or can it?
I'm quite sure it can.
Don't see it here.
Let's get it into the card highlight once again. There we have it, Snowdrop, the Rika Fairy.
I think it was Princess and Primula.
Okay, that's also, yeah, true. It was, yeah, for sure, it was Primula. Even when we were caught a little bit off guard by this deck popping off so much, I mean, we anticipated it a little bit, because prior to the event on Friday, we were recording deck profiles of like the most popular decks already. And as you have seen over the course of the weekend, there was Spright, there was Telements, there was Mathmech, which definitely were like the 3 most popular decks. But we also recorded Rika, so we like expected it a little bit, but we really didn't expect it to pop up that much.
Yeah, this has such a great conversation rate, you know. There are a few players playing it, but they nearly all topped. So let's see where this goes. Marcus Patel is also still in the tournament.
Yeah, and not gonna lie, Marcus Patel was first after Swiss. So that's something we cannot take away from him. So Rika was actually first after Swiss, and we're in the turn of Lars, and he starts it off with the Lava Golem, and the crowd is cheering him on. That is the first card he's resolving.
Does the Exceeds trigger, Strenna, when it has Exceeds material and it gets tributed?
It looks like it. Does it trigger? Yes, he's going to his extra deck.
Then you can special summon the Sacred Tree Beast.
Oh boy, that's not... I mean, it's great to have Lava Golem being summoned to the opponent's side of the field, but now he can just activate the effect, so he can at least capitalize a little bit. So that could have been much worse here. That could have been a lot worse. And now Lars is picking up the Hypertron and has to read it once again. Yeah. He is confronted here with some cards you don't usually see at the top cards of an event. But maybe from now on we're going to see a whole lot more of Rika, because this deck looks spicy. It looks also very much fun to play. Oh, and there is Lars activating Demise of the Land on the special summon of the Hybridtron.
But I don't know if you can, right?
That's the discussion they're just having with the judge, and I think he cannot activate it. The judge just confirmed it, because we talked about that scenario early on as well. Demise of the Land is a when trigger, and just bring it up to maybe our card highlights so you can read it as well. It starts with when your opponent special summons a monster. That means when that was not the last thing to happen, this card cannot be activated because it basically misses its timing window to activate the card even. We are going off with the Prosperity though here. Was it Prosperity into Duality? Looked like it at least.
I mean, that works. You don't draw with Duality, so you can still activate it after Prosperity, of course. Nice Starlight Rare Prosperities.
But I doubt it was the Duality, because he just goes ahead and sets 3 cards. And now that information is there for Alex Robertson that Lars actually has Demise of the Land, which is a bit annoying for him for sure, because he can now just purely play around it.
By attacking.
By just attacking, indeed.
Yeah, he's going to take 1000 damage from the Alpha Golem every standby phase. And this is something you can trigger Harvest with, by the way, which is kind of funny.
Yep, but he goes Rika Glamour right as the first thing he does in the main phase. And yeah, Lars is thinking, don't you have to tribute something for cost there?
I was thinking the exact same thing.
But maybe he's just searching for the Mudan.
Ah, no. You can just search something, and then when you tribute something, you can search another card.
Ah, okay. I see.
So I misread the card the entire time, and I was thinking that the wording is weird, but I just can't read.
That's a very, very common mistake you're having. I realized that a couple of times in our casting career that you're definitely having problems with reading, but so am I. So we're definitely quite similar in that regard. But Lars is sitting there with triple back row. One of them pretty likely is Demise of the Land, not gonna lie. That is a card you have to set in that scenario. But Alex doesn't look like he's planning on special summoning, right? It doesn't look like something he's considering here.
I mean, he has the Patel here, which is basically... Oh no, the Patel is not the negate, right? The
Princess is the negate,
small Princess, but he has it in the graveyard, right?
I don't think he ever went for Princess.
I think he summoned it and then went into Strainer with it.
Let's see. No, that all looks like Petals in the graveyard. All Petals. But what are those set cards for Lars? Like, 3 set cards he hasn't done anything with yet.
He just directly hands the card over to his opponent. Like, yeah, just take it. I'm not even guessing that you know what this is. Go on, read it.
That probably was his gesture all weekend long, just handing over Rika cards. This is another Rika card. You want to read? Yes, sure, go ahead. You will have to read, because those cards are worth reading, because they're absolutely smashing it, and they are not only once, but even twice in the top 32 of the European Championship here in Antwerp.
And they are smashing it without Smasher's main deck. True. It's very impressive.
Is there even any level 2 monsters in there?
Now it's getting personal here.
Oh, and that could be a huge turn around, but there is the Princess you were talking about. There was a Princess in the graveyard. Yeah. There was a Princess in the graveyard, and he's using Princess effect to negate the effect of Multifaker.
Yeah, Multifaker immediately negated. I'm thinking Lava Golem is really strong for Multifaker and still Kaiser, because you can just bounce back the Lava Golem and take your opponent's board every time.
I love that addition to his deck. He absolutely killed it with that decision. And there's the hard-drawn Mystic Mind, though. He couldn't activate it by resolving the good old Demise of the Land, but he has a negate with Hybridtron there. And Lars is checking. Lars is double-checking, double-reading. Can he really? There is the Forbidden Droplet on the Hybridtron, though.
And you don't need this Demise of the Lands anymore. This hard-drawn Mystic Mind really hits like a truck here.
This certainly looks like it's going to resolve. And I mean, he cannot get rid of that Lava Golem himself. You know? That's pretty disappointing for Alex, because you said it earlier, Rika Glamour can just tribute all of his plant monsters, but there's a Lava Golem, which is not a plant monster on his side of the field now.
Can we check his extra deck? What can he do? How can he link away like this entire field?
I'm having a look, and I'm afraid there's like pretty much only plant-specific link monsters in his extra deck.
So what about the Exceeds monsters? What about the Teardrop?
We can double check. I'm honestly not 100% sure. Maybe that could be
Teardrop. 2 level 8 monsters.
Is it really?
So
but
he can
Lava Golem
actually overlay with the Lava Golem, then he has a plant monster.
That would be crazy if we get to see that point. And there was a duality. Maybe he didn't activate the duality last turn.
Also, he has plenty of monsters that are level 5 or higher. So he can just actually tribute summon over it.
Yep, there is the Rika Con effect being used, setting the Rika Glamour, instantly activating it apparently. Oh no, he's just setting it, fair enough. And Lars now bought himself some time. He could actually resolve that Mystic Mine on Alex Robertson, and now he has to reconsider his options. He does not have to play around Demise of the Land anymore, but he is faced with the real Mystic Mine now onto the field.
I mean, if he gets to attack, then he will play around Demise of the Land because his opponent's at 2,400 life points. So he attacked for a lot of damage, and yeah, this is going to be a tribute summon.
We just tribute, of course, we are playing monsters that can just be used as a regular tribute summon, and now we start to link it off. Alex is working his way through to actually get rid of that Mystic Mine. There is Sylvan Dance Peon, also a really cool card, really iconic card.
And we have the Jasmine again, and we are activating the Glamour. And this is how easy you can get rid of a Mystic Mine on your opponent's side of the field. Just link away everything and then tribute your card to search 2.
Yeah, and Alex had that little side eye over to the crowd, and he was like, are you guys impressed? Are you guys impressed by how easily I just get rid of all the monsters on my field, and now I'm probably going to out that Mystic Mine, and yes, it has
to
left the
discard
field.
a card because he has so many cards in hand.
And there's another duality for Lars. What are we seeing there? Sadly, it's not in the picture. I think I see one trap, which is Metaverse.
Oh.
And he's grabbing the Metaverse. Can Alex work his way through another Mystic Mine? That could be hard.
As long as he knows that it's there, it's rather easy, right? He probably has another Glamour. He's probably playing 3. Yeah, exactly. He's playing 3. So you just summon a monster and attack. And if that gets Mystic Mine, then you just set another Glamour and activate it and wait for the Mystic Mine to destroy itself during the end phase of the turn.
But he already used 2 Rika Glamours. So if he gets to one more Mystic Mine, it would be really, really tough for Alex to actually get over that. So, back on Alex. Honestly, that reveal of Metaverse was pretty good, though, because it at least buys him another turn, most likely.
Now the Patel is being activated.
Yeah, Patel is back there, and he also uses Con there, I think, searching for the good old Snowdrop, which we have been talking about a lot. But, you know, finally he added it to the hand. And then in last shoes, do you just shotgun the Metaverse? I guess you do, right?
Yeah.
Because what are you waiting for there? Basically, your opponent is just maybe even putting up a negate, so just get it straight, just put the Mystic Mine to the board, so your opponent is not going to use any monster effects anymore.
So all of those older decks like Sky Striker and Altergeist from basically the same format, they rely pretty heavily on Mystic Mine, no?
They do. They need the time. And now Alex is not even resolving Rika Glamour, so he gives Lars some turns. We have had Alex pass it over to Lars now twice, so he can collect some trap cards. And as soon as the Altergeist deck gets to some trap cards, it will be tough for Alex to actually play through everything here. Alex is on 5 back row himself now. Those are probably a lot of spell cards as well.
So why does he not have another Glamour?
He sets a monster. I don't know, like, I did only see him resolve 2 Glamours so far. Oh, and we're now tribute summoning, or what are we? Yes, we are tribute summoning for a big monster, which probably then was the Snowdrop we just searched. So we finally see it in action, just being a set monster, but what can you do? And we are picking up the cards, and that can only mean that Alex Robertson actually concedes here, doesn't he? I think Lars Junginger, with his Altergeist strategy, takes down game 1 here in top 32 of the European Championship. And that wasn't looking great for him, but he turned it around like a champ and is up 1-0 now here in this match.
Lars just perfected the Altergeist strategy.
I mean, he is the only Altergeist player left in the tournament, so you gotta say he definitely did its thing. And when I watched him play earlier, the moves he made moves I've never seen before in Altergeist deck before. He abused, for example, Celine, which is a card you usually see to actually get into access code talk or stuff like that. He used that to special summon back cards such as Altergeist Multi-Faker and stuff like that. So, or maybe even Meloseek, so Meloseek gets into Multi-Faker in the end. He was really going through his whole extra deck and all of that, and I really think he built a perfect Altergeist strategy there. Definitely.
So it's really good. So we have seen that he's playing, you told us he's playing cards like Celine and combo pieces.
Yes.
But he's also playing Pot of Extravagance. So why don't you lead us through the extra deck? Which cards is he playing multiple times?
Of course, the all-time classic of the Altergeist strategy.
Yeah, sure.
We know that. And then he's also on the Altergeist Kidolga, which is kind of interesting because usually you didn't really play that, but he decided to do so. And then stuff such as the Christian Hulky Fibrax, Dark, Hita. He actually plays multiple Charmers, being Dark and Hita. And then some generic stuff as well. Phoenix, Unicorn, even Lina. I see Lina as well, so he even plays triple of the Charmers, which is pretty cool. But I think in general, what we can say about the deck is it does not rely that heavily on reserving trap cards, to be honest. Because when I look over his main deck, it's almost more spell cards than trap cards, to be honest. Which is for an Altergeist deck pretty iconic. But
and one of them is Mystic Mind.
Of course, yeah. That's like the card that brings him time, the card he needs in certain matchups to have time to actually draw into the trap cards. He is not playing that many of, or draw into Lava Golem and stuff like that. And it worked out like a charm for him here in game 1. And Alex didn't want to waste any more time because I think Alex is very, very much a pro player. Thinking about the time management aspect of the game as well. He just didn't want to waste any more time. He knew he would have just maybe a slight chance to win game 1, but he wants to make sure to play out all 3 games.
I mean, we have seen a main deck burn card on the opponent's side of the field, or rather on his side of the field, but in the opponent's deck, which was Lava Golem. You don't want to get Lava Golem just shortly before timeout.
That is absolutely true, and I see that the players are ready for for game 2 of this top 32 match. So over to the table again, game 2 starting now, and of course Alex Robertson is going to be the one starting it off here for us. There
I'm just
we
going
have
to show you guys the Kidolga that Basti was talking about. For those of you who don't know the effect, it's when another Altergeist monster you control inflicts battle damage to your opponent, you can target one monster and their GY, special summon it to your zone this card points to. But each turn it cannot attack unless this card has already declared an attack this turn. If this card is destroyed by battle, you target one Altergeist card in your GY added to your hand.
Oh boy, I think I just saw Alex passing with nothing.
Yeah, maybe he has still just decided to side in evenly matched going first and was like, okay, if I have to start, then I'm just gonna pass. If I draw evenly going first, then I'm just gonna pass. So maybe you get up the side deck from him.
Yeah, I can do so, and I mean, what's the worst that can happen? We have evenly matched in his side deck, yes, and there's not really that big of a trouble giving the Altergeist deck a turn when you have evenly matched in your hand, because he's definitely not siding in Solemn Judgments or Dark Bribes going second, so that evenly match is probably going to resolve. And you just took 1,600 of damage through for a Marionetta, so I think you're doing fine.
Yeah.
I actually do think you are okay with that.
I mean, of course, well, it's tough. I guess you just side in evenly matched and Harpy's Feather Duster, and when you draw evenly matched on Pancratops, of course.
That's another card you side in, and that does nothing when your opponent has no monsters.
Yeah. And when you don't draw them, you combo off, and if you draw them, you just pass. This is a good strategy, I guess. So you can maybe even OTK.
Yes. Kind of funny that just passing is a good strategy, but I definitely understand what you mean. It definitely is a valid strategy here. And he is thinking about responding to the summon, because if you have Solemn Strike, you might as well just strike the summon here. Oh, but it's demise of the land.
Oh, and this is really tough because Pancratops now can't use its effect. Oh, it can. It can.
It can potentially chain.
Because there's it can't chain to this, but it can chain to this. So he has no cards left on the field. But you could also just.
It's interesting that he decides not to pop the Marionetta. Now we are actually getting to a state where no player has monsters on the board. which is somewhat interesting because
I was just
Mystic Mine is about to be activated, I would say. Oh, but no, it's not. It's Secret Village of the Spellcasters.
Oh, this is crazy now.
And he has Multi-Faker in hand as well.
Wow.
This is the turning point. This is looking great all of a sudden. Alex Robertson, because there is a spellcaster now on the board, is being locked out of activating spell cards.
Lars Junginger just really loves field spells that don't let your opponent play.
Seriously. Secret Village of the Spellcasters. When was the last time you were seeing that in a competitive Yu-Gi-Oh
When
deck?
I played it in Altergeist.
Okay, of course.
YCS Milan 2018.
Forever ago, you mean? Yeah. And Lars Junginger still sticking to that strategy, and Alex can only answer it with a set card, and it's back over to Lars.
I mean, imagine getting even lead here in this turn.
That would have been sick, but there's normal summon Melusig now as well. He has it all. Lars has all the cards he wants and needs here.
Yeah, Alex destroyed the other Altergeist player before, Dimitri. No, that was the...
Dimitri, I think, was our Eldritch player. I think it was very similar. I think it was Adam or something, an English player. Adam Fleming, I think it was.
And this one just has a different list. It's so different from the other Altergeist lists I have ever seen.
You were laughing at me when I told you, hey, he has some cards that could definitely help him here in this Rika matchup, and you were like, yeah, but still the matchup is so bad. But Lars Junginger here really proving the point that this deck can play pretty much versus anything, to be honest. Lars, I actually want this deck to go into the finals now. Altergeist all the way, Limon!
And he just scoops. This is over. Alex lost the game, he just scoops it. And Lars Junginger advances to the top 16 of the European Championship 2022 with Altergeist?
Back in time, we are in 2022, but it is Altergeist being part of the top 16, and Lars Junginger impressively goes ahead here and wins top 16. The crowd loved it, so I think we have a lot of Altergeist fans in the crowd as well, so they are happy for this deck to still perform.
And we even saw Altergeist monsters in game 2.
Absolutely. He absolutely ended the dream of Alex Robertson's Rika journey here. So one of the two Rika players is out already, and I talked to you about that before the round, actually. I was saying it is a really, really cool deck to actually top an event and be surprisingly at the top tables of an event and maybe even being first after Swiss. But in Top Cut, you are going to meet more and more people who will know what the deck is doing.
Yeah, they will know when to hand trip you and how to. And we can actually, talking about the Top Cut, I think we have the bracket.
Oh yeah, you're right. Let's hop over and
top
see
32, and we can
what
look
the
at
top 32 players are looking like. Who are we still having in the field? There we go.
So we have Marcus Patel versus Imran Khan.
Yes, so Marcus Patel, the other son of a long Rika player, maybe he's doing better than his friend Alex Robertson. And then we see Tritai, I talked about him earlier.
Oh, he's still in.
Yeah, he's still in, my friend. That's good for him for sure. Federico Micozzi, big Italian name, still rocking it for the Italian fans.
Second place at YCS Milan, where I played Altergeist.
Yep, and of course Federico Pastore as well. So, and I think Danilo Romano, just by his name, probably is Italian too. So we have a lot of Italians still in the field. As always, Italians still a very strong Yu-Gi-Oh nation. We still have Sean Smet in here. As I told you, he's a national champion himself. So maybe he's turning national champion into European champion this weekend. Would be kind of cool.
Matteo Mardinini is also in there. So many Italian players here. It's crazy.
Looking at the down, like Alessio Cefola and Simone Sofoli, also both Italian. There's so many Italians in here. Also Matteo Giuni, like crazy. Then we see Luca Foyan, still impressive with his team, with his tier deck. That's what I wanted to say.
Life Trancer.
But also, we haven't seen a lot of French guys so far. But Lucas Lancelot having the French flag still being raised here in top 32. Let's see how far he can advance with this. And let's go over to the next quarter of the top 32 bracket. Callum Cook, we saw him earlier in the featured match with his Spright deck, still rocking it. Owen Wilson, another one of the British guys. But Owen Wilson has a tough opponent here.
Yeah, Ryan Jabri, who won a YCS, I think, with Salomon Great, of course. He's also one of the French players in Top Cut.
Yep, the French are still in for sure. They are definitely competing. Then we have Vladis Baranovskis. That would also be a fan favorite for sure.
Absolutely.
Vlad
This guy is such a sympathetic guy.
in the featured match earlier where he lost actually to Psychic Life Trance.
He was just laughing so hard when he saw Psychic Life Trance after his opponent in time paid 1,000 life points just to summon eventually the Life Trance and gain back 1,200. So
yeah,
that was killing him.
His reaction was beautiful, wasn't it? Like he just laughed at it and topped anyways. You know, he just went through whatever, and now he's in top 32.
Like a boss.
Absolutely. So last 8 players we have, and what?
Wow!
What
this
a last
is
quarter we
huge.
have.
This is so huge. So we have Hermann Hansen versus Patrick Döblin. Patrick Döblin I shared a room with in Milan, but a year later, so...
The powerhouse from Sweden. He impressed us a lot in his featured match very early on in day 1, and he's still going strong.
And I said it then. I said it. This guy can win this tournament.
For sure. And
which is not a hot take, to be fair. So
definitely
this is not a genius prediction of mine. This is clearly one of the best players in the world who also topped worlds once.
Yeah, speaking of genius players in the Yu-Gi-Oh community, best player of the world, Joshua Schmidt also sitting there, still in the tournament, top 32. I would love to see him in the feature match too. He's definitely someone who could also take it down, and I'm definitely looking forward to seeing him later in the tournament too. And go ahead, who's...
Bryce Dudelier. I think there's maybe an I missing, or I am missing something, but he's also a really good French player, if I'm not wrong with it.
Yeah, you definitely. I think the name is actually correct, but it's definitely a French guy for sure. And then we
Mondry, such a nice guy, also very sharp looking. What a cool dude! I'm really happy that he made it to the top 32. He's playing versus
Shui Wang.
Shui Wang?
Yeah, probably.
Yeah, and again, a friend of mine, David Erpen. The Swiss powerhouse, you can call him. This guy has been topping everything lately, or let's not say lately, in the last few years actually, and he's playing versus Georgi Danev.
Yeah. So, speaking of all the people in top 32, let's speak to someone who's in top 16 already. Yeah. Let's get over to the winner's interview. Lars Junginger with that. Go ahead and take it away.
Thank you, Sebastian. I am here with Lars Junginger, who is our first feature match into the top 16. First off, Lars, congratulations. How does it feel to be top 16 in one of the Euros competitions?
Really, really nice. I never expected that, but it's really amazing feeling, really.
So you were in an interesting matchup there because Alex earlier on was up against another Altergeist deck.
I heard about that.
And he bodied the deck.
Yeah.
Whereas you had the opposite. You completely had him against the ropes. Going through some of your plays, you hard drew Mystic Mine into Forbidden Droplet. You had 2 Mystic Mines throughout the whole thing and you kept him against the ropes. There was a point where all he could do was set back row and pass, and you basically just took it to the end. Talk us through what you were thinking throughout the game.
Yeah, I was thinking that I can make a Melusic and spoofing combo, but in this case, maybe they are playing spoofing, and I can just go for deck out. So that's the simplest way to win, and without risk, I won, and that was the way why I go for deck out. Yeah.
And you had some interesting cards in there. The commentators were saying that they weren't expecting to see things like Kidolga in your deck. So why do you play cards like that?
Kidolga?
Yeah. The commentators were saying that they didn't expect to see it in there.
What's the Kidolga?
The Link monster.
My Link monster, Kidolga, I don't know.
Altergeist Kidolga.
Ah, okay, that's the one. Playing it once because I only play a tough Altergeist card, so only 2 Melusics and something like that. And if I have the option to run into the monster, I can add 1 Altergeist card back from the graveyard. And that was the reason, but I never summoned it. It's just for Product Prosperity, so it's an option, not more.
And you also had a great moment with Secret Village of the Spellcasters, completely locking your opponent down. What is it about Altergeist that you like? Because in this format, it's quite an unusual deck choice, but it's got you this far. So what is it that you like about Altergeists?
About Altergeist, that you can play Mystic Mine and the spoofing and Melusic combo, it's just broken. And that's the reason why I'm playing Altergeist, because of Mystic Mine, actually.
Well, it's got you into the top 16. So one more time, congratulations, Lars. And guys, we are going to be right back as we move into those top 16 duels. It's going to be brilliant. Don't go anywhere. Lots more coverage coming as we head towards the final.
New for Yu-Gi-Oh! Dimension Force. 100 new cards you can add to your deck, plus tie-ins with Tactical Masters. New Predaplant fusions. New Performapals. And the first ever Pendulum monster that's also a ritual. Odd Eyes Pendulum Graph Dragon. Yu-Gi-Oh! Dimension Force, available now.
9 cards per pack, each pack sold separately.
Also available, Yu-Gi-Oh! Master Duel.
Rated T for teen.
So we're going to do a little bit of a sneak peek behind the scenes here. So for those of you who've never been to an event before, this is how the process works. For some of you who've been to some of our live events, this is going to be a very familiar process. As you can see behind me, we have hundreds upon hundreds of duelists all lining up just to sign up for this, the Yu-Gi-Oh! Trading Card Game European Championships in 2022, live from Antwerp. And so every single one of these participants is going to be earning a very specific present just by signing up. So this here is one of the main participant presents that people are going to be getting. This is an amazing Nibiru playmat. And on top of that as well, people are going to be earning one of these World Championship Qualifier sleeve packs. Very exciting. Everyone taking part is going to be walking home with one of these. And I'm sure everyone's very excited to take these home. We've got lots more prizes to show you and lots more event coverage coming up. So don't go anywhere.
I've been waiting for you, Yugi.
Good, because I have a new strategy for you. It's my turn. I draw. Charge toward victory, Master of Chaos! Believe in the heart of the cards, and you can build your perfect deck. Yu-Gi-Oh! Trading Card Game, Battle of Chaos, now on sale, including a special original Dark Magician. It's time to duel.
So now we're going to showcase to you some of the amazing prizes that you guys can win by participating in some of the public events here at the Yu-Gi-Oh! European Championships 2022. So the way it works, by taking part in those public events, you can earn yourself tokens. The better you perform, then the more tokens you'll earn. You can then take these tokens to the wonderful prize wall, where you can exchange them for a number of different prizes of varying costs. So for instance, we have these 2-deck boxes, some World Championship Qualifier deck boxes. We even have things like Funko Pop Yu-Gi-Oh! Things for you to get. These kind of prizes are something you can get here for those tokens. We also have an amazing range of these wonderful playmats that you guys can exchange those tokens for. On top of the wonderful range of playmats, we also have OTS packs, we have YCS tokens, we have score pads, we have Trials of the Pharaoh packets of Speed Duel cards, and also very excitingly, we have uncut sheets of the Yu-Gi-Oh! Card printings, and that's a very rare prize that you guys can get your hands on by taking part in these events. So to get your hands on these prizes, like I said, you have to come over here with your tokens and speak to the wonderful staff like Michael, who will be awarding you whatever you have won. So Michael, tell us a little bit about the kind of things that people have been asking for today from you.
Well, people have really been interested in the OTS packs. People love to pull those ultimate rares. Other people have been interested in the playmats on across the table, some more than others. We also have deck boxes that people have picked up every now and again.
So tell us what your personal favourite item is that you've got available here.
Well, my personal favourite will have to be one of the pop figurines, in particular this one here.
So you guys can get your hands on these by exchanging those public event tokens for some of these amazing prizes from the wonderful staff like Michael. Don't go anywhere, we've got plenty more of this coverage coming up very soon.
Ghosts from the Past, The Second Haunting, with dozens of new cards, plus 9 famous ghost rares from all Yu-Gi-Oh! Eras. Yu-Gi-Oh! Ghosts from the Past, The Second Haunting.
20 cards per box, each box sold separately.
move, your move, your move.
from the past, the second haunting, with dozens of new cards, plus 9 famous ghost rares from all Yu-Gi-Oh! Eras. Yu-Gi-Oh! Ghosts from the Past, the second haunting.
20 cards per box, each box sold separately.
The tension is palpable here at the European Yu-Gi-Oh! Championship live from Antwerp here in 2022. We have two giants of the Yu-Gi-Oh! Circuit going head-to-head for this top 16 feature match. On my right, we have Joshua Schmidt, and then on the left, we have Herman Hansen. And this is going to be a very, very exciting duel. Gentlemen, I'm going to hand over the dice to you. You can roll to see which of you is going to be going first. Joshua has rolled a 9, and Herman has rolled a 4. So who's going to be going first? Herman, you're going to go first? Okay, so there we go. I'm going to hand you guys over to the wonderful Italian commentary team. Guys, take it away for this top 16 round.
Hi everyone and welcome to the top 16. As you might have already guessed, you can't get much better than this. What a match we have picked this round.
I mean, we could have asked for more. Top 16, as Ed said, two giants of the game, two of the most accomplished players in Europe. And they are going up against, the best decks of the format we picked up.
Yeah, absolutely. They were on a roll. They both were undefeated 9-0 yesterday, and so there was a chance they could have played against each other today. But then it just happened now, and as we mentioned first, before talking about their decks in the specific, we can bring up for you guys the bracket for the top 16. Because there isn't only that match. As we can see here, Federico Macozzi against Federico Pastore is another incredible matchup. Both coming together, sleeping in the same room, same deck list, card by card, pretty much. And what a matchup. Marcus Patel just smashing it with his Sun Avalon Rika deck. But if we go to the other side of the bracket, of course, we are going to have the matchup between our two duelists, Matteo Mordanini, another World Championship competitor. So a lot of good names. I gotta say, Italians are just crushing it, like 3 in this other side of the bracket, 2 in the previous one. And going again to the next slide, we can show you the third side. And again, Ryan Jabri, what a player. So many good names, and this even Vlad is what a top cut. This is crazy, especially walking into the biggest ever European Championship and top 128. The chances of them losing was very high. And going to the last slide, where we have, of course, Herman against Joshua. It's just an unbelievable top cut we have.
Yeah, I mean, I think there are so many names, so many accomplished players. Either like in this match, we're gonna see most likely a world competitor advancing to the top 8, and then also there's Matteo, as you said.
Absolutely, they are crushing it. And talking about I think if you were paying attention to the match, you might have noticed that Joshua did win the die roll, but he opted to go second, which is something we have not yet seen in game 1. And that is because Joshua is playing a Spright, but he's playing a going second deck list with no entrops and just a lot of those, you know, really good spells like Dark Ruler No More, Mystic Mine, even Enemy Controller, which is actually a very popular pick in the top 16. Both Federicos are also maining 3 copies of the card, so it's definitely an interesting choice. We'll see, because honestly, Herman deck, on the other hand, is really good at going first.
Yeah, I mean, I think these 2 decks are insane. Looking at Herman's deck, I think this was built also to beat Spright.
Yeah, absolutely.
Like, definitely, I think he's happy to go first. Like,
he is, but at the same time, we have to mention we were already featuring yesterday Herman, and I want to say, without disrespecting the other, that he was looking as the most accomplished in a way, and even confident player with tier elements. He was looking as if he knew every single possible inch of the combos, but he's not expecting Mystic Mine in the main deck. So this will be an interesting one. Nonetheless, we'll see who will advance to the top 8. Our players are ready, so let's go to game 1. Here they are. So, if any of you missed Herman future match yesterday, he is playing the Dangers with the tier elements, but a very explosive one. Ooh, but he does get sniped right away. So, Jackal will not be able to fetch him a card. Maybe he will get the Mothman, I guess, into a rank 4 play. Let's see.
Yeah, I think he plays one of the most consistent, tier elements danger deck list we have seen so far this weekend. Also plays Galaxy Cyclone in the main deck, which is good. I think we have seen other players doing it, having just an out in the main deck to Mystic Mine.
Okay, he does have the Rhino, and as we already mentioned, we won't be seeing any interactions on Herman's turn because Joshua is not playing any entropy, so he's free to do whatever he wants, and I'm sure he will be happy about that.
Yeah, I really like, anyways, Joshua's approach to the deck list, because, like, from what we've seen so far this weekend, basically every single Spright player has relied on 15 hand traps.
Yep.
Rather, he instead says, okay, I'm just gonna play my cards. I have Mystic Mines, which I think he's the only player playing 3 copies in the Spright
in the main deck in Spright, definitely. But again, yeah, it's a good idea. Sometimes when you draw just one of the entrops, it doesn't do anything, so it's one less card you get to play against. Well, if you max out on the spells, it just brings more consistency to the deck, and even having a 6 card is great. So I do like his approach. I wonder whether Herman could have actually, if he won the die roll, maybe he would have let Joshua go first. I think that's a big chance that would have happened, so interesting stuff.
And here we get to see the Sherin being milled. We will soon see the Kid Kalos being summoned by Herman.
Yeah, he has it, so he will be able to just push forward probably into a Garura and then even get to mill 5. Obviously looking for that Fairy Tales No, an incredible card against Spright. So He's considering his options, and okay, he decided to go for the Mad Dragon instead. So let's see these meals. He really wants to eat the snow out of them, and he does have the Galaxy Cyclone. So that's a huge hit in case the Mystic Mine comes down from Joshua. So
he also milled the Sulliek. Okay, I think still okay. Like
yeah, but I think he's super happy about that
definitely.
Cyclone. It's quite important, and not many players decided to main it. So this is a great hit by Herman, and it also changes things quite a bit from Joshua, who cannot just rely on the mine. He has to play it and then just pretty much break the board, maybe make it Zeus. So we'll see.
Here would you go, like also later on in the turn with the Dueller? Like
You can, but you most likely will necessarily have to go. This is a yeah, let's see. He will have to go into Curious, but is it? I think my Dragon, yeah, isn't it water? But he can declare it. Yeah. So great stuff, as you can see here, it's one of the most important cards. If any of you missed it and is wondering, of course, he declared the effect of the Mad Dragon, just making it dark so that he could go into the Curious. And this is just one of the standard combos that Herman came up with, so great stuff by the Swedish player. And yeah, we do see the Time Thief Redoer, so this is a very strong opening by Herman. He knows what he's up against, which makes a ton of a difference for his opening end, and Snow is so annoying, because I think he has the Ko by the Grave, right, in the main deck, so Joshua is hoping to get that, but if you have 14 cards, then it's not even an actual out to it, so interesting opening here. Yeah, and play is back to Joshua, so let's see if the decision to actually go second will pay off. Unfortunately for Herman, he does not pick up a spell or trap. It's gonna have to stick with the regular Time Thief Redoer effect. But we do start things off with a Redoer. And this is actually huge, because as Time Thief does not detach his cost, he cannot be able, and it will be forced, as you can see here, to just use it right away. So well played by both, and I think Herman really showing off why he can play around his opponent cards by just flipping the Sulliek, right?
Yeah, I think this is what you really want to go for once you go first, especially because like Dark Ruler No More has been one of the most played cards in the main deck this weekend. But now if you're Joshua, you know that you are exposed to Galaxy Cyclone, so like the strategy of going with Mystic Mine is not an option at the moment.
Yeah, it is not, but still the Dark Ruler was pretty good to force out some things, and now still the Snow is there, and the Snow, as we mentioned, is absolutely incredible. We saw some players having success with Book of Moon in the main deck for the Flowandris deck, just because of how good it is going first against the Spright. So great stuff here by Herman nonetheless. Wow.
Yeah.
Can we see maybe a second copy? Oh, I do see a Mystic Mine in the end from Joshua, and he will go for it right now, definitely hurting, but the Cyclone is in the graveyard, so he really needs an explosive turn here to capitalize on the mine. Let's see if he can do it.
Now it gets nice, because
yeah, still Mystic Mine is so strong here. It doesn't matter if there is the trap from Herman, it will still be able to do so much. And if you go into the Zeus, of course, then maybe not the best option, because then they can negate it, but I think he can manage a very strong turn at the moment. Yeah, Herman, considering his options, do you really risk it here? Wow.
Okay.
Interesting choice. What do you think?
Yeah, because like if Joshua doesn't have any other extender here, he's left with the blue, but it's risky.
Yeah,
Yes,
it is risky. At the same time, of course, since he activated the starter, I think it makes a little bit more sense because he's locked. So we won't be seeing a Zeus anytime soon. But definitely a brave decision here by Herman. Okay, they're gonna count the cards, but I mean, you can see Joshua being slightly, confused about it. He doesn't know that there is an out in the graveyard, so he will still try his best to play around that.
Yeah, I mean, once again we see Mystic Mine being played as an alternative, like here you're free to do your combo, and I think like Joshua started pretty well, you know, with the Dark Lure.
Yeah,
Mystic
absolutely.
Mine,
Like that's the thing. Like a deck that is built to go second. Like when it was Sky Striker, the consistency is there. When it's Spright, it might be a little risky, but this is the play that we were considering. Herman is also using the card, and this is one of the strategies that allowed Joshua to even enter this top. This is a devastating thing, and pretty much Herman wouldn't be able to have many outs to this. As you can read, essentially the Beat Cop puts a patrol counter on the mine, so you'd need to destroy it twice, and this is very tough to do. And yeah, you can see this is quite enough, and Joshua takes the game one due to the Beat Cop plus Mystic Mine combo.
I mean, we have seen great stuff.
What a
from
start!
Herman, but,
yeah. Unfortunately, the opening from Herman was pretty solid, I would say. He would beat any normal Spright opening, but the Dark Lure was already kind of annoying, but I think Herman played really well around it. But then the mine is just Mystic Mine sometimes wins you the game, and the Beat Cop, which by the way Herman is also using, it's just so strong.
Yeah, I mean, definitely, like 100%, knowing that during this tournament you can get an easy access to Galaxy Cyclone by milling it. Having a card like the Beat Cop prevents your opponent from destroying the Mystic Mine, and like as you saw, is scooped, and I think you don't really want to, you know, extend things, as you saw that you don't have any out.
Absolutely, unfortunately, yeah, you don't want to waste time. They know their deck very well. They have been close to the top table, so they both know that each other are playing a card for when it comes to timeout, and that means that they really want to go for this match quickly. But now looking at the decks, Herman has a few options in the side deck, and I think what I'm interested in, will he let Joshua go first?
Because like looking up at Joshua's strategy, it will make sense. He basically went second, he had everything he needed. I think that's what Joshua's deck does. Like going second plays also a lot of going second cards in the side deck as well.
Yeah, that's why I wouldn't mind it. At the same time, Joshua does play Dimensional Barrier, so maybe alongside the Trap Trick, you know, it's kind of one of those mind games where you know that they go second, but maybe they're gonna side in, they're going first cards, so you might get punished. But I'm really curious to see whether Herman, which is of course a great player, will actually think about this, or it will be just, no, let's go first, let's focus on my combo, and hope that they don't get Mystic Mine, because honestly I think in game one it was just a Mystic Mine, and no other card in Joshua's deck was really capable of going through that opening, I think.
And do you think Joshua will expect that Herman will let him go first?
Maybe, but I think our players are pretty much ready, so we can jump right back into game 2. So let's see who will be going first. And I do see at least a Lightning Storm in Joshua's hand, so it would have been good if Herman played this Mind Trick, but I think he's going first. So Herman playing it as straightforward as it gets. He's gonna go first. I don't know if I agree completely with this. I think I would have really liked him if he just went second, but Joshua once again sniping really well. He hits the super polymerization, and this is an underwhelming opening from Herman milling. Okay, at least in the end he kind of recovers, and the Merrily will be able to combo off a little bit. So let's see.
Yeah, he definitely needed tier elements to be milled. You can get things started.
Yeah, Kikalos is coming down here. And once again, we know Joshua is not really putting entrops in the deck or any kind of interruption. He will just allow his opponent to do whatever he can and then play with, I think, enemy controller and Lightning Storm I see in his hand, alongside maybe a Ronin. So that's not really what you want to see. But the rest of the hand looks okay. Let's see if Herman will try once again to go for Curious. Interestingly enough, he does not play outside of Skill Drain. I think, does he even play the Griffin, by the way, in the extra deck? I think he might not. Yeah, he's not playing the Griffin combo, so we saw some of these dangerous decks actually using the Griffin to get back cards like Epidemic Virus, but let's see these mills. Okay, does hit the Galaxy once again, important if the Beat Cop is not there, and he even hits another name to further go down his combos.
Yeah, that's pretty good. He got the Shireen, he's going to activate it.
Yeah.
What do you think he will go for? Because like game one, I mean, okay, yeah.
Yeah, of course. For now, he goes through. He could go for the Apple Loose, not the Apple Loose. I mean, he does play it, so that's also an interesting option. But he has, of course, the Stapelia alongside the trap. So let's see. Yeah, he does go for the Stapelia, so playing it a little safer here. I mean, even if it's top 16, you never know if your opponent is like every card they're playing. Nibiru is still an option, you know, and you always want to play around that. But here we see Garura, of course, great engine card to go into the Curious and guarantee the Snow. Yeah. So for now, Herman playing really well, as you would expect from him, to be honest.
And we really need to see if okay, it's going to for the okay, so good.
Good stuff here from Herman, and I think we do see the Curious now sending the Snow. So once again, what a show off from Herman. He knows his deck really well, he knows how to get to this and to guarantee the Snow. So once again, it will be whether Joshua is able to fight back with cards like the Mystic Mine. Let's see. Oh, he's actually willing to go for Winda maybe instead. Interesting. Yeah. Okay, so he bypasses the Snow, instead goes for the Shadow Beast. What do you think of this decision?
I like it. It's always annoying to play against Winda, but it will make sense. Like he also has the Cyclone in the graveyard, which
yeah. And then he gets to mill 3 cards, of course, for the Garura, the Curious, and now he mills 3. Wow, unfortunate mills here by Herman. Doesn't get anything going, but he decided to go for the Drochu first. Let's see. So the end of the end, I think it's a starter. So a really good hand by Joshua. He has Lightning Storm starter, enemy controller, and I think Ronin and possibly another name. So it's a pretty decent end, I would say. Not the most impressive one, but depending on the start from Herman, it could still be very annoying to deal with it.
Because like I saw Herman has at least a couple of traps. He has double Salyak.
Yeah, but do you agree with actually not sending the Snow there? He sets Chu. Okay. So Joshua gets to play and throws into another starter. Not ideal, but he does have the Lightning Storm. He will get the option to destroy spell and traps if he wants. Let's see. I think I really would have liked the Snow there. I'm not even going to lie about that, but we'll see. And this is so strong from Joshua.
Yeah, because like if you send the Shadow Beast, you want to draw 1.
Yeah, because then you guarantee the Winda, but I feel like Winda is a weird one against Joshua's deck. I think Snow would have been much, much better. So let's hope he does not regret this decision, and enemy controller would be a great tool here. Ooh, the last card was the Beaver, so what a end.
Yeah, that makes a huge difference.
Yeah. Because that makes enemy controller just so much better. And yeah, you can see it here. He gets to use enemy controller. What an opening, yeah.
This is huge. What would you take here?
It's a tough one. I mean, it's not like you can do much about this, so he will allow it to resolve, and then let's see these mills. He really need a name. He does not get it, so this is huge, huge turn of events, and Herman pretty much left with very few options at this point. I think Joshua has this in his pocket. He just has to find out a way to not give up the advantage he has at the moment, but still that's no, I think can be a huge regret from Herman. Let's see.
He really needed a tier element monster to be milled, but again, Snow would have been great in this situation. This was very unfortunate as well.
Of course.
But Joshua's end...
Yeah, Joshua's end is absolutely incredible. He now gets the starter, so he can get even the rest of the Spright engine going.
Yeah, this is
and the
standard
jet.
stuff.
So he already has the second copy, so he will get the smashers if he kept that in going second, but I would guess so.
Yeah.
So yeah, he does. So he gets to the smashers just in case things go wrong for him, or if he wants to try and just push a lot of damage here.
Yeah, we really have to see if Joshua wants to go more conservative, rather. I think he's going for a Link Summon.
Yeah. He will go for... Oh, okay, he's thinking about it. At the very last second, he changes his mind and goes for the Dark. Yeah, and he does get the other level 2 out of Herman Grave. Let's check maybe Joshua's extra deck. It's of course going second. He might have some unusual options. He's playing the Water Chamber, something we haven't seen too much of. Also, maybe Onimi, let's see, yeah. Onibimaru could be a good option going forward in the turn. We'll see. He has a lot of potential cards if he wants to just try and push for game. But for now, yeah, he will just go into the Gigantic.
Yeah, I think it makes sense. You extend your combo even further. And, I mean, Joshua knows that there's no response from Herman's side. This can hurt a lot, because like later on you can pass into Elf as well.
Yeah. And here, yeah, you know, as we knew, he had the Ronin in his hand, so he can even get it back and special summon, and this is so much damage coming Herman's way, which you can see is slightly smiling, of course, not that happy about the situation he's in at the moment, but what can you do? Is he playing Cat Shark in the extra deck?
I don't think so. No, he's not.
No, so Onibimaru could be quite a lot of damage at the moment. Let's see. He has so much he can do. He hasn't even used the elf at the moment, so yeah, this is very solid stuff from Joshua.
Yeah, I think he could go for elf here.
Yeah, not a surprise. Yeah. Pushes forward with the elf, gonna get something going back just to optimize the number of level 2s he has. I think he still has enough to go for the Onibimaru most likely, but yeah, this is not too complicated. I'm sure he'll find the way. Okay, he goes for the Water Charmer, interesting one.
I think he's maybe one of the few players playing area.
Yeah, we haven't seen much of it, but going second, of course, the extra deck changes significantly. And to top thing off, the last one is, of course, the Toad. So we won't see yet an OTK, I guess, from the German player, but still a very impressive turnaround. So well played in a way by both.
Now it's not even so easy to come back, because like Herman really needs to find a way to deal with the Toad, but also with
and
two
even
backwards.
Chu face downs to top things off. He knows that as Smashers at least is there. Herman picks up a card. He has 4 at the moment in his hand. Let's see if he can find something. He does draw, I think, Impermanence. Yeah.
Okay.
And he goes for the Impermanence right away. So.
I think this is some. Yeah, you have to negate it. Yeah.
Yeah, so he does negate it, gets it back at this point. Whenever Herman will have a monster, he can even get the Totally Awesome back. But let's see if that will be enough. Herman, of course, trying his best to come back into this board, which isn't necessarily super scary, but Joshua last card, which was unknown to Herman, was a second copy of starter, so he can get the red right now, and this actually does so much for Joshua. Let's see these mills, because this is gonna be where this game pretty much gonna end, or if we are gonna get to see a game 3. Let's see the mills. He does hit a name finally after so many unlucky mills, but let's just see if that will be enough.
Yeah, it's good for the Ophinis. It's a tough one.
Oh, but I think he didn't have. Didn't I use the Rhino, I think?
No.
Wow, so he didn't have the chance, and this is quite unfortunate actually for Herman, because now he gets to bring back the Totally Awesome, and this is so much to deal with. Yeah. You see, considering his lines really well, now we get to see, of course, the red being used to negate one of the two.
Now what do you go for? He's thinking about that.
Yeah, he's thinking if he wants to maybe push forward with the Kaleido art. Yeah, he does go for the Kaleido art, so trying his best. Let's see. He does know that the Smashers is there, though.
Yeah, really needs to find a way somehow to deal with it, because
this seems very tough. The Smashers is just a great way to deal with the Kaleido worst-case scenario. So we have to remind you guys of what's face down, of course, from Joshua, and yeah.
Yeah, I think he's considering to activate it now.
Yeah. He goes for the Smashers, not a surprise, and this is not good news for Herman fans, I guess. Yeah. That's gone. Herman left with just one card in his hand. And Totally Awesome is on the field. You can see he's considering what he has. He gave his opponent an infinite impermanence face down. This is almost mission impossible. Let's see if Herman can find a way. He's thinking about it quite a bit, though, so that could be a good sign.
I have a ace in the pocket.
Yeah. Yeah, this is quite tough because there are so many resources left for Joshua regardless. So Okay. So the last card was that it gets negated. Herman gives the handshake away, and it is Joshua who wins 2-0 and will advance to the top 8. What a match, and in the end, we talked about how both are quite accomplished players going against each other, both former world competitors, so it was a good match.
Yeah, I mean, we have to give credit to both players advancing to the biggest European championship we've ever had. Game 1, I think we called it like Joshua's deck is built to go second. His hand was just amazing, although, you know, Herman, the combo off, like, pretty impressive. Like the Mystic Mine, you know, did his job, especially because like he also had the Dark Ruler no more, so he had the chance to play along with the impressive field put up by Herman.
But yeah, it was honestly a field battle, because in game 1, I think Herman gave it his best. He played really well, come up with almost an unbreakable board. And even through the Dark Ruler, he had some, you know, backup plan with the continuous trap card, but Mystic Mine was just too much. And not even Mystic Mine alone, because he even had a plan for that with the Galaxy Cyclone Grave, but the Beat Cop plus Mystic Mine combo, he just had no outs in the main deck, and you can't blame him. Game 2, I think there are two maybe key points. One, the decision from Emran to go first. Yeah. We were discussing whether, I mean, it was obvious because Joshua let him start, so he knows what is up with his deck. And looking at the side decks, Joshua put in cards like Storm evenly, you know, he has so much more going on. Maybe I would have liked it. To be fair, the end was still somewhat powerful from Joshua, but that would have been an interesting interaction. But the second key point of the match in game 2 was the Curious. So yeah. The Curious had an option to either send a Shudol, which he did, or Snow. And I think that considering why you lose, especially after he said Shu, like you had a perfect opening, what do you really lose to? You have to think about this kind of stuff, and having the Snow Engrave just gives you so much advantage. I'm afraid, and I really would have liked to ask him what would have happened in that case, because I think in game 2, Joshua wouldn't not maybe had enough to come back even through the snow.
Yeah, we have to say also that Herman was quite unfortunate with the mills he had, because like apart from the the last element monster mill, they didn't have quite a lot going on.
Yeah, because that would have changed the match actually when Joshua went for the enemy controller to take away another piece. Then if he would have eaten aim, maybe that would have changed the outcome of the match, and we would have a different top 8 competitor. But regardless, I guess congratulations to both. They put up one hell of a fight, and in the end, it was Joshua who prevailed and moved to the top 8. So we have one of our first top 8 competitors for this top 128 European Championship. I'm sure we'll find out quite soon the rest of the top 8 competitors going up against, of course, one of the favorites with Joshua, and we'll also find out possibly the deck breakdown for the event and for the top 8. But without further ado, I think we can go back to Ed and Joshua in a moment for their interviews. As we obviously know, we want to hear it from him, and maybe we will get to ask him a few questions. The one, maybe, why did he pick a deck to go second, if he had it already in mind, and what would have happened if maybe Herman decided to send that Snow in game 2. Still, thank you guys for watching. Let's go to Ed for the winner's interview.
Thank you very much, Marcello. Yes, I am joined by Joshua Schmidt, who is now into the top 8. First of all, Joshua, congratulations. Tell us how it feels to be in the top 8 of the biggest European Championship that we've ever had.
It feels amazing. It's been a while since I've had a realistic shot at becoming the European champion, so I'm really hyped to be here today.
So talk to us a little bit about your deck. You're using a kind of going second deck, which you knew from the start. You let Herman go first. Why are you playing a going second deck?
So I don't usually go blind second in Herman's cases because we're on the same team. I know that if I'm playing against the Tearlament deck specifically, if I go second and I have the Mystic Mine, because I discovered the Beat Cop 2 days ago or something, which by the way, I'm not proud of that, but hate the game, not the player. I knew that against like Tearlaments, if I go second, I have the mine, I win the game every single time. and I also have a lot of other going second cards. The idea behind my deck is to go first, because the Spright deck is very good at going first inherently. But if I happen to go second, I'd rather play like the powerful spells than like hand traps, which I don't think are very effective this format.
Because you did have a couple of moments where you protected your Mystic Mine with Beat Cop and stuff, so moments like that were very good. You had a very strong opening hand as well, and you had a lot of moments where, despite Herman having a very strong field setup, you still managed to play around it. So tell us what was going through your mind through some of the games, because obviously Herman was let down by some of the Havnis mills. So how did you try and capitalize on those moments?
So in game one, all I was thinking about was the Mystic Mine, because I knew that every single Tillman player in the room only has one out to it, and I have the Beat Cop to protect it once, so it's literally going to work every single time. So the only thing that I was worried about is him setting too many trap cards or super polymerizations to stop the Beat Cop from happening, which luckily it only was one trap, which I can always play through and make the Beat Cop happen anyways, which I did. And in game two, it was just like his turn one was by no means bad. It could have probably been a little better, especially the Havnis missing on my turn was clutch, because then my hand played through his board that he already had very well, and the Havnis not putting anything else out there just made it like very commanding to break the board.
And I believe the commentators were wondering why you didn't go for Snow with the Toad. I think it was in your second game?
For Snow, he did not have Snow. That's maybe what they were wondering about.
That might have been that.
That was what I was wondering about, because Snow in the graveyard could have really helped him stop my turn, but he ended up going for the Beast because he wanted to set up Winda. And as it turns out, he did, after milling the Beast, he did not get to another way to fusion summon, so he was not able to put the Winda out there, so the Snow would have ended up being a much better interruption. So he took the higher risk, higher reward kind of approach to it, and he didn't get rewarded, so that's good.
Well, you are now going into the top 8, so congratulations to you, Joshua. I am going to let you go so that you can get off to that match, but do not go anywhere, because we have a very exciting top 8 coming your way as we edge ever closer to the finals here at the European Yu-Gi-Oh! Championship from Antwerp. Don't go anywhere. Welcome to the European Championships.
Summon the dragon, blue eyes white. Sending the sword to the feeling light. Gotta think, be wise, realize the situation. Animate your cards, make a power combination. Sick a pow, sick a pow, sick a pow, pow. Yeah. Wanna do, wanna want, wanna do. Sick a pow, sick a pow, sick a pow, pow. Wanna do, I'm brave. Monster influence in my face. Madness in my face.
Ghosts from the Past, the second haunting, with dozens of new cards, plus 9 famous ghost rares from all Yu-Gi-Oh! Eras. Yu-Gi-Oh! Ghosts from the Past, the second haunting.
20 cards per box, each box sold separately.
I've been waiting for you, Yugi.
Good, because I have a new strategy for you. It's my turn. I draw. Charge toward victory, Master of Chaos! Believe in the heart of the cards, and you can build your perfect deck. Yu-Gi-Oh! Trading Card Game, Battle of Chaos, now on sale, including a special original Dark Magician. It's time to duel.
So we're going to be asking some questions to some of the duelists who are taking part here at the Yu-Gi-Oh! TCG European Championships. So guys, first question I want to ask is, how does it feel to be back at a live event after a break for a couple of years?
It actually feels really, really amazing. I've met a lot of amazing people through the game, and getting to meet them again after 2.5 years is amazing.
It's a pleasure to be here after almost more than 2 years after the last big tournament, and yeah, enjoying the time with my teammates, and yeah, that's it.
It's really a blast. We are like 20 people here from Berlin, so it's actually pretty exciting getting together with your friends.
Just seeing everyone back again after 2 years in person actually. So it feels amazing just socializing with everyone and
like to meet up people you haven't seen in years, like maybe 2 or 3 years even. So it feels pretty great to play again and just to have like a competition again and not just play casually.
The social aspect of the game is always the nicest. Meeting people, indeed, that's just the best way to go, I think. So I'm really happy to be back.
Almost like a foreign feeling. It's been so long. I think the last event I attended, same for everybody here, was the YCS Utrecht in 2020. And even like nationals that we had a couple of months ago didn't really feel like the same like size and like scale of it. So to be back at like a large scale event, it feels like really good, to be fair. So.
Pretty excited to be back as well. However, this is my first event back. I was also at the YCSs in America because I just couldn't wait long enough for Euros. So we would travel over to America as well just for the in-person events there. It's really great to have the European events back though. They're just way better than America. And yeah, I'm really excited to play again this weekend. Not so much for the actual playing the game part, but seeing the friends that we haven't seen in so many years.
It's quite nice to see public people again, go into public places, because remote dueling wasn't really my thing. I tried attempting it, but having a setup was really difficult to acquire. So in general, I'm really happy that we have public events now and that duelists can duel each other again.
I didn't like remote duel. You don't have this fear of people being around, playing Yu-Gi-Oh! And having fun together. It's through the screen, you don't really feel anything. You're at home as well. It's really not the same. I'm really enjoying being here and participating at the European Championship.
I can just say the same that the guys before me said, right? Meeting your friends from all over the continent is just amazing. Yeah.
I don't know what you guys are talking about. I've been having a lot of fun with the webcam duels, so I've been taking part in that throughout the pandemic, and you know, get yourself a HD webcam was fine, but. Yeah, being back in person is amazing. It's a social experience, and it's, you know, you're mostly here for your friends, I feel like, and the game itself, I feel like, is sometimes just an accessory, and it really is about the friendship along the way.
So the next question is, how far did you guys have to come today? How long did it take you to get here?
We actually we live in Belgium, so I had to drive 40 minutes from here with a car. It was a pretty chill drive, to be honest.
So I actually traveled with the person next to me by car from Ghent, and together we drove 40 minutes quite quickly to this venue.
I came from around Bielefeld and we traveled for like 3.5 hours.
I also came from Bielefeld, so we already came yesterday, so just coming here was really easy, like 3.5, 4 hours with traffic a bit.
I traveled from all the way in Cork, Ireland, had to get a bus from Cork to Dublin at 1 a.m. Then got my flight from Dublin to Amsterdam because I didn't actually know where Amsterdam was. I thought it was in Belgium, but actually it's apparently in the Netherlands. Then I ended up being homeless, so I had to stay at Raphael Nevin's house. He let us stay graciously. He didn't know who I was. I just snuck into his house. And then after that, we took a train from Rotterdam, where we had to get a train from all the way to Antwerp, and then now we're here.
Yeah, so we started by car at 4:30 a.m., so we needed like 7 hours. Yeah. But was it pretty chill ride overall?
So I'm from Newport, South Wales, in the UK, and that means traveling from there to London, getting the Eurostar to Brussels, and then from Brussels to here. So that's about, I think it's like a 9-hour journey, I think, with sort of transfers and stuff like that, and also having to navigate rail strikes that are happening in the UK at the moment is quite a headache, to put it lightly. So yeah.
We came from Scotland, so we began our pilgrimage 3 months ago by foot. But yeah, direct flight from Edinburgh straight to Belgium, and the transport links are really great. Usually most of the YCSs and European events are very, very easy to get to.
So it was only like 4 or 5 hour journey total. Quick.
I reached Antwerp this morning. I'm awake since 30 hours. I'm destroyed, but happy, absolutely.
So we've obviously had Power of the Elements, the latest set released. What is your guys' favorite card from Power of the Elements?
For me, it's pretty obvious. It's Exorcist Morpha, which makes the deck viable, and thanks for the support, Konami.
If I have to tell what's the best, I would say Ultimate Slag, because it's really flexible going into the future.
Yeah, for sure the Spright cards in the journal are my favorite cards, because I like the engine. It's really consistent, and I think that it's a really good deck to play in this tournament. And yeah, this is so powerful, and I like it.
My favorite card is Ultimate Slayer. I don't really like hand traps, as you have to draw them in your first 5 cards. So having another board breaking card that is also good while you draw it as your 6th card is always nice, in addition to other cards like Dark Rule No More, for example.
I really like Aurora, the TCG only fusion monster, because it kind of shifts the format before Euros, so people had a lot of work to do, and also it might get super polybent in the long run, which would also be very good for the game, I think.
For me, it has to be T-Elements Merly, because Dante is love, Dante is life.
Aside from all the sort of definitely impactful cards, you know, the Spright cards, the TR Element cards, something for me personally a favorite, as most of my friends know I'm kind of a big fan of the Yu-Gi-Oh! GX era of the game. So for me, I think maybe it's the cover card, Shining Neo's Wingman, maybe more of a nostalgia thing. Same with like Moki Moki Adrift, it's always kind of funny just to kind of pick them out. But yeah, I think it's those on a more personal scale.
So I've been very busy with Macedo for like the last however long, and I only really just jumped into TCG again a couple days ago, but I've been really enjoying Splight, and I think Elf is just such an incredible card with the revival and the targeting protection. I love that card so much. So that's been my favorite part of the Elements card so far.
My favorite card of the set is Artemis Lay, because I have a beautiful artwork and is also a strong card.
My favorite card is Artemis Slayer, because it's a generic side card versus all combo deck.
Morphtronic Telephon. But more importantly, Melfi Wally is the best card ever printed.
Yeah, I'd say probably my favorite card is TR Elements Kit Kalos. To be honest, I just really like the TR Element deck, and it's such a powerful card for me, so it'd just be Kit Kalos.
Strong answers. Next question is, what deck do you think is going to be topping this tournament?
I'm pretty sure it's going to be TR Element.
TR Elements can win the tournament, because after the top cut is a deck that have a power level better than Spright. So I think that after the top cut is the best deck to play that.
There's a lot of creative people in this room, a lot of creative deck building that I've seen in the last day. But it could be a case of someone having a significant edge in the event, or it could be purely strength in numbers, representation. You know, we could easily see like Spright winning purely because of how simple it is in terms of needing fewer, a lot of like non-engine, simplifying the game state, blah blah blah. So it could be more of a strength in numbers thing, but who knows? I think if I had to lean towards an answer, it's a safe bet to say Spright. So.
Sprites. It's the easiest deck. You don't fatigue from them, just follow the line and you just win.
Yeah, of course, Spright and Tier are just the best decks by far, but I think we might see a very, very surprising upset. So
you never know in the end, but if I have to choose, I think it's Spright.
Our dear friend Raphael, shout out to him, good luck. He's on Morphtronics this weekend, so really hoping that deck's gonna shine and take over the whole event.
Likewise with Nadir, I also think Morphtronic Telephon is going to win the event. But if it's not for that, it's probably going to be Spright, just because, like how Brad said, there's so many people playing Spright in this room. I wouldn't be surprised if it took the entire thing. There's also quite a lot of TR Element decks too, and I wouldn't be surprised if that won either. I think the problem with the TR Element deck, though, is that it's not really well fleshed out at the moment. There's a lot of like rough builds going around, and Spright seems a lot more standardized, so I feel like it has the better shot at winning at this event.
And finally, and most importantly, what has been your favorite memory from your time playing Yu-Gi-Oh?
That's a really hard question. If I had to pick one, I would pick my national win in 2016.
I think it was original in Antwerp in 2019, which I got my invite from today. and I was playing Orcus Pendulum, and I got to the top tables. I was shaking hard, my first time reaching the high tables, and it was really an enjoyable moment.
For sure, when I topped at the European Championship in 2017 with the Pure Zodiac, was the best memory for me. It was a nice servant. I really enjoyed that, and of course I did the top 32, so it's the best memory for me.
Yeah, I have a lot of memory when I was a kid because I've been playing this game for forever. But in a competitive way, my favorite memory was the top 8 in YCS London.
Hitting 100,000 subscribers on YouTube through Yu-Gi-Oh! Is like my fondest memory, to be able to like celebrate all of the times that I've invested playing this game and helping people learn Yu-Gi-Oh! And stuff. I think has been such an immense accomplishment for me personally, and that has to stick out as the biggest milestone, I believe.
Weird flex, but okay. My personal favorite event for me personally would be the World Championship in 2019, even though I didn't attend because I'm not too great at this game, but it was just amazing being able to see so many of my friends compete in the World Championships and just being there live, seeing the stage, everything that was going on was absolutely amazing. And just seeing all the friends that also just came along just to support their friends as well at the World Championships was just so amazing. And also, you can't beat the food in Berlin, it's just so good.
It's 2019 YCS London. It was my first big event, so it was really amazing, really stunning, seeing so much players, so much competition for the first time. Yeah, it was just a blast.
Going to a major event for the first time with friends, just the traveling, the accommodation, the fun, your first big event that you're competing in, all of that together just makes a great memory.
When a friend of mine realized he topped, I was the first one he saw at the YCS, and he was so happy that he topped the YCS, and we celebrate together, and I think that's one of my fondest memories of Yu-Gi-Oh!
For me, it's much the same. It's really hard to pick a singular moment. A lot of it is just like the people I've met through this event. Like I've met all of these people here through Yu-Gi-Oh! Majority of us don't live anywhere near each other. Most of our friends through Yu-Gi-Oh! It's just meeting people at events, seeing them at events is amazing. Like if I had to pinpoint on exactly one event, maybe it would just be Utrecht of 2020, just because that's the one I did the best in. I just managed to make it to top 4. But yeah, weird flex. But like other than that, like I think one of my first memories, best memories would be Prague 2016, where like 20 of us all came over from Scotland. We all rented a huge Airbnb, and it's one of my most memorable events by far. I guess I would go with Prague 2016. It would be my favourite.
So those have been our UK and Ireland duelists. Guys, best of luck throughout the rest of this tournament. I hope it goes well. Don't go anywhere because we've got plenty more coverage coming right up.
Your move! Your move!
For Yu-Gi-Oh! Dimension Force! 100 new cards you can add to your deck, plus tie-ins with Tactical Masters, new Predaplant fusions, new Performapals, and the first ever Pendulum monster that's also a ritual! Odd Eyes Pendulum Graph Dragon! Yu-Gi-Oh! Dimension Force! Available now! 9 cards per pack, each pack sold separately. Also available, Yu-Gi-Oh! Master Duel. Rated T for Teen. For Yu-Gi-Oh! Dimension Force. 100 new cards you can add to your deck, plus tie-ins with Tactical Masters. New Predaplant fusions. New Performapals. And the first ever Pendulum monster that's also a ritual. Odd Eyes Pendulum Graph Dragon. Yu-Gi-Oh! Dimension Force. Available now.
9 cards per pack. Each pack sold separately.
Also available, Yu-Gi-Oh! Master Duel.
Rated T for teen.
And welcome back to the top 8 of this here competition, the European Yu-Gi-Oh! Championship, live from Antwerp. And you join me and my entourage as we're moseying past these top 8 tables right now. Let me give you a list of who we've got. Table 1 is Federico Micozzi playing Spright versus Marcus Patel, who's currently undefeated with Rika. And that is going to be an amazing matchup. Table 2, we've got Luca Forian, who's got Tier Elements, versus Matteo Giuni, who's got Live Twin Sprites, and that is going to be another amazing match. Then table 4, we have Joshua Schmidt, just featured on the Sprites, versus Zio Mondry, and that is with a Tier Elements deck. And you might notice that one table is missing, and that's because we have an amazing feature for you guys in this top 8, and I'm on my way there right now. So I'll be joining our featured members on stage as we head on up and say hello to the guys that we've got. So we have Lars Junginger, and we also have Ryan Jabri. Welcome, gentlemen. A big round of applause from our audience. That is what we want to hear. The excitement in the room is palpable for this top 8 feature match. Guys, have you done a dice roll before coming up? Which of you would like to roll first? The roll is yours, sir. Okay, that is a 6. And that is an 8. So which of you will be going first? You're going to go first? Okay, that means Lars is going to be going first. So without any further ado, I'm going to throw you guys over to our Italian commentators who are going to take you through this very exciting top 8 bout. Guys, take it away.
Hi everyone and welcome to the top 8 of the 2022 European Championship. What a way to do it. The last time we were here live back in 2020 YCS Utrecht for a European event. At the end of the entire thing, it was Ryan Jabri who took it and became a YCS champion. And what a way to do it after 2.5 years, still showing up strong. He has been actually playing and doing well at some of the remote duel events. Not a surprise, but wow, he's here showing off once again how good of a player he is in the top 8 up against Lars.
Yeah, we have seen that Lars is playing a unique deck, Altergeist. I mean, a deck we haven't seen in a while, but still, we have talked about how rock decks, especially during this format, can be very annoying, especially because like all of the players are main decking multiple hand traps.
Yeah.
So this is one of the main reasons why Yards made it to the top 8 and has a good chance.
I mean, Azad went through the list of names. Of course, there are a lot of famous, we can say, players, but a lot of different decks, and especially a lot of different builds of these decks. And Ryan is also playing a more traditional Spright deck, but his build is quite unique. He has, first of all, the Adventure Engine, which we haven't seen too much of, and then he's mixing it up with a lot of interesting one-offs. So we'll see if that decision is paying off to him, but I mean, he's in the top 8, so that's already a really good achievement. His opponent, as you mentioned, we saw it on stream already 2 rounds ago. Altergeist didn't seem like one of the decks to look for walking into the event, but that's probably why Lars is successful with it.
Yeah, indeed. It has always caused a lot of problems, especially because like having triple copy of multi-faker gets you through into the game, and he also has some spies in the side deck, but Mystic Mine in the main deck.
I mean, we just saw in the last round between Joshua and Herman how good of a card Mystic Mine can be. And while we have to mention that in the previous rounds, Mystic Mine was mostly used as, you know, a tool to just stop your opponent and then combo off, here we're gonna get to see the actual use of Mystic Mine as a lock, especially because he's playing Metaverse and 3 copies of the Maze of the Land. So it's gonna be focused on that, and we have to mention that outside of the Smashers, Ryan is actually playing an additional out, which is the Draco Back thanks to the Adventure Engine. So we'll see, it will definitely be an interesting bout, but before further ado, our players are ready. Let's find out who will advance to the top 4. Here they are, and as we saw, Lars did win the die roll, a huge deal in this matchup, but let's just see if he will be able to summon some of his Altergeist cards. Definitely looking for like the Marionetter, Melusik, any of those good normal summon starter engine cars. Doesn't look like it. Wow, and it's actually a very underwhelming start with just 2 face down traps.
This is not something that you usually see
while
playing Altergeist. Like you also have multiple pots like Prosperity, Duality. Kind of slow start.
Instead, Ryan goes with one of the best openings in his deck, the Water Enchantress. What a start. This will mean that even if there is a demise of the land face down, he has the out for the Mystic Mine now.
And once again we get to see the chance of Spright having very small packages inside. Very few cards of the Adventurer engine. It indeed plays through right over Ramesir.
Yeah, so for now he'll get to resolve his right, he gets the Faithful. Nice. And this is already a big deal, unless there is a spoofing to maybe try and slow down his opponent. This gets things going fast for Ryan. What an unfortunate start from Lars, I gotta say.
Because if he doesn't have, like for example, a spoofing, with spoofing he will be able to put up the multi-faker, which could be huge, but looks like at the moment still Ryan is going through the combo.
Yeah, he just normal summon the blue to get the Draco back. At least he's gonna have a response in case, a copy of Mystic Mine gets dropped, and then he will be able to search for the Griffin if that's what he wants to do, I guess. I think that's what's going on. He will be activating the Faithful to go for the Griffin Rider.
Yeah, I think he wants to activate. Yeah, he has the spoofing. Okay.
Okay, so at least a little bit of a hope for Lars with the personal spoofing, activating just the effect of the Faker without using the spoofing as of right now. This will give him most likely a Silk from the deck, and it does. So.
Yeah, it really depends on the other card Lars will set. Because like apart from that, it doesn't play end traps. Like the only one he's playing is Gamma, which is not useful at the moment.
Yeah, the other face down is really important at the moment. He could be using it to get rid of the token whenever just Ryan tries to equip, the Draco back. But he's doing it right now on the blue probably to make his opponent brick, we could say. Yeah. And yeah, he's taking a risk, but I think it's a good decision overall.
Yeah, especially because like if you start this low, you have to take the chance and risk it.
But instead he goes for the token. Interesting decision then, because he could have definitely waited for it. Could this be a tell that then the other face down is something relevant? I think we see a DD Crow in the end from Ryan, which is actually decent in this matchup. There are a few interesting applications. Wow, and now we see the carrot come down. Gonna be really strong against the other back row, possibly. Wow, and even the jet. So what a decision. If he would have actually sent back the blue, he would have stopped his opponent completely. A little bit of a difficult decision here from Lars. I think he might regret using the Silk on the token now.
You think he might have maybe solemn judgment? Maybe he thought, okay, maybe he's gonna go for another one.
No way, no way. I think you always use it otherwise and then just keep it. If that's the case, you can just solemn the normal and then spin back the token. But now the Smashers is there, so if Ryan wants to play it super safe, he can just get rid easily of the other card. But he has the carrot, so he's in a really good spot at the moment. And even Foolish Burial to top things off.
Yeah.
And this is one of the interesting cards that he is playing, which is the Nimble Angler.
Yeah, a card we haven't seen so far this weekend.
Yeah, it's actually really, really strong. So great stuff here from Ryan. Once again, showing off. One of the really good things you can do is use the Nimble together with, of course, the Faithful Adventure discard effect. whenever you draw it. But otherwise, as you can see here, you just get Shoe of the Beavers, and it does so much for you.
Yeah, it's pretty nice, and we have seen some players relying on the Nibble Beaver rather than the Deep Sea Diva, because like you can bring it up again from the graveyard, which is anyway a good addition.
But yeah, now there is so much that Ryan can do. He just has to play a little careful about the last break row, but it's so good for him at the moment. And this gigantic Spright is gonna get hit by impermanence.
And
that's negated. And yeah, unfortunately, we see a very quick game one. Ryan takes it and is now one game away from advancing to the top 4. What a start.
Yeah, I mean, Lars started pretty slowly. He had the spoofing with the multi-faker, but it was definitely not enough. As you said, he might have bounced back the blue.
Yeah, I think that was definitely a wrong decision at the end. When he had the silk, knowing especially now that there was an impermanence, he could have just used the silk on the normal, which was blue. And then Ryan would have been left with just Spright Monsters. He would have searched for a Griffin, but I guess with the Foolish Burial on the Nimble, it would have been still interesting. And I think regardless, the Foolish Burial would have been too good, and Ryan would have won the match regardless. So at least Lars can feel reassured, you know. He would have lost that game no matter what. So congratulations to Ryan for performing as well. And now I think going second against Altergeist, what do you think he's gonna put in his deck?
Like his side deck is very, you know, he has a lot of different cards, very, you know, small amounts of cards, but he has the Red Booth, which is like by far the best one, along with the RP's Fitted Duster. We're gonna see them 100% no matter what.
And I think that's it though.
Yeah.
We were saying just like how rogue decks and decks like Eldlik and I mean even Altergeist can perform really well because a lot of players are cutting cards like Twin Twister, Cosmic from their side decks, and Ryan is one of them.
Yeah.
So we'll see if that decision actually comes back. But winning game one, I feel like, is a huge deal against such a deck.
Especially because like after losing the die roll and your opponent start like just 2 back row, I think
that's the dream.
Yeah, definitely.
But instead, Lars is now picking a decision, I guess. In the main deck, as we could see, he was focusing on Mystic Mine. In the side deck, he has a lot of success with another fuse spell, almost as annoying, I would say, which is Secret Village of the Spellcasters. He has been dominating throughout the top cut with that card, cutting off players from using their Twin Twister, Feather Duster, so we'll definitely see Secret Village come in. Outside of that, I guess Solemn Judgment and Rivalry of Warlords are both really good cards going first. So I think he has a really good advantage now that we go into game 2. And it will be Ryan who really needs to pick up, reboot most of them.
Yeah. Yeah.
Pretty much ready, so with only 8 minutes for the game 1, we have plenty of time, luckily for these duelists. So let's see, they're almost ready, and Lars is gonna go first most likely and try and do a little bit of a more impressive opening than the previous game.
Ooh, he let Ryan start.
Wow. Definitely an unusual thing. So Lars, with the unexpected move, let Ryan go first, actually. So Altergeist going second in this game, not something we were predicting at the moment. And let's see if Ryan actually drew into some of these going second cards that are not going to do much.
So instead, Lars decided to bring in the Winged Dragon in Sphere mode.
Yeah.
But then this is risky though, because like apart from that, you have the Gamma.
Wow, and you already see an underwhelming opening here by Ryan. This is definitely not what you want to be opening. Very weak start at the moment from Ryan. Let's see if this gigantic resolve, it seems like it does, but still not exactly what you're looking for when going first.
Yeah, you don't really want to see both red and carrot in your study hand. Still, if Lars doesn't have a gamma.
Wow, does he even just go and play it safe right now? And it's possible that he even drew the Ronin. That would be absolutely insane. Let's see if he just preferred to go for this line. I think it makes sense because you want to prioritize totally. So if you play this order, then if they have a DD Crow, you can negate it with the red. Yeah. So this is a niche interaction that Ryan played really well around the DD Crow. So well played by the French player. And now, yeah, we just see the Totally Awesome come down pretty soon, I would expect. Great to deal with Mystic Mine if there are no other ways to force it. And yeah, here it comes.
And he also
Ryan
plays, you know...
Yeah, passes back, and let's see if this decision from Lars is gonna pay off. First of all, Ryan is one of the few Spright duelists in this top 8 using the dupe, and he does go for it, so...
I think he played well also around Super Poly, you know, by passing with the Elf and the Totally Awesome.
Yeah, I mean, if he wanted to, though, he shouldn't have used the Totally at the moment, because now Super Polymerization would be live, but I think still this could be quite annoying for Lars to deal with. Let's see. He does play Sphere mode, so if this Dupe Frog gets tributed by the Sphere mode from Lars, then the decision to bring it out is really bad against both the Super Polymerization and the Sphere mode.
And also there's 3 copies of Lava Golem, which we might see in action, because like he's main decking it, so he's thinking about them.
Let's see. He goes instead for the Marionette right away, and he's gonna give Ryan a chance to activate the Totally, I think. And it does.
Yeah.
Is there gonna be a chain? I think he is gonna chain the Elf possibly. He's definitely considering it. I think it makes sense. You give up on an ad, but it would be the greatest. I think he doesn't go for it though. Interesting. So Ryan gets punished heavily here by the Mystic Mine. He could have played around that, but instead decides not to use the Elf on the Totally right away. And this is an interesting decision from the French player. I think well played by Lars, and now play will be back to the French player.
And now it's not going to be easy for Ryan, because as we said, he has the... I mean, he must have...
Ooh, and the Feather Duster! And the Solemn, though. That was a quick one, yeah.
Wow.
What a way.
Yeah, we were just saying that Tarpy's Feather Duster was the guard to go for, but
Feather Duster from the top, but Solemn Judgment to stop it. It seems as if for a moment Ryan would just quickly went into a 2-0, but Solemn Judgment there to stop the Feather Duster. So a little bit of a tough moment, and now looking at it, I think he only has 1 Smashers, right?
Yeah, yeah. That's it.
Only 1 Smashers alongside the Dragoback engine, and it's gonna be tough for Ryan to get rid of this Mystic Mine at the moment.
Especially because like Lars is playing 3 Solemn Judgment, so he might have another one.
Possibly.
Yeah.
And now if you're Lars, yeah, I don't think you do anything. You just wait and see if your opponent will actually get his hand on whatever out he might have left. Ooh, but this is a huge one. He does get one of the others, and Rivalry, though, gets flipped. Interesting. Great stuff by Lars. This cuts off completely the other out, which would have been the Dracoback, and leaves Ryan with very, very few answers left. One of them being pretty much only the Smashers.
Yeah. And I think until Ryan draws it...
yeah, and now he's looking for another Solemn Judgment to just close the game. We can't quite see. I see a Mystic Mine, but the rest I can't quite tell. Let's see.
Yeah, we didn't get to see what he added with the duality.
Yeah, we're gonna just ask our great judge at the table what was the pick. It was a second copy of Rivalry, so that's the card that was added from the duality, and now the Melusix actually come down. Do you think you would have just kept it in your hand and not even allowed Ryan to play through?
We saw players activating Mystic Mine and then playing with it. I mean, it makes sense. Maybe it could have just passed also, because like Ryan is basically left with the Smasher, and that's it.
But now Ryan not really many options. He can't attack, he can't even flip, and he's pretty much forced to just pass back unless he gets into the Smashers. Very, very few options left. So this Melusix still being quite safe. What a turnaround with that Solemn Judgment.
Yeah, I think Lars is super happy now. Like,
yeah, and as mentioned, Ryan completely stuck at the moment between Mystic Mine and Rivalry. Let's see if he decides to still keep attacking. It's going to be an interesting one here from the German player.
Would rather just pass and wait.
It's possible. I mean, you do want to push some damage at some point, but as we mentioned, at the moment Rivalry is also a great option. Can we check if maybe he's playing any outs like Unicorn in the extra deck, if there wasn't the Rivalry?
No, it's not.
Not even playing them,
no.
So tough times at the moment. And it does go again. This could even be just a very sad, in a way, 500 damage every turn without even using the effect of Melusix anymore. I think that's a decent plan.
Yeah, you just keep attacking your opponent directly and burn it.
Yeah. And I think this is what he's considering. Just not using, but he does go into Memphis Shoe for a Silk. Interesting.
What do you think is the plan now? Because
yeah, it's definitely to just cut off your opponent from any possible outs. And he even gets the Melusix instead of the Multi-Faker at the moment. Interesting decision there. Maybe he's holding into another copy of the Faker already, but still Ryan desperately trying to get to his Meshers. I see a spell, but I can't quite tell which one it is. Let's also check the side decks. Yeah, okay, so I can already tell you that we might see a game where at the moment Ryan is not really interested in picking his cards up, because between the two, of course, and Solemn Judgment, he would be the one favorite going into time. So let's see what he decides to go for. He switches to attack position, but he cannot, right? Yeah, he cannot.
Yeah.
He cannot declare an attack with Mystic Mine, and of course it's gonna get fixed right away. The carrot should be in attack mode.
Yeah.
Yeah, so luckily we fix it right away thanks to our table judge, and now play is back to the German. As we mentioned, he's completely locked at the moment. The rivalry keeps him there, and even the decision to set the marionette is costing him at the moment.
Yeah, but the main issue here is that maybe Lars thinks that Ryan might be having copies of Lightning Storm in his deck.
Yeah.
So that's why maybe he wants to not rely so much on Mystic Mine.
Of course. Now he's going to be using the other effect to get back the Melusix and maybe destroy the face down card from Ryan. Let's see, he's going to be an impermanence. Okay. He could negate it with Extia. just to get rid of the monster if he doesn't want to link him in phase 2, and he does. Makes sense, you get rid of a monster, you're still keeping him on check with the Mystic Mine, so might as well use it, and now he will get to search a Faker. So completely in control, but as I was mentioning, as time goes by, Ryan does have a solution, let's say, if it goes into time, because he is one of those players who is siding the red resonator. So if he ever goes into a game 3 in time, Ryan does have an option for that. So that's why we probably will not see him picking up his cards unless he picks, the Smashers or one of his side deck options.
But I think it makes sense, especially because there's plenty of time. Still, your opponent looks like he doesn't really want to rely on the mine.
No, for now he's playing it, and he's actually doing it, I think, in the end phase. So interesting stuff. He gets rid of his own mine. He has seen enough, and now he just wants to combo through. Will go for the Faker. Just thinking on the positions, and will try to maybe even go for game next turn. And a good thing here is that you can bounce back the Marionetta and you get it back to your own hand, which is cool.
Yeah, I mean, we have seen players taking advantage of Mystic Mine and then getting rid of it at the right moment, which is basically what Lars is doing here. Setting up this impressive field. Makes the Marionetta.
Yeah, he takes back his own Marionetta, and I think he has all the tools to actually go for an OTK next turn. Altergeist is one of those, controlling decks that can actually put up a lot of damage, mainly due to the Extia, which is gaining attack by the monster he points to. So if he goes for double Extia, bounce back the carrot, it's easily game. But let's see if Lars sees the line, and I think he definitely will.
Yeah, now can activate the Faker. Yeah, Faker brings back.
Yeah, as I mentioned, you just not using the Silk. I think you use the Silk, bounce back the Kara, then you make a second Extia, and it's just game already. So it should be pretty straightforward to go for it, but let's see if the German player is actually seeing the line. I think I would use the effect for sure, but okay. Interesting. He doesn't use the Faker, he doesn't use the Silk, and he still goes for the Extia right away. I guess he's doing it in a different way, it still works, but okay. Yeah. This will be plenty of damage. It goes through with an attack, and 1-1. You can hear the crowd going crazy, and what a game, yeah.
Now it's going to be interesting, because we have seen that Lars made Ryan go first.
Yeah. What do you do? So this is one of those scenarios, just like with Joshua last round, where in game 1 he chose to go second, which it's already surprising, but Altergeist going second is a shocker.
Yeah. I mean, but if you're Ryan, I don't think there's a world in which you want to go second against Altergeist, right?
No, no way. And looking at the side decks, there is not even much that he can change. As mentioned, Ryan is not really siding any options. He only has one Feather Duster and one Reboot. That's it. No other side deck option. On the other hand, though, it will be really interesting whether Lars is now expecting to go second or first. If he goes second, he has Lava Golem, Mystic Mine, Sphere Mode, so a lot of tools for going second. He's even maining Forbidden Droplet, which saw a lot of decrease in popularity for Dark Lurer, I guess.
But still, I really like the fact that I think Lars at this specific spot has an advantage.
Yeah.
Because, most likely Ryan will go first. So no matter what, I think that Lava Golem and Sphere Mode will cause problems if we might have the chance to see them. On the other hand, I think that
Ryan really wants to having some chance because Yeah, the problem is if he goes first, then he loses to all of these cards we have already yet seen. So maybe he goes second, but then if you go second against the deck and you don't see that one copy of Feather Duster or Reboot, you lose even just to a rivalry or a strike or a solemn judgment even sometimes. So without further ado though, our players are ready, so let's jump back into it and find out in game 3 who will be the first player to advance to the top 4. First of all, let's see what Ryan decided to go for. I think he is going first, so Ryan going first and opening the starter. Best way to do it.
Yeah, we said it 100%. There's no way you can let Altergeist start. Like,
yeah,
no
he cannot afford the risk, and we'll see if maybe Lars has a copy of Gamma. That could be interesting. We know that he is maining actually free, so maybe he does have the Gamma. Let's see. Definitely considering it, taking a look at his other hand shops. Yes, the impermanence. Does he have the Faker? Wow! Wow!
This is
what a
wow!
What a champ!
This is huge.
Yeah, this is absolutely insane stuff. The best combo, if we can even call it a combo, that Altergeist has. And now it's interesting because, of course, you're not going to use it right away.
Yeah.
But you can probably wait for the Gigantic, I would say.
Yeah, you just wait him to summon the Gigantic.
Yep.
Ryan is in trouble.
Yeah.
He has to deal with the
Silk, which is so annoying.
And I think if you go second, these are the really true cards you really want to open.
Yeah, I mean, I kind of feel bad for Ryan at the moment, but he still has ways to play around this. And he goes for super polymerization. Wow.
And it's interesting that he gets rid of the Cold by the Grave, because like he knows that his opponent most likely is not playing any other hand traps.
Yeah. Ah, yes, true, he activated the starter already, so luckily for them, he fixed him right away. He can only summon level 2, so once again, our judge fixed it. And you can see him just sending a card and laughing it off. And Ryan is just gonna be ending his turn back to the German player, who now has huge information about the set card from Ryan.
I mean, he's thinking about it, but...
I mean, you can just use it in the end phase to play safe. Might as well if he wants to. Yeah, he does. So the Silk will be activated in the end phase, sends the super polymerization back to Ryan. And now, wow, the Marionetter even. Wow. What a start.
Incredible stuff here from Lars. I think this is the...
Really tough time, yeah. But he has to play around, you know, the super polymerization being there. So he gets the protocol, really good card, we all know it. Getting a negation is really good by on his own, and when you actually even destroy the monster, that's huge against Spright because you get rid of the level 2 on field. And this is a tough board for how ironic that sounds against Spright.
Yeah, and let's see if Lars has any back row, because like Ryan might be holding a copy of Red Reboot or Harpy's Feather Duster.
Feather Duster. Yeah. He goes for free back. Wow.
Wow.
What an opening from Lars. And he goes right away for the protocol. So definitely interesting. He completely disrespects at the moment. Okay, he's thinking.
Okay.
Does he have the Red Rebuke, maybe? He doesn't. Okay. So for now, he will be able to push forward. He cannot use at the moment super polymerization, as they all different, but depending what it brings out, probably going to be the Melusik.
Yeah.
Still no chance to activate the polymerization yet. Let's see.
I'm really curious to see what the other 3 back rows are. Might be holding Solemn Judgment.
And this is so tough for a Spright, because you have a bounce in the form of Silk, and now you can just tribute for Protocol, and this could be so strong. Yeah, 100%, you just go for the Protocol, tribute to negate Swap Frog, and I don't think that Ryan was actually using outs outside of the Smashers, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
And he goes for it.
Protocol is activated, and Ryan is thinking about it. Definitely a tense game at the moment. Each player does not... Ooh, and we see that already, the handshake. Wow. Wow. Lars takes it 2-1 in a very convincing comeback. What a match. Let's go back to us. What a match once again. We picked it for you guys to showcase the last European YCS winner of YCX Utrecht 2020 with Ryan Jabri. Unfortunately though, at the end it is Lars who once again takes the spotlight, and with Altergeist he moves on to the top 4. What a match.
Who would have said it? I mean, after game 1 we have to say that Lars didn't open well, just 2 back row. Ryan was able to put pressure on his opponent and take game 1, but then Lars remained focused. Game 2 he had the judgment on the Feather Duster, which was huge. Incredible.
Absolutely, and as we mentioned, game 1 would usually feather and favor, you know, those kind of decks like Altergeist, Eldritch, but in this specific instance, Ryan was able to steal away the game 1, and I think the advantage was all on him for game 2 and 3. Incredible. But at the very end, we saw that the side deck was kind of weak against such a deck. Only 1 copy of Feather Duster, only 1 copy of Reboot. He does get his hands on the 1 copy of Feather Duster, but it's negated by Solemn Judgment. And once again, Mystic Mine giving one of our players the win. Also, we gotta say though that the decision in game 2 which gave him the win was let Ryan go first.
Yeah, this was like a huge responsibility that he took, but he paid off. He paid off well, because like with the Lava Golem and Sphere mode, he had a lot of cards going second. So I think the high risk, high reward, especially...
For sure, it was definitely an interesting strategy. We are picking up, we'll see if Joshua Schmidt also advanced to the top 4, because then we might have 2 duelists who are both choosing to go second quite often. But regardless, it was definitely a great show from both of these guys. But in the end, as we mentioned, game 3, more of a dominant one, right?
Yeah, exactly. I mean, game 3, he had the nuts.
Yeah, I guess we can say that.
Multi-faker plus impermanence.
Yeah, faker impermanence, as we mentioned, the Altergeist combo, but sometimes it works, and when that does, just like in this match, it takes it away. There was a little bit of a catch with the super polymerization. We couldn't be activated due to the starter. I don't think it would have changed dramatically the match, but in the end, it was just a slaughter, I gotta say, from Lars, who went on to the Marionetters, had the protocol, and just completely dominated the game. Even one of those cards beats the majority of hands from Spright, because we mentioned it. Some players are using enemy controller to take away their monsters just because the 1 normal summon is important. When you have both Silk and Protocol, that's 2 interactions. It's almost impossible to deal with it.
It's like impossible. But the thing is that Ryan is playing Feather Duster and Red Booth, and I think the reasoning behind is that if you want to play a 12-round tournament, you basically prepare yourself to play against the meta decks, and then if you play against a Rod deck, you just say, okay, let's deal with that, and this is what happened. It happened in top 8. So
absolutely, and you gotta prepare and beat at least the main decks, which of course walking into this event were mainly Spright, Tier Elements, arguably Mathmech, but like mainly those 2, and I think if they got to this stage, it meant that they already went through 16 to 17 matches, which is a ton,
Yeah.
and they had to play against a lot of these decks and beat them. So they were still doing a great job no matter what. And as we will get our other top 8 matches going through, I'm pretty sure Marcus Patel already won and advanced to the top 4 with this Rika Sun Avalon deck, which is absolutely the one and main shock from this event. But I guess soon enough we will be able to have the winner of this match, Lars, with us for an additional interview, which will be interesting to see, because we might ask him how many matches he won going second. I think you really wouldn't expect Altergeist to go second,
No,
right?
Exactly, because most of the times I think playing against Altergeist you are really scared of going second, because like he has a lot of interruptions to put on the field, but still he proved us that the deck by going second is still, I mean, amazing. It is easy to say because like in game 3 he had the Faker plus the Impermanence, but in game 2 he was basically able to deal with Ryan's field, and it was very good.
Absolutely, and as we just mentioned, there will be still 2 matches remaining. We will go through the top 4, and then we will go through, of course, the one and only finals of the 19 rounds, which will be, what a story to just crown finally after 3 years a European champion, and we'll see who it is. Of course, at the moment we know already half of the top 4 participants. One, Marcus Patel, which by the way has an impressive record as that was going through the motions. He's still undefeated, but technically I gotta say he has a draw, so he went for an impressive 11 wins and 1 draw through the Swiss rounds, and then he's still undefeated up until now, which basically makes it 16 wins and 1 draw. What an impressive score.
It's approaching you, huh?
He's approaching me, yeah. He could get to an incredible result of winning, going 18 and 1 draw, which will be absolutely astonishing. But as mentioned, the other half of the top 4 is still playing. We'll see at the end whether the top 4 results will be. But for now, who could have predicted that half of the top 4 for the European Championship would have been Altergeist and Sun Avalon? Like, that's unbelievable, right?
Yeah, I mean, there's only other 2 players, so our picks of the tournament maybe are still
there, yeah. We could still get the other half of more regular decks in the form of, you know, Sprites and tier elements, but we're still not quite sure whether that would be the case as the other half of the top 4. We can probably ask you guys to bring up the bracket for the top 8 on the screen so we can show how it is proceeding. In a moment, we will just go through the matches and show you, as I was saying, how this event is going through. Let's remember, this is still the biggest European championship ever held, and the first time in Yu-Gi-Oh history that we had a top 128, so it was definitely an incredible one. And I think when you go through such a stage, you also have to give credit to Lars for not being maybe one of those most known players, but playing on stage twice and already crushing it.
But especially because like I don't think he was expecting, maybe like it would really nice to ask him, would you expect to top 4 with Altergeist?
Yeah, I mean, that's always something, a little bit of a weird question to ask, because anyone walking into the cast is going to struggle a little bit. But as I was saying, we can show you guys once again the top 8 bracket for this event. As you can see, Marcus Patel going and crushing the competition with his Sun Avalon deck. Got to play against Federico Mecozzi, who unfortunately beat in top 16 his friend and also roommate Federico Pastore with his version of Spright, meaning 3 copies of enemy. But we can already tell you that Marcus Patel won the match and advanced to the top 4. But going through with the top 8 match, the other one is the one between Luca and Matteo. Once again, Italians doing pretty well, but unfortunately losing out in the end. Matteo Mordanini, you know him pretty well, right?
Yeah, I mean, he comes from Rome. He's a friend of mine. He plays yesterday. Actually, funny story about him. Yesterday, he was after 9 rounds, 256th player.
Yeah, that's absolutely insane. You never can count someone off because, of course, after day one, we had a cut where we took the first 256 player, and Matteo Mordanini was actually the last place. It was 256th, and he made it all the way up to top 16, which is an incredible record just because of the size of this event. On the other hand, though, again, Alessio Cefola, someone you're rather familiar with, right?
Yeah, I know Alessio. He plays at our local in Rome.
Yeah.
He's one of these guys that always play testing a lot with his friends during the week and the weekend. He played Spright. And,
yeah, we have to mention as well another interesting story about Alessio. Unfortunately, he was competing and doing really well at Italian National Championship this year, but he was not feeling that well, so he had to run actually to the hospital. Nothing serious in the end, but he got dropped out of the event, and still he proved to himself that he was good enough to make it to the top cut, got his first premier event top, and what a way to do it if top 16 at the biggest stage. So congratulations to him. But then moving forward with the top 8, we can again talk about the remaining tables. And yeah, a little bit of some known names, we can say.
Yeah, I mean, we saw our top 16 matches, Joshua versus Herman. It was an incredible match. Two of the best European players at the moment, but I think in the last years as well.
Absolutely, both were competitors showing off and pretty much proving event after event that they are among the best. But in the end, actually Joshua got to play against one of the underdogs, Zio Mondry, actually a German player we will love to have an interview with later. He's actually an actor in his life, and what a way to just put them together. But eventually he did lose and got to the top 8, played against Joshua, and I'm pretty sure Joshua Schmidt actually lost. So Joshua, I'm almost 99% sure that he lost the match to Zio, and so it is Zio who is the third player advancing to the top 4. But in just a moment, as I was mentioning, we will have our interview live with Lars and Ed. Thank you guys for watching. See you later on in the finals, because the top 4 will be casted by our German lovely colleagues. Ed, smash it.
Thank you, Marcello. And speaking of smashing it, this Altergeist deck has been smashing the competition, Lars. Congratulations on getting into the top 4. Did you foresee Altergeist being one of the decks that got this far in the Euros?
No, I'm not expecting that Altergeist will go in the top 4 because, yeah, normally it's not that good, but with mine it's so amazing. So yeah, top 4.
And congratulations again on getting into the top 4. Let's just go through some of the plays that happened. Game 1 started a little bit slowly for you, but then you let Ryan go first in Game 2 instead of going first yourself. Talk to us a little bit about that decision. Why did you do that?
Yeah, I side cards like to out the board, I will say, and that's the reason why I go second in that case. But it works for me because, yeah, it was amazing, and it doesn't need the board breaker cards in that moment. Yeah.
Now, one of the best things about doing these top cut matches is that we have a huge audience of people here who are reacting to amazing moments that happen. So like in Game 3, there was a moment with Imperm and Multifaker off the bat, and then Super Poly, Marionetta, negating Swap Frog. You had so many great plays. Yes. So talk to us about how you were feeling in Game 3 and how you kept composed.
Absolutely amazing. It was the first time that I had Imperm going second, so I can activate it, but then I had Faker 2, and I have to say I boarded 1 Faker out, so I was just playing 2 Faker and 3 Imperm, and I had a combo, and was amazing. Yeah, absolutely.
It went so well. So congratulations to you one more time, Lars. Our first top 4 feature, which means we've only got 2 more of these left, and it's going to be absolutely amazing seeing who takes home this European title. You could see all the prizes for some of the contestants in front of us, and there's going to be even more coming out as we get further towards that final match. Don't go anywhere, because we've got top 4 coming right up.
Ghosts from the Past, the second haunting, with dozens of new cards, plus 9 famous ghost rares from all Yu-Gi-Oh! Eras. Yu-Gi-Oh! Ghosts from the Past, the second haunting.
20 cards per box, each box sold separately.
I've been waiting for you, Yugi. Good, because I have a new strategy for you. It's my turn. I draw. Charge toward victory, Master of Chaos! Believe in the heart of the cards, and you can build your perfect deck. Yu-Gi-Oh! Trading Card Game, Battle of Chaos, now on sale, including a special original Dark Magician. It's time to duel.
And welcome back to the top 4 match of the European Yu-Gi-Oh! Championship right here in Antwerp, in front of a massive live audience of people, all itching to watch how this top section goes down. People are sat there, arms folded, staring intently at their screens. which means it's time for us to get this all started. We should mention, however, this is the first time in a Euros since 2014 that we have had 4 different decks in the top 4 cut. And there were half the participants last time. That's right, cheer. This is what we want. Now that's an audience who are ready to see a top 4 battle. So before we go on any longer, let me introduce your 2 duelists. We have Lars Junginger, who obviously we've just seen for a couple of games, absolutely smashing with Altergeist, and also Zio Mondry on my right. So gentlemen, I'm going to pass over these dice to you, and you're going to roll to see which one of you is going to go first in this top 4 battle. It's going to be absolutely amazing. That's a 7. And that is a 9. So who's going to go first? You're going to go first? Okay, excellent. Guys, best of luck to you both. I'm going to hand you guys over to our wonderful German commentators. Sebastian, Leonard, take it away. We can't wait to see this top 4 duel.
Thank you very much, Ed. And we cannot wait to see this top 4 match start either. What a story. We have 4 different decks, as you just said, and one of them is freaking Altergeist. How does it even happen?
It's hard go second Altergeist. I don't think he won a die roll before. No. He just chose his opponent to go second. It's crazy. We have seen the list.
It's so crazy. Apparently, that's just the trick versus Tielemans, right? Because we saw Schmidt doing that on featured match as well, just letting the Tieleman players start. So you just don't want to open up the game versus Tier. You just rather go second and try to go with your going second cards, such as Mystic Mind, for example.
Absolutely, and there's another good example for that, but we will talk about that when we are in the game.
Oh boy, I'm so hyped. And as you saw, the crowd in the hall is also prepared for another great match featuring Altergeist, and it's facing off versus Tielemans here in Zio Mondry's hand. And also, it's 2 Germans facing against each other here in the semi-finals of this European Championship, the biggest European Championship we've ever had, in fact. And we are going to start it off with Zio Mondry on the top.
Yeah, and he has just faced Joshua Schmidt, kicked the legend himself out of the top cut. And you have seen the deck that he was playing. He was playing Beat Cop Mine Turbo. And we were also watching the game, and at some point we had to leave, but I still don't know how he won.
We're really surprised. It looked really good for Joshua Schmidt, but Zio Mondry did the impossible, overcame the big man himself, Joshua Schmidt, and is now sitting here in the top 4. Yeah. Very deserved after beating him, definitely. But Lars also made himself a name during the course of this tournament.
Absolutely.
In top 8, the crowd was going wild for him and his Altergeist deck. And apparently we're now all part of the Altergeist gang, right? The Geist gang is back.
Finally.
Finally it is.
The gang is back.
Yep, so we see Dark Refer, also a very old card actually, even older than the Altergeist cards, from Phantom Darkness. And he's resolving it to trigger his Telement effect in the graveyard.
And now there we see Telement Kid Killers, a card that we have seen multiple times over the weekend. What a powerful starter, basically, for the
It's also so great that you can decide on whether to send the cards to the graveyard or add it to your hand. So you can either trigger more fusion summons, or you can just search for your traps, which are really good interactions for your opponent's turn.
Usually on your first turn, if you're starting, you are searching for a trap. And when you're summoning Kid Killers in the opponent's turn, you are usually sending a Telement from the deck to fusion summon, and then you can access Dragostapelia.
Absolutely. But Lars, playing Altergeist, just went second. I don't even know how to get these two thoughts together. Like, this is just two words that can't go together. Altergeist going second, but Lars is doing it here in the semi-finals of the European Championship. I'm excited to see what kind of going second cards his starting hand is featuring, because he didn't give it away yet. His hand wasn't in the camera angle yet, so there is potential for Lava Golem, of course. We saw that early on in the featured match. And of course, then, the Mystic Mind that Zio Mondry certainly is afraid of. But I will say Lars, contrarian to Joshua Schmidt, does not have a way to protect it necessarily versus the main deck, Cosmic Cyclone. No, Cosmos Cyclone that Zio Mondry is playing. Galaxy Cyclone I was thinking of.
So I was a little bit curious, thinking about why he did not just pass, because obviously Altergeist cannot OTK you.
Absolutely, that would have been a valid strategy as well. I think one other guy in the featured match did it versus the Mind deck.
Demise of the land is a thing, though.
Yeah, you really don't want to give him that as well, too. So, there is Rhino Heart. Rhino Heart uses its effect in the graveyard, discarding Hafnis, and now also searching for something from the deck, because it was special summoned. And what is he going for here? What can we expect? Zio is still very, very calmly in his combo. And that's something I realized when I walked through the top tables, because Zio actually was flying under the radar so far, because he didn't get a featured match yet. And I think he's the only person, oh no, there's 2 persons in top 4 that haven't had a featured match yet, but he's one of them. Matteo, I think, didn't have a featured match either with his Live Twin Spright deck, right?
Maybe.
Not 100% sure, but he was flying on the radar. But what I saw in the top tables when he was playing, he's very calm when he plays. He really takes his time. He's definitely confident in the deck. He practiced it a lot, so he definitely knows what he's doing with it.
Yeah. And I have to say, the way he summons Exceeds monsters, the way he overlays, it looks a bit strange to me. You guys will see it in just a minute, I think. There are 2 good-looking level 4 monsters, so those might become a Dweller or much rather a Time Thief Reader in the future.
Most likely a Time Thief Reader, yeah. And I definitely know what you're talking about. We talked about it. And he's just not milling anything really good there, is he? There is a Merly right at the end, but besides that, was it a Gizmek? It looked like a Gizmek,
Gizmek
right?
and Merly, it's okay.
Yeah, I mean, you will take the Gizmek, I guess.
You can't chain block it, but in this matchup it doesn't matter anyway. Right?
That's true. Also something very special that I saw him doing a whole lot when I watched his matches. He's not really ending on too many fusion monsters or something. He just goes for maybe 1 T-element monster on board, and then he very, very often ends on Topologic Bomber Dragon, which is a card we haven't seen in a long time. And his extra deck actually features both Topologic Bomber Dragon and Topologic Zero Boros. So both of these cards made a comeback with the T-element stack here.
Bomber Dragon Kaleido Heart is such a good board to end on, because after you blasted away the entire board, Kaleido Heart just reborns and then shuffles.
Yeah, it seems so underwhelming though. You invest all this time, all this effort into just ending on 2 cards, but you have resources in the graveyard, of course, which will help you do stuff on your opponent's
In just a
turn.
minute, he's probably going to have Fairy Tail Snow in the graveyard as well.
Yep, there's Curious, which would indicate sending the Snow, but maybe versus Altergeist you do even send the Galaxy Cyclone. I wouldn't be too surprised.
Yeah.
I actually could see that coming, and I mean, Lars had the featured match, but he is going for the Snow. Okay, so you would probably know by now that this guy is on Altergeist, but maybe Zio then got confused again because his opponent chose to go second, and that can actually not be Altergeist, but in fact it is. In fact, he is on Altergeist. So we are using Gizmek as well.
Yeah, this looks like Bomber play. I mean, Bomber is not too good against Altergeist.
It's not really that great, you're right, but maybe he still goes for it. Oh, what are we thinking here? Oh, maybe, did he mill with Curious? I'm not sure. Did he mill with Curious after sending something?
I
don't believe so, because there's still the Snow on top of the graveyard, right? So he probably would have to mill 3 more additional cards, because that Curious is just a must trigger. And I think it's pretty easily repairable, because he just took the top 8 cards from his deck, so nothing really changed. He can just mill those 3 cards that are like at the bottom of the banish pile. Yeah, Zero realizes as well. We can easily fix that. Yep, just put them back on top and we will be easily able to resolve that. And what are we milling here with the effect of Curious? That's a Mothman, Super Poly, and another Merly, which was used already. Wait, did he? He didn't even use the Merly. He did not even use the Merly.
He just now does, I think.
No, he doesn't. No. Or maybe he chains the Gizmek to the effect of Merly, but that would be uncommon.
Interesting.
I would say. Yeah. And he actually risks banishing the Galaxy Cyclone here with the Gizmek, which would be pretty terrible if he just gets hit by Mystic Mind there. So Lars is just, look, he's raising his arms. He doesn't know how to handle this so far, so maybe he really needs a top deck of his great going second cards, such as Lava Golem or the good old Mystic Mind. Let's see, well, let's see.
Honestly, the craziest thing is that when I just look to the left, I can see both players playing. Like, this is happening on a screen for me, this entire thing, but then there are these actual people there playing in front of a big crowd and in front of thousands of viewers.
Yes, for them it's super intense. We're just looking at our screens here,
the
but
Robertson
of course
is much better than Bomber Dragon.
We do not go Bomber Dragon, we go Zero Boros, because this is the Link monster of the Topologic family that is dealing with back row, of course.
Yeah, but it still doesn't open Mystic Mind.
Indeed it doesn't. And there is the terraforming, and we do know which that could result in. And Zeo is saying, yes, you are able to resolve the terraforming, and there we see it, Mystic Mine hitting the hand of Lars Junginger here.
When the mine is very, very mystic.
Indeed.
Yeah, this is not where the terraforming goes, by the way.
Does not look correct.
Nope. This is, yep. Thank you, Judge.
Very, very good.
Yes, applause from the crowd. Thank you very much.
The crowd loves it. The crowd is going mythical here. Such a mystic experience for them. And Zero apparently is chaining the Gizmek to that. So he just wants an additional body on board, which I find kind of interesting, to be honest.
No.
And he's revealing... Did he take the demise there?
I think he took Prosperity.
Oh, he took Prosperity. Okay, that makes much more sense. Yeah, there is the Prosperity instantly. So Lars Junginger really on a roll here. And he's going to shuffle this a little bit. But Lars just needs like a little bit of a trap here. And I think he's good to go. And he's revealing a bunch of spells once more. There's a Silk. There's a... I think this looks like a Multi-Faker as well. True. So what are we going with? Do you even do a whole lot
here? He just took everything.
Yeah, he just added all of the cards.
And this is draw 6, right? Okay, thank you.
Maybe Zeo Mondry could risk to do all of the Gizmek banishing though, because he has the Galaxy Cyclone already hard drawn and set in his back row. That's a potential scenario, but that wouldn't out the Mystic Mine instantly, because he would first of all have to resolve the on-field effect, and then he would have to wait a turn, and then it would be an out to it.
Unless his opponent normal summons Meloseek. And okay, so now he fusion summons something, but I can't imagine what he's going to
He's going to Mudragon with the Zeroboros and...
Okay, so he might overlay now. He might finally overlay the 2 cards.
This is very interesting. Very strange line of play there from Zero Mondry. But I mean,
he discarded the Galaxy Cyclone.
For the Super Polarization, of course. It was hard drawn and not in the back row and rather in his hand. And it was the discard for Super Poly. But there is another Metaverse. Metaverse for Mystic Mine number 2 and the scoop.
And Zeo scoops it. This is insane. The crowd just loves it. The mine is very mystic. And Zeo is just a little bit sad about it, and I can imagine why.
Absolutely, and you saw Lars was jiggling there in his chair. He's enjoying himself, being up 1-0 here in top 4 with Altergeist in 2022.
This close to becoming the next European champion in the Yu-Gi-Oh! Trading card game. This is absolutely massive.
He's about to make history, because who can say from himself that he was a top 4 contender and then even a finalist in this? This is absolutely ridiculous.
With Altergeist.
With that kind of a trap deck.
I don't think the deck has won anything. Oh, German Nationals. But
it won German Nationals.
This is arguably bigger.
Arguably a little bit bigger. Let's see what Zeo Mondry, because we haven't talked about his deck yet, because he wasn't in the feature match yet. Does he have anything in his side deck for back row specific matchups? I have the list in front of me, and I can tell you it's looking rough. We do have the one Pancratops, which is only good when your opponent actually is summoning monsters, so it cannot really out Mystic Mine, let's be honest. Then there's Red Reboot, which is very good in general versus Altergeist, but also doesn't deal with the problem of Mystic Mine. So it's kind of a two-sided sword. And then the last card, which he would really love to have in his opening hand, I would say, is Harpies Feather Duster. But do you remember what happened to the last Harpies Feather Duster that was thrown onto Lars Junginger?
No. It was judgmented.
It was met by sudden judgment from Lars. And I can see that happening here once more, for sure.
Of course.
Because when we look into the side deck of Lars, we see there is, of course, one solemn judgment, and he's already playing double of them in the main deck. So there's 3 copies of it in the deck.
The craziest thing is, trap decks usually have a great game 1, and then after siding it becomes much harder. But so many good players who advanced in the top cut even cut out these spell trap removals in the side deck.
Yeah, it was such a great time actually to pick a back row reliant deck, because
Mystic Mine especially.
Yes, of course, because everybody was disrespecting it so much. Everybody was like, Telemans is just insane, Spright is super consistent, so we have our 2 best decks of the format, so why would I play anything else? And here's Lars teaching us that, of course, Altergeist is the best deck of the format. Who would have questioned it? Who would have questioned it? It was very obvious.
I would have. If you had asked me, if you had told me that Altergeist was going to win this thing, I would have been like, of course, 100%.
I would have been in love with the thought, but I would have called you crazy for sure. That's definitely something that comes unexpected. Definitely wasn't to be expected. But I mean, we both personally have a love to the deck as well. We played it at several major events, so it was quite a while ago.
It was a rough time, to be honest. It was. It's a love-hate relationship for the deck with me.
I do love it. I actually played it recently at locals. I played it pretty similar to Lars, actually.
Oh, of course you did.
I saw it coming. I saw it coming. No, of course not. Lars deserves all the credit, and he's here sitting in top 4, cruising, being up 1-0.
Let me guess, he watched you play.
Of course he did. No.
Play. Yeah,
absolutely not. Absolutely not. But he absolutely is smashing it here. He has not really looked in trouble even so far, and he didn't look in trouble side decking, and I think both players are now done with side decking, so let's get back into the action. Game number 2 coming up between these two German powerhouses here in the top 4 of the European Championship. Crowd, give us some hype for game number 2 here in this as well. We want to see some action, and they're just not responding at all.
Yeah, that was embarrassing, Basti.
Absolutely was, but we will see it anyways. Game number 2, and it's interesting, who's starting? Is Zero even starting here, or is he not?
Hard one. Yes.
You got the answer by him actually activating the first card.
Oh,
well done.
discarding the snow, but this is not always good. He has to hit a name here, otherwise...
He hits Rhino hard, though,
and
that's not really a name.
If he has a trap, he can trigger it.
This could be... He doesn't trigger anything. He goes instant fusion.
But it's instant fusion. Okay, that's really good.
I mean, he really wanted to get the snow into the graveyard, so I do understand that he just discarded it for the Chiron. That makes sense, and now comes Kid Carlos. And Lars this time does not have the Impermanence Faker combination that he had in Game 3 of the top 8 match versus his Spright Adventurer opponent. The Ryan Jahiri, of course.
Do you think he cited the deck Devastation Virus?
We just saw it. It was milled there.
Oh, right.
He definitely did. He definitely did. And I mean, what is he hitting with it? Like, let's analyze the Altergeist monsters by attack points.
First of all, you are seeing what your opponent is playing or what your opponent drew.
Yeah.
That is really important.
You mean, even if you don't hit any monsters, you already have an advantage, right?
Yeah.
True.
Second of all, no monsters for Secret Village of the Spellcasters.
Oh, I like it. I mean, Marionetta is one, let's be honest.
True. Does it hit Winged Dragon of Ra Sphere mode?
Oh, that's a very good question. That would be a question for a judge, but not for me, because I think Winged Dragon of Ra just has question mark attack points, right?
Yeah.
So that would be something cool to answer, and maybe we will find out, because we definitely are going to see Lars siding in the Winged Dragon of Ra Sphere mode. See, and look, do we have a quick look at his starting hand? It's tough. It's tough.
Card.
Tough to figure out.
I'm pretty sure that he's going to have to. He's going to access mine again, right? Pot of Prosperity made this card so much better, honestly.
We saw that happen a lot of times. Basically, when you have some kind of negation, you already have to use it on the Pot of Prosperity, because if Pot of Prosperity is resolving for 6, it is really, really dangerous, because there can be Dark Ruler no more, there can be Mystic Mine, and if he hits the Dark Ruler, everything else afterwards is just free, because he can't react on it anymore. Really, really tough. But first of all, Zero Mondry, he's so chill. He's just, he lost game 1, but still he's super chill, just comboing off. Doesn't matter to him. He just goes and goes ahead and now wins game 2 and 3 in his mind.
The funniest thing is, in every other matchup, in any normal game, I mean, he just played Joshua's mine deck, and now he's playing Lars's mine deck. Normal matchups, this would be a great start. Like, he would actually summon cards. There it is. There it is.
That's
there it is.
Pretty interesting overlay there, yeah. XYZ summon being performed
summoning in the spell trap zone.
Into the good old Time Thief Redoer, and there's now, is that the final end board? It almost looks like it. Time Thief Redoer plus Reckless Appelli and maybe a little bit of back row.
If you have Sulik, then this plays around Dark Ruler almost perfect.
Yeah. But Lars wouldn't care, because I don't think he's even playing Dark Ruler, but
and he got the Mystic Mine!
The Mystic Mine was stolen! The Time Thief Redoer steals the Mystic Mine, so it's underneath it, and that's one last Mystic Mine to worry about for Zeal here.
And now he even has outs to it.
Yes! Oh, it was so big to hit a spell card there, of course.
He can even draw now. This is also really good, because he gets an extra draw.
It's absolutely insane. So are we actually resolving the redraw here?
Okay, so he wants to really start off with the fusion summon already.
By the looks of it, that is the game plan here. We are drawing something indeed, and is he even going for a fusion summon? He must be, right? Otherwise he wouldn't do that in standby phase.
Maybe he just wants to get rid of a monster on board. This would make sense, I guess.
Let's see, Zio is thinking very hardly, and he will have to come up with an answer very quickly and shortly. But I think he's going to activate one of his back rows here. Is he just going deck devastation virus here? Potentially, right?
Oh, this would be strong.
But no, I think he told Lars that he can go ahead, and it's back on Lars. And yeah, Lars is considering his options now. Probably fine to go into the main phase, maybe activating like Extravagance or Prosperity again to maybe find another Mystic Mine. We're on the surge once more. I'm pretty sure we're going to banish 6 cards, and it is going to resolve. I saw a trap card first. Oh, Lars.
Thank you very much, Lars, for not showing anyone what you have there.
Yeah, it's a little bit out of the picture.
Demise of the land is there.
We
have a little bit a screen that is a little bit bigger than yours, guys. So, Untergang des Landes.
Yeah.
That I can read.
That is Demise of the Land in German, true. And
Altergeist and Mellowseek.
Looked like he didn't pick any of them.
Yeah, exactly.
He just puts all of them back to the bottom of the deck. Of course not. He has just picked something, but we didn't see what.
My deck has pathetic cards and chose not to take any of these.
So now comes the duality. Oh, we dig deeper. Do we now find the almighty Mystic Mine? That's Protocol, that's Demise of the Land, and Mario Nether.
Another Untergang des Landes, the Demise of the Land, as you said. Protocol and Mario. This is not a good start. Altergeist now has to probably actually play with Altergeist cards.
But maybe that's enough. Let's see. Maybe that's enough for him to do it. But he took the Demise of the Land, so he wants that option. And I mean, Zio at the moment doesn't have a whole lot of attack power, so it would need some special summons from Zio's side to actually get some damage on board. So Demise of the Land is ready to actually get Mystic Mine onto the board now.
Time Thief Redoer is actually insane in this matchup if there is no Mystic Mine played this turn, because the chances that you are hitting a trap card are massive. And as soon as Mystic Mine gets activated, you can still chain the Time Thief Redoer with a trap card under it to shuffle back the Mystic Mine or put on top of the deck, I think.
Also, something very important to note is the Time Thief Redoer in end phase does not special summon itself and rather just comes back to the field, which is really good versus Demise of the Land because it plays around that. And there we have it. It's back on the field, so I was just saying there's not much attack points on the board, but
2 turns.
Combined, it's pretty good. Combined with the Redoer, we can actually accomplish some damage here. But 4 backer cards on the side of Lars don't look back either.
So standby phase, Time Thief Redoer effect. Does he hit the trap?
Would be huge from here.
It would be absolutely.
But there's Metaverse already!
My God,
Metaverse
the draw
again!
phase Metaverse, the one-off Metaverse, and Zio is looking not too happy about it.
He's thinking though. Does he maybe have Red Reboot?
That would be crazy.
Is there potentially a Red Reboot? He's thinking.
Red Reboot wouldn't.
Oh, he's just chaining the Redoer.
Too much, right? He can't. He has no material.
Yeah, I was a little bit surprised too.
Yeah, I want to activate no effect of this card.
And yeah, Zio doesn't look too happy. So, and Lars is already so hyped to get Mystic Mine back onto the field.
Why wouldn't he
loves
be?
it. Yeah, absolutely.
Having Mystic Mine is the best feeling in the world, I've been told.
I mean, Lars has showed us that it is really great. And yeah, Zio is still thinking about that. What are the options? What could he even chain here? Maybe some traps he has set, like, but what are the Telemans traps even doing here? Nothing really. Oh, he's going with Snow.
Snow, okay.
That potentially gets rid of your monsters on board. I guess that has to be the plan,
but
right?
Then the Snow is there.
Yeah, of course. So you make, out of 2 monsters, you would make 1. So that would be the plan here, I think. And that would make it harder for Lars, because Lars then would always have to... Wait, he did not even banish one of the monsters. That's very interesting.
Maybe he has Super Poly again for Galaxy Cyclone? I already love how the next few weeks are going to be like filled with side deck hate in every deck again. Just until people realize, okay, nobody's playing mine anymore because everyone is maining Cosmic Cyclones.
Wait, so he did actually chain the attach effect of Time Thief Redoer, because he did attach a Meadowseek there. So that must have been activated before the Mystic Mine.
I think though, so it was chained, right? because the effect was already activated, it still resolves.
Yeah, for sure. And that must have been the case. But now Zio once again in the situation he had before. He has to find it out. Last time he did find it out with the Galaxy Cyclone, but he uses Desire. So if he does not have the Galaxy Cyclone yet, he gets into a dangerous position of just banishing it here, because he has to banish too. This card is not as good as the good old Pot of Greed. It has some downside, and this downside could hit him hard here.
Okay, so he's drawing 2 cards now. Does he find the Harpy's Feather Duster, or did he banish it? I mean, this was basically a shortcut for the game, right? It's like, either I'm gonna find it really quickly, or I just threw away my win condition.
Yeah, but I mean, it's understandable, because if you give Lars and his Altergeist strategy time, it will go into his direction by nature, because if he's able to set up...
Harpy's Feather Duster! He actually drew it off of the design.
Once again,
Judgment was activated, protecting the Mystic Mine. The old man says no again to the Harpy's Feather Duster.
This Mystic Mine is safely protected by Lars Junginger. Once more, solemn judgment. Beautiful looking in Ultimate Rare, of course, as well. And it's just perfect for Lars here. He had the answer once more. This is not looking great for Zio. It looked so good when he actually has drawn into the Harpy's Feather Duster, but then the judgment once more. I think we're going to a Link 4 summon here.
Okay, so Zeroboros or Bomber Dragon are going to happen. It is Zeroboros, but does he even have a way to get rid of it right now?
Unlikely, I want to say. Lars definitely in a better position there.
I mean...
Yeah, go ahead. What did you want to tell me, Leo?
It's, of course, a bit better because he's able to activate monster effects as soon as Lars summons a monster again.
Yeah, I do understand that he went for the Link 4 there, for sure.
Yeah.
He just, as soon as Lars summons a monster, he can again do something, which is really cool. And maybe Lars even mistakenly summons into the zone of Zeroboros, which would be quite unfortunate. But no, he doesn't. There's
Lars is really putting in effort to summon away as far away as it goes.
Yep. On to the left with Altergeist Meloseek. So now the Altergeist part of his deck is also putting in work. And as we all know, Meloseek can attack directly. And when it does battle damage, you can actually just send away 1 card from the field. And it is a deck...
Wow, he actually got rid of all of the monsters on the field. There was deck dev. This is actually massive.
This is actually going into a very good direction now for Zio. So it's even better that he linked away everything for that Zeroboros, because that was a card he could tribute with deck dev.
But he should have done it before the Meloseek was normal summoned, because now it's going to trigger. And he's going to fetch himself a Multifaker.
Yes. Yes, I will agree. That's actually true. That is actually true, but...
Also, the Zeroboros is really good versus the Altergeist deck, so maybe you should have gone for the Bomber Dragon to tribute it away. Or is Bomber Dragon fire?
I don't think Bomber Dragon is fire, to be honest. No. It is also dark, but there we see 2 more cards being revealed.
Demise of the land in hand.
Yep, there we go. So the deck devastation virus just wiped out all the monsters with 1,500 and less attack points. That's why we had a look at the hand. There were no more monsters to be found, so only the Meloseek was wiped away, but it replaced itself by its own searching effect. So that was pretty good for Lars there. But he did already normal summon this turn now, so maybe this Mystic Mine is about to go down because there are no monsters on the field currently.
Oh, that's a good point, actually. He just waited for the normal summon so we couldn't keep the mine on the field.
On the other hand, he now can just find a way to triggering Multifaker.
But Multifaker is arguably a bit less of a problem, I would say.
Yeah, but then the Mystic Mine just stays, you know what I mean? Just summon out the Multifaker and then maybe you've drawn into a personal spoofing.
True.
But to be honest, I've not seen Lars resolving personal spoofing at all this weekend. It doesn't even seem like he's playing it, but I can confirm from his deck list that he's actually on the personal spoofings, but only on 2 of them, to be fair. Only on 2 of them, so looks like we're heading to end phase, and that means destruction phase of Mystic Mine.
But we know that Demise of the Land is set face down on the field.
We do.
Can we remove the card, though? Or do we just push for damage with normal summons?
If we have a normal summon, I think I would definitely prefer that. There is a normal summon indeed.
Normal summon.
Sharon. And Lars is only on 4,000 life points because he paid for Solemn Judgment, so it's not even that long of a way to just attack with your normal summoned monsters. And that is what Zio is doing. He's going battle phase. He's trying to overcome the half life points of Lars here. And he's taking the damage.
And he's taking notes. It's 2,200 life points for Lars. He is on a clock.
Absolutely. But I mean, he did surge with the Metal Seek, so he has Altergeist cards in his hand. He has monsters, and he has spoofing as well. He's back into his Altergeist engine completely there. He can even trigger Multi-Faker here on his opponent's turn.
Wow, this is crazy. Does it resolve, or does Zio have some crazy out to the personal spoofing or Multi-Faker effect? No, Multi-Faker hits the field. The best Altergeist card that put the deck to another level.
Absolutely.
Years ago.
Oh god, yes. And the good thing about Altergeist Circuitous, which he's probably going to summon out at some point, is that it actually can bounce cards back to the hand. So you play around with elements which would trigger in graveyard, but are obviously not triggering in hand. So that's really
and Sully hits. There is no protocol on the field. So actually Zio might be able to play here. However, as soon as he special summons, Demise of the Land can be flipped up.
Yeah, and maybe you just want to shuffle away the Multi-Faker with your
wait,
personal
it's Shadow
spoofing
Imprisoning
Mirror. Oh, Shadow Imprisoning Mirror. Also such an old and iconic card. Lars is bringing them all to the table. One of his side deck options, of course, specifically for the Telements matchup. He came prepared, and he brought all of his old continuous trap cards to the table.
And now the Multi-Faker is getting shuffled back into the deck, and he is going to search out something else.
Yeah, and I mean, also it's going to resolve, right? Because he just shuffled it away when Solik was activated.
Yeah.
So it probably is special summoning out, I would assume, a Meloseek probably. And then you are searching for Marionetta. I guess that would be the best option here.
Yeah.
But let's see what he's about to do. Lars is the expert here. We are just the commentators, so he definitely knows better what to go in here, what to go into.
Or did he not think of it because he never has to do anything like this because he's always under Mystic Mine?
I don't think so. This guy is playing Altergeist for a while. He knows all of his Altergeist stuff, so you could definitely not expect a misstep from him.
Oh no, he didn't special summon out anything.
Interesting. Maybe Salik is worded in a way that it would not work like that. We have the Halfness in the hand of Zio Mondry on the effect activation.
And now he's milling cards, and I'm not sure how this is going to help him. However, he still has Fairy Tail Snow in graveyard.
Yeah, maybe we are getting into a beatdown game here. And I mean, Fairy Tail Snow is kind of big. It can actually run over the Marionetta. So who knows? Maybe we're going into a beatdown direction here for Zio Mondry with his Tealman stack. He cannot really rely on resolving the effects of his Tealman monsters in graveyard anymore because of the Shadow Imprisoning Mirror. But maybe the sheer attack power of his monsters on board will be able to do it for him. But first of all, that Altergeist protocol is going to hit the field because Altergeist Marionetta is resolving. So, what's next? Zio is still comfortably on 7,000 life points. And I mean, honestly, Altergeist takes its time and definitely has to get a couple of turns to actually get damage on board. Kind of similar to the Spright strategy, to be honest. You're just not able to finish out games quickly, so he will need a bit of time here. So he should be cautious of the 8.5 minutes left on the clock, and he should definitely be worried about that.
Does Zio have anything in side deck or in the main deck or the extra deck for the timeout situation?
Let me see. I don't see anything.
Lars doesn't have anything, but Zio might have.
Nope. There's not. There's not anything in his side deck.
Absolutely not. So, Fairy Tail Snow was activated.
I mean, you have to, right? Because that Meloseek otherwise is just going to send something from your side of the field to the graveyard. So you might as well just book it. And luckily enough, Fairy Tail Snow is, of course, a light monster, so it is not affected by the Shadow Imprisoning Mirror.
And now you can't even shuffle it back with the personal spoofing anymore.
Yeah, but worst comes to worst, you can just activate the protocol and shuffle back the protocol again, so you would have access to Multi-Faker again. So there are ways for Lars to actually get back into his engine here, even on his opponent's turn. But let's see whether he does it, and let's see whether he's actually able to pull it up in time. That will be really interesting to see here.
So those two monsters are looking mighty big right now. 1,600 and 1,850 attack points on the side of Zio. And who would have thought that basically vanilla beatdown is going to be so threatening in the semi-final. Dark is being summoned from the extra deck to the extra monster zone. Zio is looking at the GY of his opponent.
There is the Dark, but indicating by its name, I would say that's also a Dark monster, isn't it? So that doesn't really help him too much in terms of effects. But of course he gets his snow into the graveyard again, so he has another Book of Moon for his opponent's turn.
And Faker is searched now. So I don't really... It's a tough one. Why?
I think Zio just wants to defend himself.
Yeah, I think so too. He wants to...
Oh no, but then I don't understand that he's using the snow here, to be honest, because...
Yeah, same.
I would have thought that he wants it as a Book of Moon for the next normal summon of Lars, but he just goes for more damage here. And I mean, at that point, Lars just always goes for Faker, doesn't he?
Could have just attacked with Havness, right?
Yeah, I mean, it would have been kind of similar. It would have brought Lars down to a reasonable low amount of life points. And there comes the Faker. Oh, he already had Faker in hand, so he didn't even need to search for it with spoofing.
I think he already searched for it. He searched for it with Meloseek.
He's summoning the Faker in attack position, which is quite aggressive when there's a snow in attack position as well. So he kind of has to bounce the snow here then, which is reasonable though. Like, the Dark doesn't do anything, and the snow is more impactful than the graveyard, so I definitely do understand bouncing with snow here.
That's true.
And we gotta see whether Zio has anything else. He does just normal summon snow, book the Silk here, which is literally doing nothing because Lars can just flip it back up next turn.
It's doing something. He can't have it in face-up defense position on the next turn. If he wants to have it face-up, it has to be in attack position. And that might make a difference in the long run.
In the long run, it might, but we gotta question ourselves, is there even the chance to go into a long run of a game here? Like, it's pretty tough because only 5 minutes left on the clock. He is flip summoning the Silketis, so he wants to take the aggressive route, and I mean, judging by the time, he has to take an aggressive route here. The life points disadvantage is pretty big.
Activated. But by the way, both of these cards are spellcasters, right? So he's just trying to find a way to Meloseek. Crowd was already cheering for another floodgate, but this is not the day, guys.
Yeah. 4 continuous traps on the side of Lars, and he's special summoning out the Marionetta here with the Multi-Faker, which is also kind of uncommon. He probably wants to resolve the Reborn effect of Marionetta here.
Special summoning a Meloseek in attack position. Multi-Faker has to summon out a monster in defense position, but if you summon Marionetta, you can summon out a Meloseek in attack position from the GY again.
That's probably the way to go here. Just exchanging the Marionetta with the Meloseek that's in graveyard. Looks like he's even exchanging... Wait. Oh, he's bouncing for... Oh, he just wants it as a normal summon. Of course, makes sense as well. He just bounces the Marionetta he summoned out, so he could just normal summon it here. But to be fair, there's not even a space left in his back row so that he could actually
Doesn't Multi-Faker... Oh no, Protocol... I was just thinking that Shadow Imprisoning should negate Multi-Faker.
But there, of course, is Altergeist Protocol, which prevents the negation of Altergeist cards.
It's been a long day, guys.
Absolutely. Semi-finals, top 4 of this European Championship, and Lars Junginger is up 1-0 and still looking pretty here in game 2-2. So he might just take it 2-0. It looks pretty solid for him.
He's building a big board now. I think this smells like a double Hexia, maybe even.
There's the first Hexia, and it's also already quite big.
Enough, right?
Yeah, because it is pointing towards the Marionetta, so really likely that that's just enough.
Not for a game, but to deal big amounts of damage.
Wait, where's the Protocol, though? Did you just send away the Protocol?
With Marionetta.
With Marionetta?
Yeah.
You're right, to just reborn the Meloseek, right? Yeah. So we are doing damage here. We are running over snow with the Hexia, which is on 3100 because it is pointing towards a monster that has 1600.
Forbidden Droplet in damage step, discarding the deck devastation virus.
This is huge.
And Protocol is not on the field anymore.
Wait, he can just negate with Hexia, but then it's not big enough anymore to actually run over the... Why isn't he sending... Why isn't he sending something else? I mean, he has to send something that
this
he's pointing
now
to.
runs over Hexia, right? Oh yeah, here has to send something. So...
Does he have it dropped it himself? He's considering his back row. He's considering it. But that back row should just be the demise of the land that has been sitting there for forever, doesn't it?
That's true.
Wait, they are kind of... Oh wait, can you even use Droplet on an Hexia because of protocol?
There is no protocol on the field.
Oh yeah, right, yeah. He actually gave away the protocol. So maybe he found a way to go around it, and the time is ticking down quite drastically. Lars has to be worried about that. Lars has to be aware that he actually is ahead in resources here. But time-wise, that's also a factor, and he definitely has to focus on that as well.
Oh wow, this was such a big droplet for Zio. This deserves a round of applause from the crowd as well, of course. He searches for another multi-faker, but this one will be negated by Shadow Imprisoning Mirror.
If he doesn't have another protocol, yes, absolutely. So we are sending the snow. It wasn't a lot of damage though. Lars is lacking a bit of time here, so he should really pick it up. He should really play fast. But I mean, they had a judge interruption, a judge call, so maybe they got some extra time, not too unlikely. So maybe that clock is not 100% accurate anymore. Can't tell you, but it looks like protocol. It is protocol again, and there's multi-faker. He gets to his multi-faker again, and it's even able to activate and resolve its effect.
So Lars is powering through his deck right now. I don't even know anymore if Zio drew for turn and just passed.
Oh, he doesn't even have a monster to summon out anymore.
Have a monster anymore. He is playing such a small Altergeist engine, such a big Mystic Mine engine. So he didn't even have to activate the protocol at this point.
That's
so
right.
Just attacking
That's right.
for 2000. Is it even his turn to attack?
I don't believe
that
so.
in standby phase? No. Rhino Heart is normal summoned.
And it's a big beater again. It's just big enough to run over Meloseek for a bunch of damage here.
And Zio might just not activate the effect, which he just did. So Lars can now negate and destroy, and Salik is trying to negate the multi-faker, which doesn't work because there's protocol on the field. And now this is a mess.
But I mean, he did actually... Did he activate the effect maybe, and then he just used protocol, and that's how that Meloseek got into the graveyard?
Yeah, that exactly, but he can't use Salik.
Yeah, absolutely not. So Lars
should have just attacked here.
Yeah, but he might just struggle, to be honest, to actually put up damage because there are no more monsters in his deck. So
damage.
How is he actually putting up damage? It's pretty much impossible because there's no more Altergeist monsters. It looked so great for him, but I think he's on no resources in terms of monsters in his main deck anymore.
And this should be time on the round at some point.
Yeah, as we said, it's probably a little bit of overtime, and he just tribute summoned a set monster over the multi-faker.
Was it for Conquery?
It's probably for Driver, if you ask me.
Oh yeah, but you would summon it in attack position, right? Driver has 0 defense points.
It's Shifter! Shifter has a little bit more than Faker! Faker into Shifter, and he's attacking. So it is actually going downwards for the life points of Zio. This is a classic game of Yu-Gi-Oh! We're playing beatdown Yu-Gi-Oh! Here. Just tribute summoning set, and Zio is still fighting against Shadow Imprisoning Mirror, Rivalry
Zio
of the Warlord.
Top deck the Havness, and now he can attack with 1,600 attack points.
How big is Shifter though?
I don't think it's that big.
Looks like it's not big enough, so Zio actually, in such an iconic game here, is taking the upper hand because Lars has no monsters anymore.
A little bit of chip damage goes a long way when you're considering timeout, and Lars scoops! This looked impossible to win for Zio Mondry, but he just took it with the good old Tierlemans beatdown strategy.
This is a game that nobody could have thought of even. This was absolute madness. We thought it's already over.
Yeah.
We called him done, basically. We saw that Lars has secured his spot in the finals.
With the judgment, we thought it was over, but the deck devastation after linking into the Roboros was massive. And then Lars came back with the Shadow Imprisoning Mirror, the Rivalry that didn't do too much, and all the Altergeist cards. But he lost all the Altergeist cards in the process. He went through his entire engine, then realized that after special summoning Multi-Faker, and then realized, oh, I have nothing to beat my opponent down with, and then Fairy Tales, the Havness had enough attack points to beat over
But where were
anything.
all the Altergeist cards? Let's just double check on this list how many monsters he's even playing. So we see he's only on double Marionetta, only on double Meloseek 2, and then 3 Multi-Faker, and only 1 Silcatus. So his engine is really slim, for real. Altergeist Multi-Faker being the only Altergeist monster that he's actually maxing out on, and all the others are just being cut down to lower ratios. Because in pure Altergeist, usually you are going with triple Meloseek because it's insane. You also go with triple Marionetta, but he was like, I need more space for other engines, for my going second cards such as Lava Golem, so we had to slim down the engine, and that hurt him here in this semi-finals match.
Yeah, I mean, the floodgates kept Zio in check, but Zio could just survive. He just held on to his life points, and that was enough to win in time after all. I mean, he would have won the entire game without time as well.
I think he just scooped, because the judge, as you can see on the split screen, just put up the timeout cheat there. So now officially we are in timeout, and this gets a little bit interesting now, because as far as I am aware, when you are getting into timeout while side decking, that means that you cannot decide anymore on who goes first or second, and it's rather random on who goes first or second. So this will be a total mess now, basically, because
they have to roll another die.
They have to roll another die, and it will be absolute crazy. It's such an insanely intense situation here.
Yeah.
In the semi-finals of this tournament, it's all coming down to a sudden death, basically. They will be able to both play 2 turns, and then it will be over, potentially, if somebody dealt damage at that point.
Neither one of them is side-decking cards, which they couldn't even put in the deck anymore, that heals or deals damage directly to the opponent's life points. And now they just have to see where this is going. Like, Mystic Mine is still a card, and I mean, the advantage is on the side of the Altergeist player. I guess the advantage is on the side of the player who goes second.
Probably it has to be going second, because it's not just the general going second situation, but in this sudden death scenario, it's of course also the possibility of having 2 battle phases instead of just 1. So you have more chances to actually do damage, which is really, really huge here.
And Mystic Mine plus Mellowseek is easy damage.
Yeah, just easy 500, and that's a cheeky win into the finals maybe. Who knows? That could be possible.
But there is also a small chance, a very small chance, that we are not seeing a Mystic Mine access this game.
Of course, of course. So as you can see on the split screen, Zio already calmly done with side decking. He's ready to go into this game
stretching his neck.
He looks like a sportsman. Yu-Gi-Oh! Sports being performed here as well. And Lars still needs a little bit of time. To be fair, time does not have to be worried about now anymore.
It doesn't matter anymore, you're right.
We will be fine. And side decking at this particular moment is so insanely hard, right? Because you don't even know yourself whether you're going first or second, because there will be a die roll performed, and then fortune will tell whether you are first or second.
I'm actually surprised that they are allowed to side.
I mean, they were in side decking already. So if you are in side decking already, because that's why he scooped, basically.
All right. Okay.
No, I think Lars scooped, and
so
then timeout was called. No, still, when it is called out in timeout, then he will not be able to.
Now I got it. Now I got it.
Finally, I'm very happy that I made you realize how this is working after so many years sitting here in the semi-finals of this tournament. But yeah, we see Zio also now grabbing the deck of Lars Junginger, pile shuffling it through, so we really want to make sure that everything is shuffled very goodly here. And
imagine now finding out that he has sided more cards than he has sided out, and then getting a cheeky game loss.
Would be a pretty bad timing for sure. Yeah. So, what's your call? Altergeist, Tielemans? Tielemans.
I'm going with Tielemans.
I'm part of the Geist gang now, so they are performing the die roll there, and that means they have performed their side decking completely, and also shuffling is done. So let's get back over to the table in this timeout game 3 of top 4 in Antwerpen here for the European Championship.
The stakes couldn't be higher.
They really couldn't. So they now realize that we are done talking, so they can start playing, and this will be an absolute pleasure to see. They are fist bumping before game 3. Sportsmanship being shown. Let's see who has to go first in this scenario. You got to say it like that. It is pretty much not the way you want to play here. You don't want to be first.
No, you don't want to be first against a deck that can attack directly for just 500 damage. But we are off to a really good start. Sharon is activated and discarding Havnis. Milling Sharon and Havnis, so that's not too good. Maybe even a bit of resource wasting. Oh wait, the Sharon Mill is actually pretty strong.
Yeah, the Sharon Mill is fine.
It feels like this doesn't really matter in this matchup, right? Like, Lars doesn't care if Zio has a good start or a decent start. Monsters on board are monsters on board. As long as they have more than 1,200 attack points, they are all the same to Lars.
That's indeed true, and Zio definitely makes sure to go into Garura here as well. He really wants to have as much draw power as possible. He wants to draw into blowout cards such as Deck Devastation Virus or maybe Bihapi's Feather Duster already. So that's definitely the way to go. And also, very much a plus here for Zio Mondry is that he does not have to fear another Solemn Judgment coming down, because I really doubt that Lars Junginger is keeping that in a timeout scenario.
What he really has to fear, though, is Lava Golem, because Lava Golem deals damage in the standby phase as long as you control it. So you might even want to play around that and just end on one monster, maybe ideally a Deck Devastation Virus.
Potentially, yeah.
Which is also really risky,
and I mean,
unless you have Snow in the Grave.
Yeah, and I said it's kind of bad for Lars that he cannot abuse his Solemn Judgments anymore. Oh, is he hitting? We used that before. That looks bad for him. I mean, we can't see the rest of the mill, but it doesn't look like he hit with the first 5 cards there.
It's the next Shaylin, but it doesn't matter, Basti. It doesn't matter what he summons here, I think.
Oh, and we have a little bit of a look into the starting hand of Lars.
He just doesn't care about his side deck cards, right? He just uses those cards like it was nothing.
Yeah.
But
he just says, let's go. We win in another beatdown fashion. Let's see whether that works here, though. He has all the resources still.
The side deck cards are even more important in this matchup because you have so few and you need them. You can't really win without them against a card like Mystic Mine. So we are going into a Link 3, which is most likely going to be Curious. So let's see if he sends Snow or Galaxy Cyclone, because maybe the Galaxy Cyclone.
We have to go with Galaxy Cyclone. If it is still in our main deck, it is just an out to the Mystic Mine. So we definitely have to send it, but he does go for the Snow. That has to mean, once more, that he has it in hand or has banished it with the Gizmek Orochi.
And it really looked like the last card in his deck, the top card that he had, was a Happy's Feather Duster.
Did it? That would be a pretty good card to draw there.
No, basically the bottom card, I'm sorry.
Yeah.
Red Reboot.
He kept the Red Reboot in. He kept the Red Reboot in.
I mean, sure, you can OTK with Red Reboot.
I guess you can, but it's a pretty pricey tag on that reboot, paying half of your life points. We just talked about Lars not being able to abuse his Solemn Judgment anymore, but Zio still wants his Red Reboot. I mean, as you say, compared to Altergeist, I think Tielemans has the weapons to actually go for OTK quite easily.
So he will probably just link off everything for a Bomber, Dragon, or maybe even the Zeroboros, hoping that his opponent just sets 5 so he can end phase Snow and banish everything. This would be the play that I would choose, and Zio is thinking that this is the cleverest way to open this game as well. So there we are.
Also, Zeroboros is just pretty big. It's just because of all the cards that have been banished, it's really big. And if it comes back to Zio, he can actually deal so much damage even without going into the risk of special summoning with playing into Demise of the Land. But that's all he set up. It's just the Zeroboros and the Snow in Graveyard. So let's see what's the answer from Lars is here. Let's see what he can do. I think I see Forbidden dropped it in his starting hand.
A Maloseek would be really hard here because Snow would have to be used as the answer directly.
Lars is shaking, and I understand why. Lars definitely has to come up with something here. First turn for him here in this sudden death scenario in top 4. Let me explain to you again. Both of them will only have 2 turns. So Zio already done with his first one, so we will have another one for him. And Lars in his first one of 2, potentially.
Honestly, if there is a scenario in which Maloseek is normal summoned, you can do nothing wrong while summoning Snow into the zone of Zeroboros and banishing the entire field, because then Zeroboros will come back. The Maloseek will be banished, so this means probably no Faker access. And how many floodgates your opponent has, you do not care. There is no monster on the field.
And we are normal summoning Marionetta here.
But this is not the best card here. Marionetta is not the card that Lars wants to see. He wants to see Mystic Mine plus the good old Maloseek.
I would agree. If he is setting up a lot of back row here, that would probably give Zio actually something to banish away with Zeroboros.
Look at how Zio looks at the game state. This guy is so cool. He's so chilled. It's incredible. Okay, so Marionetta gets sent to the graveyard, so he's probably going to summon the Artemis. Was that?
Yeah, most likely. Yep, there
the
is.
Megistus Moon Maiden.
The Megistus Moon
and
Maiden.
Fairy Tail Snow is... Oh no, the Moon Maiden is being summoned into the Zeroboros zone, so the Zeroboros is banished.
And he did banish, of course, the Altergeist protocol, so that wasn't really a too impressive start from Lars Junginger. Setting free, though, could give him enough to fight back here. Maybe there is personal spoofing. Maybe there's Altergeist protocol again, and maybe he just has enough with his Altergeist engine, and we are going into the last turn of this match for Zeo Mondry, and he gets a pretty big beater there with Zeroboros.
No damage dealt, and now he is reading the Zeroboros. Did he forget that Zeroboros special summons itself back?
No way. No way he did forget about that. He probably just thinks about doing something before. Maybe another metaverse. Maybe we just see another metaverse here. He had it 2 games in a row, so why not a third one? Oh no, it's
rivalry, which is still okay. He's locked into Cybers, but does he really care?
I mean, that Zeroboros is big, so I guess he's fine just dealing a whole lot of damage.
That's what I was saying. Like, you can just summon Zeroboros, and the floodgates you don't care about. You don't play into the demise of the land. The only trap card that is threatening you is Metaverse, and he's having the Galaxy Cyclone in hand.
Whoa, that's probably a card you want to activate here. I would guess that you're just activating
Galaxy Cyclone on the right one. Let's see what this card is and if there is multi-faker access after all.
Lars didn't like that. You could tell from his face that he wasn't happy about the card being targeted by the Galaxy Cyclone.
Zeo is just staring down his opponent at this moment. He knows that he is in the advantageous position. He has the big monster on the field that can deal loads of damage. He has Cosmic Cyclone to take out one of the last 2 unknown cards. Manifestation is used on Marionetta, and now I am... Oh, wow! He can maybe stop him from dealing damage. No, not really, right? He could...
That must be...
Droplet
forbidden
is used.
Droplet.
Okay, Droplet to half the attack of Zeroboros. So Zeroboros can't attack over Marionetta. This was so good.
And I mean, if Lars then finds a way to deal damage in the next turn, that might be his ticket to victory.
Zeroboros goes to 1,500 points, so he could actually crash and then activate Snow and attack for 200.
Oh. If he sees that line, that would be crazy.
But then he doesn't have Zeroboros anymore. You know?
Yeah, I do understand.
You
but
know?
He still has Snow for sure, but he doesn't have the Snow interruptions on the other hand. So this is really a gamble.
I mean, he doesn't have the Snow anyway, as long as Rivalry is on the field.
You're right.
So it's just the big body that would be missing. So I think this is actually the line to go. Because if your opponent draws into... Wow! He draws the Harpy's Feather Duster and the Galaxy Cyclone. The crowd is going wild. Zeo Mondry is just throwing everything at Lars, and I don't think he can stand it.
This is nuts. He has not only the Galaxy Cyclone, but also the Feather Duster.
Kismek Orochi is going to be such a good time for him now. He can actually combo off now. He activates Myru. Now, does he hit something? He hits the Sharon. He hits the Rhinoheart. He can actually fusion summon. Lars Junginger gives up. Zeo Mondry moves to the final of the European Championships 2022.
He was already in such a bad position in Game 2, but he came back in what a fashion. He fought back, won Game 2, and now in what a nail-biter, he secured this Game 3. Leo, I don't know when I saw such a game for the last time. For a semi-final of such a tournament, it was absolutely worth.
I'm so close to crying right now. I don't know what to do with all these emotions.
Was so
this
great.
is too much for me.
This was so great. It can only be topped by the finals.
He has 2 cards, 2 back row removal cards that are not monsters, and we have seen them constantly. He has had Galaxy Cyclone in every game, and then he has had the Duster. And the second Duster couldn't be Solemn Judgmented anymore.
This was absolute insanity. You could tell from the players' faces, emotions were actually a factor in this match. It was not just about Yu-Gi-Oh! Anymore. It was really their feelings playing a role there. They were definitely shaking on the one hand. And I would say Zeo really very much being super calm and collected on the other hand.
Cool as ice.
For real, definitely. You couldn't... I don't see him dropping a game in the finals. As cool as he looked there, how would he be impressed by his opponent there in the finals?
Yeah. No way that he chokes at all there. Zeo Mondry is on his way to be the winner of Euros. He is going to be, in his mind, the European champion of 2022. But there is also another opponent. I think I know who it is. I cannot confirm it.
But I think we saw something that very much indicates who will be his opponent. And I think we can actually talk about it already. because we saw a trophy being handed over. And I mean, why would they hand over a trophy to the finalist of the tournament?
Yeah, and the person who received the trophy was not Marcus Patel.
That's what I'm thinking. So that probably means that we're going to see Marcus Patel in the finals with his Rika deck against Zio Mondry with his Tielemans stack. And that will be a really good game. He's playing versus Altergeist in the semifinals and then versus Rika in the finals. Ask this game guy before the tournament whether he would think that would happen. Semifinals Altergeist, finals then we have to face Rika. Seems crazy, but seems like it's becoming reality here.
Zio is playing so few Mystic Mine outs. Just 2.
Yes.
And he kept calm in top 8 and top 4. And both of those were Mystic Mine decks. They were not hardcore Mystic Mine, I'm going to burn you with Wave Motion Cannon or the Poison of the Old Man card. I don't think that's the Poison of the Old Man. It has a different name. It's a kind of a similar style.
You mean the Cauldron? You mean the Cauldron of the Old Man?
That one. Honestly, I don't even know what a Cauldron is. I have no idea what the German word for it is.
Kessel, actually.
Oh, Kessel, thank you. Now I know.
No worries.
You learn something new every day.
Definitely you do. And I just want to hear from Zio on how he's feeling after this. We obviously are going to have an interview with him, I guess, after this match. And he's just probably... Is he still as cool after the match as in the match? Or is he going to show emotions? What's your guess?
I think that he is going to show few emotions.
few emotions, okay.
Few emotions.
Let's see.
Just as many as he thinks are good to reveal to the public, and then in the final he's going stone cold.
It's all strategic. Is it all strategic? Is that man just strategic through and through? Just methodical, like a roboter?
We are going to see it. We haven't seen too much from Zio in the past, but this is what... I mean, what a tournament from this guy. He has beat many really good players. He had a hard bracket, beating Joshua Schmidt as well in the top 8, and now in this banger match versus Altergeist. You have to give credit to Lars Junginger. This guy is now an Altergeist icon. The way he built his deck was such a great call for the event.
Oh, yeah.
Mystic Mine is not the most popular card, I know that, but it was such a great call for the event. So many Tier Elements players disrespected the card and they paid for it.
Definitely did so. And I mean, top 4 at Euros, that's something you can just think about for forever. That's a record that nobody is going to take away from you. Such an accomplishment. And what an entry that would be for Zio Mondry, on the other hand, into the European competitive Yu-Gi-Oh scene. Because you talked about it. We didn't see so much from him yet. He didn't really have a whole lot of tops.
He had many regional tops.
Regional tops, indeed. I saw that as well. But now, on the big stage, instantly accessing
the finals of the European Championships. This is something, it's even amazing to say. It feels amazing to say the finals of the European Championships 2022 in Antwerp.
Oh, yes.
It is amazing. They are right now getting ready for the interview. I'm really hyped for that, but for the moment, let's just let them have a little bit more slack, let them cut a little bit more slack. Basti, what do you think is going to win the finals, and how do you think it's going down?
I mean, we now have the Rika deck of Marcus Patel facing off against the Tielemans deck from Zio Mondry. First question I'm asking myself is,
how's the matchup? Okay, that's not the first question, please. Sorry, I interrupted you.
First question for me would be, is he actually going to read all the cards? Does Zio Mondry know what the Rika deck is doing? Because every single opponent of Marcus Patel so far had to read all the cards, so that's definitely something you would have to worry about. And I could imagine that he also has to read it, because his side deck also seems to be prepared for the meta, but not for Rika. So I could definitely imagine that he would need to read all of these cards, but maybe he can already tell us in the winner's interview. But they are still setting up a little bit. And second question, of course, is how is the matchup? As I already gave an answer.
What a good question.
As I already gave an answer, though, what is your answer to that?
I think if Marcus gets to just combo off, if he wins the die roll, I think the die roll is going to be of big importance in this matchup. If he just wins the die roll and opens the Bengal Lancer, I was thinking Banger Trees, then he can bounce cards, and this is really good versus Tier Elements. But let's now hear it from Zio and Ed, go for it.
Thank you very much, Leonard. Yes, I am here with Zio, your first featured finalist from this European Championship. It's absolutely brilliant. Zio, first of all, congratulations. I was asking you how you felt while we were up there, and you replied with tired. So tell us a bit about how you're feeling.
Yeah, I feel very, very tired. We tested a lot with the team, and I didn't sleep at all for like a week. And yeah, I went undefeated today, and I don't know. It's like surreal. I can't believe what is happening now. And yeah, one more game.
One more game. This is it. You got all the way to the finals, and that's super exciting. Let's just quickly, before I let you go off to those finals so you can get mentally prepared, let's just go through a couple of the plays. There were some interesting lines of play. It seemed initially like you couldn't deal with the 2 Mystic Mine that Lars had, but then by the time you got into game 2, you stole one of his Mystic Mines. You then had Deck Devastation get rid of the other Mystic Mine. So tell us a little bit about what you were thinking when you went into game 3, by the time you'd figured out how to get around that strategy. What was going through your mind?
Yeah, I thought he would let me go first, because I have then just one turn to push. And he told me he plays Lava Golem, so I just ended with the Cereborals. And it gives me Grave to maybe just banish in the end phase all the traps, and then it comes back with enough attack for 8,000 to go for it. And my starting hand was pretty good. I kept it small, my combo, because I started with Galaxy and Duster in my starting hand, so I knew even if he has something like Judgment, he has to pay 4,000, and then he won't get over anything of my cards. Meloseek Poke with 500 isn't enough. So, but it was for sure lucky, my starting hand.
You also had an amazing Harpy's Feather Duster at one point, so that really, really helped against such a formidable back row deck.
Yeah. Yeah, it was, I didn't even want to play it in the first place, but then I changed it because I always side one Duster at every tournament, so I just kept it there. I had 14 side deck cards, so just put in my pretty Duster, and then, yeah.
Well, Zio, congratulations on reaching the final. We are so excited to see how this game goes. But guys, do not go anywhere, because that final that I was just talking about is coming right up. Welcome to the European Championships.
Summon the dragon, blue eyes white. Sending the swords of a feeling light. Gotta think, be wise, realize the situation. Animate your cards, make a power combination. Sick a pow, sick a pow, sick a pow, pow. Yeah. Wanna do, wanna do, wanna do. Sick a pow, sick a pow, sick a pow, pow. Madness. Wanna do, wanna do, wanna do. I'm brave. Monster influence in my face. Madness in my face.
Ghosts from the Past, the second haunting, with dozens of new cards, plus 9 famous ghost rares from all Yu-Gi-Oh! Eras. Yu-Gi-Oh! Ghosts from the Past, the second haunting.
20 cards per box, each box sold separately.
I've been waiting for you, Yugi.
Good, because I have a new strategy for you. It's my turn. I draw. Charge toward victory, Master of Chaos! Believe in the heart of the cards, and you can build your perfect deck. Yu-Gi-Oh! Trading Card Game, Battle of Chaos, now on sale, including a special original Dark Magician. It's time to duel.
for Yu-Gi-Oh! Dimension Force. 100 new cards you can add to your deck, plus tie-ins with Tactical Masters. New Predaplant fusions. New Performa Pals. And the first ever Pendulum monster that's also a ritual. Odd Eyes Pendulum Graph Dragon. Yu-Gi-Oh! Dimension Force. Available now.
9 cards per pack. Each pack sold separately.
Welcome back for the last time here at the European Yu-Gi-Oh! Championship, live from Antwerp. It's the final time. It's going to be amazing. We have an absolutely huge crowd of the European duelists all ready to watch this final duel. Yes. That is the energy we want to feel. It's incredibly exciting in here, and I hope all of you guys at home are excited for this. Marcus Patel versus Zio Mundi. It all comes down to this. Every duelist, 2,000 plus duelists, have all come together in this place to try and get where these two gentlemen have reached. And it's going to be amazing. So I'm going to ask you guys to roll this dice so we can figure out who is going to go first in this duel. Okay, that's a 7. And that's a 5. Marcus, are you going to go first? Marcus is going to be going first. And so, for the once in my lifetime that I've been able to say this sincerely, my friends, it's time to duel. I'm going to hand you over to our commentators. Guys, take it away one last time.
One last time, welcome back and welcome to the finals of the European Championship 2022. Over 2,000 duelists gathered for the biggest ever European Championship. 12 rounds of Swiss and the first ever Yu-Gi-Oh! Top 128. 19 rounds total to crown in this last match the European champion. What a journey it has been.
It's been an incredible journey. We have seen a lot of different decks throughout the weekend, a lot of champions, a lot of actions, and here we have a former UK national champion, still undefeated.
Absolutely, we have been waiting 3 years for this moment to crown again a European champion. And 3 years ago, back in 2019, it was when Marcus actually won the UK national champion. So it's such a good player and he's crushing it. Yesterday and even today, he didn't drop a single match. He is still undefeated, only with one draw. And what an accomplishment it has been. 17 17 rounds undefeated, plus the draw, so 17 wins, 1 draw. Can his opponent Zio actually take it? It's gonna be, as you already know, tier elements against Marcus' signature deck nowadays with this Sun Avalon Rika deck. How could we have predicted this?
No, I mean,
insane.
At the beginning of the tournament, we had a meta deck discussion. We talked about how many decks there are in the current format. But I think none of us thought about this deck at all.
Absolutely, we didn't, and Marcus is just completely crushing it. Still, though, we gotta give credit to his opponent, who demonstrated in top 4 when I think everyone would have given it to his opponent Lars, and honestly, it would have been crazy to get a Sun Avalon Rika against Altergeist in the finals. Still, he kept his composure and was able to bring it to a match-free, sudden death match and take it to the finals. So Zio also proving that he is not the underdog. He is here to compete, and even though he lost the die roll, we know that he's playing a few cards for going second. No matter what, it's gonna be an amazing match. But without further ado, our players are ready. Let's find out who will be the European champion. And here they are. So, as we have seen in the previous round, Marcus' deck is extremely consistent. A lot of ways to get to his combos. Let's see if he will do it once again here. Of course, Sunset Genius Loshi being the key card of the deck. And let's see Marcus, and and I might have jinxed it for Marcus. I mentioned how consistent the deck is. He actually bricks game 1 in the finals. Wow.
I think this was completely unexpected, especially because like Marcus' deck, it's super powerful. Just with 1 card, he can combo off. Now,
what a heartbreak for now from Marcus. I think he's holding Impermanence maybe and Call by the Grave. Let's see. He's thinking about his desires though. Of course, lets it through. Just a little bluff there. But if you're Zio, you're definitely excited about this. Call by the Grave, still really good against tier elements, but what a start. And here we see reinforcement. Something cool to mention is that he's actually playing Dark Grapher, a card we have not yet seen. I don't even remember the last time we saw it, honestly.
Yeah.
Back in 2010, probably. So, a throwback, to say the least.
And once again, I really like the fact that we talked about this a lot during the weekend, how tier elements players relied on different engines, but still, here we see the danger. Danger
Bigfoot. Let's see. This one you really want to snipe, so let's see if Marcus' luck can at least be even. But yeah, as he has 7 cards in his hand, unfortunately, he's not able to roll a dice for it. He should just pick one the good old-fashioned way, I guess. But he's gonna actually roll a dice, which kind of triggers me, mathematically speaking, but I guess it's fine enough. And he will go for the Call by the Grave, actually. Not the greatest one. I don't think Marcus is actually maining Entrops, right? Just Impermanence.
Yeah.
So a good one, and now another danger in the form of Mothman. So pretty good start here from Zio. Obviously focusing on getting the Curious on the field, and let's see.
Ooh, discards the Rhino. Wow.
Rhino Art.
And it has Rivalry.
Wow, but Rivalry is there.
Wow. He has the Rivalry. He plays 3 copies of the card in the main deck, which is very powerful. Zio doesn't have a way to counter it.
No, absolutely. You can never count Marcus out of it. He did brick going first, but still, thanks to the rivalry, completely shutting down his opponent. And now any top deck is gonna be great from Marcus.
Yeah, now he really needs a monster.
Any monster, yes, so many good top decks. Let's see if he gets any.
Because like looking at CEO's deck, the way to get rid of the rivalry is just the
I think he got the Loshi actually. Okay, let's see. He goes for field spell. So of course we want to be seeing it on the field. Here is for you guys, Rika, Konkon. Ooh, and what a starter.
That's what he was holding.
Here, as you can see, Rika Konkon would have needed, if you have to tribute a monster, you can just use your opponent, and this is a huge deal. Let's see, he gets the snow.
Merely.
Interesting.
Okay. Well, definitely the snow here is very good, especially because like he milled Merly, so he can trigger it.
Yeah.
Now Marcos is considering it because like he can add the glamour.
Yeah, he's in a really good spot now. We thought he might be tribal. Yeah, he has the call by, as I mentioned in the round. This is tough now. This is absolutely great stuff, even the talent, wow.
Very good stuff.
Gets rid of the Dark Lurer, and this is looking like Marcus, even though he had a tough start, is just getting there with that rivalry. Wow.
Yeah, just really needed a card. We said it before, he was looking to pick up one out of his deck, and then here comes the Glamour, which chooses the sheet from his deck.
Here it is, completely in control. He's gonna read it, and we just showed you guys as well. And yeah, here goes for the Glamour, which essentially allows him to draw and rather search 2 cards from his deck, and it is gonna be the Loshi, the one and only. You ever thought that a deck running in 2022 free vanilla monster would have been able to get this far? Wow.
And now that's the point in which the deck goes even crazier, because now with the Dryas he gets to search the Sunvane Sowing. And now I think this is one of the main reasons why Marco's deck has been so powerful this weekend, because like basically with one card he combo off, you know.
Yeah, he doesn't need much to go off. He really had an unfortunate start, but the rivalry was there, and it is one of the reasons, though, why he has been so successful. Rivalry, a card that shuts down both the Tearlament deck and is really annoying against Spright, and he is maining free. So we saw it actually in the winning deck at the North American event, where Ansel Aguero actually did the impossible and won the twice the North American event. And he was maining 3 copies of Rivalry. Yeah. Now we are in Europe, and again, Rivalry winning the final of such a huge event.
Now with the Yasmin comes another Dryas, and he goes for the healer as well.
Yeah, this is a great interaction, because not only does Jasmine special summons from the deck, but when you gain the life points with healer, you get to search an additional Plant Masters, and this is so much advantage at this point.
Yeah, so basically every single card of Marcus' deck is a +1.
Yeah, pretty much every card in his deck either searches or special summons from the deck. And yeah, he goes through with the second effect from Jasmine. He tributes the healer to special summon a plant from his deck, and now gonna go all in with one of the actually one-offs in his deck, which he didn't use that much when we were watching him, but it's still an interesting extender. Yeah, it's the Primula, as you can see. He could later on go into a rank 4 play even, but this is such an incredible show of his abilities from Marcus.
So I searched the Rika Princess. We were talking about this before. It's one of the craziest Rika monster.
And honestly, if you're Marcus, are you even worried about anything? I guess just going through your combos, and he got to see the end. He knows that there are pretty much 2 useless cards, one of them being another danger. And as predicted, he does go for the XYZ play.
Yeah, which is the queen.
Yeah. This is Queen Strenna. As you can see, he just gets 1 plant back from the graveyard. And then he actually gets to potentially overlay into the rank 8, which is so good. Yeah, here he comes. So when it's sent back, he goes for the double rank 8 play, and this is so strong. Honestly, great show off by Marcus. He's not even hesitating a little bit. Such a good player.
Here comes one of the most often summoned Link monsters by Marcus, which is the the Benghalancer. The card is pretty much like, let's say, a compulsory evacuation device.
Yeah, it's pretty much compulsory on steroids, I would say, because it gets back from the graveyard. And now Zio is gonna pick up his card. It's gonna be almost impossible for him to fight back in this board. And I know, such an upfield battle, it feels like. Yeah, gonna set a monster, pass back, and Marcus can now easily OTK in the next round, and could be just 1 game away from becoming a European champion.
Yeah. I think he enters battle phase directly.
Yeah. Just goes to the battle phase, attack, and that's it. Yeah. Handshake, and Marcus takes game 1. What a match already, and it looked as if Marcus let him down in the finals, going first and only setting 3 back rows. But in the end, the rivalry world was there, and it actually won in the game. His opponent had an incredible explosive end with a lot of dangers, but rivalry is just too good of a card. And now we have to look at the side decks, and the favorite, it's even more Marcus.
Yeah, because like if you're Zio and you're now in the final and you're playing against this kind of deck, it's not even easy to set deck, but there's the deck devastation virus.
Absolutely, we saw it even against Altergeist. DDV, so deck devastation virus, absolutely amazing against most decks in this format. And of course, even though he probably didn't think of Sanaval and Rika when preparing, it still is really strong against the Marcus deck. So we're surely gonna see that. We might see barrier. I think it's pretty underwhelming against the deck. Maybe the droplet, but maybe it might even go crazy inside him and going second cards. On the other hand, Marcus has a very good side deck. Pretty much half of the cards for going first, and the other half for going second. So when he goes second, what do you think he's gonna bring in?
He has definitely the Pancrotops alongside with the Ultimate Slayer, which in my opinion are like going for sure. Also has the evenly match just in case.
Yeah.
I mean, I really like it because like it has everything it needs. You know, there's like some stuff that's basically generic. You know, Ultimate Slayer, evenly matched. For going first, he has the D barrier and the Appointer of the Red Lotus, which have been cited in again for a lot of players during this weekend. But by going second, I think he has a huge advantage.
Yeah, I think pretty much similarly to some Spright decks, the goal should be to set up as no engrave and then the meta noise, so at least you have 2 ways to stop the normal summon or the Lochi from it in the field. So that's the main goal. And to stop that, Marcus has evenly matched and Ultimate Slayer. I think they are both really thinking about what to put in. It's not going to be an easy one, but with DDV on top of it, I think it's going to be close. Something worth mentioning, though, is that Marcus is playing Mystic Mine in the main deck. and his opponent maybe not expecting it.
Yeah, definitely. And we saw how dangerous Mystic Mine is and cost games.
Absolutely. But without further ado, our players are ready. So let's go back to the table for Game 2 and finding out if Marcus will be the European champion with us with 2-0. Here they are once again. So I do see a tactic talent and the rest of it looks like it's engine for Marcus. While on the German player, we start things off with a field spell, and that's already really nice.
Yeah, we get to see the Perle Reino from Zio.
Yeah.
Maybe this time we will get to see some more stuff from, you know, the Tournament's deck. Yeah, it searches the Reino hard.
Yeah, the really cool interaction as we saw, it could be even going for the Zero Boros. Once he knows his opponent deck, it should be pretty hard to deal with it. Outside of that, I guess he's not playing the window package, but he does have, of course, the usual stuff, plus Apollousa. I see a super polymerization. And that's interesting because super polymerization should be next to useless against Marcus' deck.
Yeah. Definitely one of these cards that doesn't really hurt. Because like in every single other matchup,
yeah,
definitely, but not here.
So for now, usual stuff we get to see, of course, Schledorn, and let's see these mills. I think he's missing some dangers. I can't quite figure out the rest of his hand. But you really want to eat, you know, the Curious,
yeah,
get into the snow, and if this is not one of those hands, then I might have worrying news for Zio.
Yeah, he's actually considering it.
He goes for it?
Yeah.
Nice. And here, as we can see, Kid Carlos doing Kid Carlos thing. You could search for the meta noise. I actually wouldn't mind it. Putting the Loshi face down is a huge deal. So let's see if Zio agrees with it. He's considering it, but no, he goes instead for the other trap card. So interesting stuff. He gets to the Suliak, which is still really good to stop the Link activating its effect right away. And now we get to see the Mothman before actually setting the trap card. So interesting. And he gets the Gargreffer. Interesting. Ooh. Okay, nice. Of course, it wasn't that useful knowing that he had to go for the Rhino, but now he gets to draw a card, looking for any of these other danger monsters.
Yeah, he really needs one in
yeah,
this
and
situation.
he needs a tier element
he needs
as
something.
well,
yeah,
to be able to use the Kid Kalos. Thinking quite a bit about this one. Might not be the most straightforward end, actually. And he doesn't, wow. Maybe another danger. No, he just sets 2 cards to his face down, wow.
So he's left with the Soliak and Super Poly.
Do you think then he should have considered going for the field spell on his own Kid Kalos?
Yeah, he could have.
Wow, and play is back to Marcus, and now a deck devastation virus actually comes into play, but he has the unexpected die. Wow. And the rivalry once again, we might have a quick one on our hands. The unexpected die is so strong.
You think is there a chance to wait for Marcus to summon and then activate the deck devastation virus? So basically you just wait the right moment, or you basically just activate it straight away?
Yeah, I think there were definitely some merits for waiting there. And I think the last card is Glamour, maybe?
Yeah, it is. Yeah.
So the last card in hand is the Glamour, which is also really good, because it's basically a reinforcement of the army, but this is huge. I think Marcus has it in his pocket. This is such a strong start.
Because like deck devastation virus hurts, but the unexpected die will do the job.
Yeah. What a start from the UK player. we mentioned how Deck Devastation Virus could hurt, but then I'm really questioning Zio first line of play with the field spell. If he was really looking for, you know, getting lucky with the Mothman, I think you take the Mill 5 every time.
Yeah. So I think he said the Super Poly and kept in hand the Soldiak.
You think so?
Could be,
Maybe. So now he gets the Patel, which is essentially a 2-for-1. He gets to search and then most likely special summon, but for now he's free to do whatever he wants. Let's see. Because the super polymerization, as we mentioned, doesn't do much. Most of these cards are gonna be, you know, plants and it's tough to use it efficiently, I feel like.
Yeah, he's now going through the Sunvine sowing.
Yeah, sowing once again coming up. And I think he's checking, you know, attributes, types, just to figure out whether he can Mad Dragon here. And this will actually be complicated because Mad Dragon and Garura both requires the same attributes. And instead, he will love it if it was same types but different attributes, which is not the case. So, tough for Zio.
Still, especially because, like we saw, Marcus also has the triple tactic talents with the rivalry. I think he's going to put up a huge field.
Yeah, this is so much that he can do, and I don't think there is much that Zio can.
Not really.
Yeah, because the only hope was maybe if he was holding one of the tiers, but now there is very little interaction from his opponent. Again, checking just types and attributes, but I think Marcus is gonna play around it as much as he can.
And then here comes the Mudan, the field spell as well.
Yeah. Mudan comes up, he can tribute a plant to special summon it, and then he searches the field spell, which we already see is the Concon. And yeah, this is a very, very strong opening by Marcus. And I also have to say that I think the activation of Didivu it was too early.
Yeah, we were talking about it. Maybe if you wait for your opponent to summon and then activating is better. Maybe you're afraid of being, I don't know, like Lightning Storm, but then you basically just chain it, right?
No, you wait every time, yeah. So that's the only concern that I have with this. But outside of it, I don't think it would have mattered too much. Marcus had a really strong end, but maybe if he got a little too excited and went for the Glamour and then activated Unexpected Die on low C, then the Didivu is like 4 cards.
Yeah.
So I don't know. Maybe a little bit of regret from Zio, but now we are just gonna see what we saw in the previous game. Marcus doing its unique combos, getting back this compulsory-like Link Monster.
Yeah, that's what the deck does at its best. And again, it has so easy access to the Resurgent that Zio is going through it, just to be sure, but yeah, he's going to attack over Mothman.
Yeah, it attacks over, it still has that compulsory-like effect where you can bounce back a card from Zio, and this is tough.
Yeah, because he's gonna set the rivalry.
And yeah, especially we know about the rivalry.
Yeah.
So rivalry completely won the game 1 from Marcus, and he has it again here in game 2.
And we know he has the Soul deck in hand, so he's left top deck, right?
Yeah. Maybe not as impressive as in the previous game, but still a really solid turn by Marcus. And now we see a second copy of the field spell by Zio, which is gonna be decent because at least he has a chance to try and snipe the rivalry.
Yeah. Yeah, and he really hopes to mill some good cards now.
Yeah, he needs a miracle, and he needs it quickly. But as mentioned, not the greatest of turns as well from
definitely.
Marcus. So.
Yeah, I mean, we have seen like better plays, but didn't have much after being, you know, DDV'd.
So let's see. He's considering his line. He knows about the rival. He has to play around it, and he does go for the Rhino. So, of course, it is a warrior. So Marcus will be quite careful about how he's dealing with that. Yeah, you can see just Zio being quite uncomfortable in this spot.